Ninjago is a show that I have been watching since its initial beginning, and is something that I have stuck with throughout the entire course of the show's time span. And I have watched every single season a lot more times than I am willing to admit, and it's always been one that I've wanted to talk about across the course of my channel's existence. So in celebration of 5,000 subscribers, I decided to do a video where I was going to do every single episode of Ninjago, a brief overview, how I feel about it, and rank every single episode from worst to best. And when I tell you this is by far the most ambitious thing I have ever done on this channel, I truly do mean it. Because even though I've seen the show many times, I decided to re-watch the entire show as well, just to make sure it was fresh in my brain. I'm also adding this in much later. I'm actually in the middle of recording this whole thing, and I will say you will hear me reference a fair bit a ranking system, whether it's 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10 for example. You will hear me reference it, and you probably may lose pace at some point during this, but I do promise I do give a full list at the very end of every single episode worst to best. So when I reference an episode being an 8 out of 10 and 9 out of 10, it's just me genuinely mentioning where I'll put it. Sometimes I mention whether or not it's next to some episodes, sometimes I don't, but overall, it's just me referencing how good of an episode I think it is individually. But stay tuned for the end, where you get a full list, worst to best. Oh, and the last thing, this is completely opinion based. This of course is what I've personally put it down to. If you disagree with my ranking, you can let me know if you like. If you decide to rank every single episode in the comment section, I rate you highly. But yeah, let me not waste any more of your time, and let's start talking about the show of Ninjago. Way of the Ninja is the very first episode, and the episode that a lot of people got hooked on, me included. This of course set up the series itself, showing us the introduction of Kai, who was initially the main character, having him fight the Skulkin, having the introduction of Sensei Wu in the training sequence. It was an amazing setup to the actual show itself, and it's just full of a lot of iconic scenes. The very first scene of Wu looking over 4 weapons is possibly one of the most iconic scenes we've ever had. And I just think with everything considered, it definitely has to start out with a 10 out of 10 episode. And of course, it's the only one on the list so far, so it's sitting on the list by itself. It was then followed by the Golden Weapon, which of course gave us a proper introduction to the Core 4 Ninja team, having them initially fight, and then having the setup and the introduction, and giving them their initial ninja uniforms. And honestly, just a very solid amount. We also did get introduced to the first Golden Weapon, obviously being the Scythe of Quakes, and an amazing fight scene with all of the ninja regardless. And it's also where we got to see the ninja very first use Spinjitzu. And of course, it became a staple and for a very long time was in every single episode that we ever saw. But again, really nice setup, gave us a lot of good things, but I do think it lacks the iconicness, and overall, it kind of just makes it an 8 out of 10 for me. So, goes below Way of the Ninja. Episode 3 was then King of Shadows, where we see the ninja acquire the rest of the golden weapons, even though Wu did take the Sword of Fire to the underworld. We got a lot of wholesome scenes, we got a lot of interesting scenes. Like I said, the campfire scene is possibly one of the most wholesome things we had, and the first introduction of the ninja actually acting like a family. But apart from that, we get to see a really cool scene with the Dragon of Fire, and then we ultimately see the amazing scene where Kai has to fight his own shadow in an attempt to capture Nia. It has a lot of amazing aspects to this episode, but I do still think it sits at an 8 out of 10, still below the Golden Weapon, but overall still an amazing one. But then last but certainly not least is of course Weapons of Destiny, where we get to see the ninja take flight in their DX uniforms. And this one again just has a lot of really good and iconic things that actually happened. A lot of great fight scenes, especially between Wu and Samukai. We got the Tornado of Creation for the very first time, which was an amazing scene to definitely get at the time. And then it just had a really nice ending of Kai and Nia reuniting, and then all the ninja coming together to form the amazing team that we all know and love. And I will say, this is definitely an amazing ending to the pilot, and that's why it's getting a 9 out of 10, going above Golden Weapon and King of Shadows. And short but brief, that is of course the pilot of Ninjago, the 4 episodes, or the 2 episodes depending on how you consider it. And honestly, it was an amazing introduction to Ninjago that got so many people hooked, like I said, me included, and it kept a lot of people for a very long time to come. And overall, just an amazing one, and just a very fun one to rewatch whenever you have the time to. The next year in 2012, we did then get introduced to the next set of episodes, officially marking Season 1 Rise of the Snakes, and it started with the episode Rise of the Snakes. This also did serve as a very iconic episode, and it gave us a whole lot of different things to have. We finally got the introduction of Lloyd Garmadon himself, and the introduction to the concept of the Serpentine, a faction of people that still comes up to this very day. I will say, I just love the general aesthetic and the vibe that this episode did give. The ninja all being a bit of out of shape, having to go then to Jamonikai Village, and then realizing it was just Lloyd. But the thing is, they don't take him seriously, and then of course it leads to disastrous consequences. But it was just a really nice thing to see overall, and also we just got more good scenes outside of that. Because we did also get the scene where the ninja fight each other in their tournament to become the Green Ninja. And I really like that scene where they're all fighting each other with the golden weapons, because you can see they're experimenting with their weapons at that point. And it's just a really nice thing to see, and just really does build up the ninja as they're training. This also was the episode that sparked the meme of "Could I be the Green Ninja?", which I think is a very fun thing and something non-Ninjago fans recognize as well. I think if you showed someone the shot of Kai on the dragon with the text, I think they'd be really easy to say that they would recognize it. But overall, with all that in mind, it is a very solid 9 out of 10 episode. I'm gonna be putting it, of course, above Golden Weapon and King of Shadows. I do prefer Weapons of Destiny and Way of the Ninja though. Next up was Home, and honestly, this was a really nice follow-up to the first episode of the show. It gave us a much more expanded idea on what we were going to be facing. We got to see the Hypnobrai more, we got to see Cole under the control of the Hypnobrai, which was very interesting to see. We also again just got introduced to a lot of different things I didn't realize was this quick on. It's weird to think the monastery was so iconic, but we lost the monastery in the second episode of the show, which makes sense because we did have the bounty for the most part, but it's weird to think that the monastery was lost so quickly, especially considering how iconic it was. And that was the other thing, we got the bounty. Just a really solid episode that gave us so many staples of the show today. But I do still think the first episode's better in a really weird way. Not dissing this episode at all, but that does make it an 8 out of 10. It's just below Rise of the Snakes though, because it is just really strong and just a really nice one to have regardless. And honestly, just a fun one to see in general. It's just back to front, really interesting to watch. Episode 3 then was Snakebit, and this was the introduction to the Fangpire, and honestly, I really do think they were an interesting faction. I do think they were slightly underutilized, but they were a very fun one to see regardless. This was also, again, just another big introduction episode, it feels like. I mean, we got Jay's parents, which were really nice to see, and we also got to see the Spinjitzu vehicles, which honestly were really cool, and such a cool concept that we don't really get to see much more of. The whole thing of summoning a vehicle isn't really a thing in Ninjago anymore, which is kind of a shame because it was a big aspect before. But regardless, they were possibly some of the better ones, and I really did enjoy them. I'd say the other really big cool thing that I liked in literal sense is the fact that we got that massive J that the Fangpire did corrupt, and we got to see the ninja fight them. And just in general, even though Big J was really cool, J in general was just really good this episode. He locked in for this episode. It's very interesting to see. When J takes things seriously, he's a very fierce fighter, and this is possibly the first demonstration we got of it. But honestly, even though with all those cool aspects, it's probably still just a solid 7 out of 10, just because the Fangpire feel like they could have done a little bit more, and they kind of get dispensed of in this episode quite easy. So it's underneath everything else so far, but it's still a really good one regardless. Never Trust a Snake is the introduction to the legendary Anacondrai warrior himself, Pythor, and honestly, he is a most popular character in the show for a very valid reason. His introduction was amazing. Everything he does with Lloyd, how he tricks Lloyd, it's all just an amazing culmination to make a really fascinating villain that has definitely given the ninja a run for their money. And honestly, this is not the only great thing in this episode. We got the first vision of the Green Ninja through Zane, and honestly, it was really interesting to see, because even though the Green Ninja in the vision does have Lloyd's eyes, of course he uses fire like Kai, the strength like Cole, and quite literally uses the nunchucks of lightning. So it's a really interesting concept, and it was a really cool vision, and it gets points for that alone. It was also the first showing of the ZX suit, like 2 episodes before we even got to see it, so it gets points for that as well. And the very interesting concept of the ninja having to figure out the greatest way to defeat their enemy. And of course, they never figure it out because their option is always violence. But Wu shows, with the example of Lloyd, that the greatest way is to make them your friend. And honestly, it pays off in the end. So I think it's a really good lesson to be learned for the episode. And it was just really interesting to see how the ninja have the right intentions, but somehow also have the wrong answer. It's just a really interesting concept, and we see them expand on making them their friend later on in the series. But overall, this is a 9 out of 10 episode. It's below Rise of the Snakes, but it's still an amazing, amazing episode that if you haven't watched in a long time, definitely do. Can of Worms then just contains that quality, and it just has another amazing concept that we get to see. This is the first episode where the rest of the Serpentine get released, the Constricti, the Venomari, all these amazing tribes that all hopefully do get expanded on later on in the series. And seeing the Serpentine all together for the first time is really interesting, especially because they all seem to be still at conflict with each other. I will say as well, Lloyd is just quite funny in this episode. He messes with all the ninja as a lesson to them, but he clearly did take great enjoyment doing it at the same time. At this point, he's just a little bit of a nuisance to the ninja, and I think that's a really cool concept to have in of itself, especially because we know where he goes from this point onwards, but it's just nice to see him in this kind of role. And then, of course, I can't mention this episode without mentioning Pink Zane, which is really funny. It's one of those ones where a lot of people recognize Pink Zane to this day, and finally getting a Pink Zane much later on in minifigure form was an amazing thing to actually have. But honestly, it's a cool thing. It serves a purpose in the episode as well. He's able to evade the Serpentine because of it. So it's just a really nice thing. It's not useless. It's not just a one-off gag. Well, it technically is a one-off, but they actually give it some sort of purpose at the same time. So it's still an 8 out of 10, but a really solid 8 out of 10 at that, just below Never Trust a Snake. But still, what an amazing episode. Just continuing on though with the quality, the Snake King was the next episode, and this was the introduction to the ZX suits, a lot of people's favourite suit to this very day. And I may be wrong, because they may have been in the previous episode, but this of course is the introduction, or the full introduction to Samurai X, which is an amazing thing, and obviously Samurai X is still a thing to this day. The mantle may have changed, but it's still just a really cool one to see. But this is where she really got properly introduced, and really got to demonstrate her ability, which is really nice. And where else better to display it than the lost city of Ouroboros, because this is the official episode where it was introduced, and it's just a really cool concept nonetheless. I don't think we've seen the city since season 3, but that's fine. It's still really cool for what we got of it, and it was a really cool set piece for this episode specifically. Seeing all the ninja in there fighting Samurai X just made for a really cool looking episode. And overall, it's an 8 out of 10. It's above Can of Worms, but it's still just a really solid one nonetheless. Although we've got a big one now, TikTok. Not the social media platform, the episode. And this is an amazing episode. We got so much in this episode alone that it's really difficult to narrow it down to certain things. But I think, of course, the biggest thing that did come out of it was the reveal that Zane was in fact a Ninjroid, which gave him so much uniqueness and really did empower him. It was the thing that was holding him back, and that is why this is the first episode where we got to see true potential, because Zane, realizing who he was, accepted who he was, and defended his friends, and we got to see the true power of ice. Other than that, we just got some amazing scenes like his backstory. We got to see Dr. Julian, which was a really emotional set of scenes because we get to see Zane throughout the entirety of Dr. Julian's life. And it was just really emotional seeing, the final scene that they share together for the time. But yeah, amazing stuff all around. And then, of course, the ending of the episode, which was the reveal of Garmadon, which just amazing. Just an amazing episode. What a fantastic time to be a Ninjago fan. 9 out of 10. Just under Way of the Ninja. Once Bitten Twice Shy is an episode where at the time I really enjoyed it, but upon rewatch, I don't really know where I got as much excitement as I did from it. Now, it's not that it's a bad episode, it has a lot of amazing things. I'm gonna be honest, Garmadon is the main thing that carries this episode. All the scenes between him and Wu are really cool, the fight scenes, everything about it, and the reveal of the 4 arms. He carries this episode, he definitely does. But of course, it's not the only thing that we get. This is, of course, where Nia was revealed to the ninja team as Samurai X, which was a really cool concept to get regardless, because Jay, the one who hated Samurai X the most, ended up wanting Samurai X to turn up, and then realizing it was Nia, he was possibly the most shocked of the bunch. But speaking of Jay, this is the episode where he became a snake temporarily, but he was able to conquer the thing that held him back, which was the fact that he wanted to impress Nia and be with Nia, and once he realized that he basically had a chance, he unlocks his true potential, which is a really cool thing, but I don't think it is as emotionally impactful as the other 3. So even though it's cool, it's yeah. But still, it's a cool episode. Like I said, Garmadon does carry it though. So it is a 7 out of 10. I think it might be, it's not the lowest of the bunch. I think it's above Home for me. But regardless, it's still just a 7. But it doesn't make it bad. It just means it's a solid episode. But it's not up there with the greatest ones. I will say the Royal Blacksmiths is an episode I have a similar opinion on. I remember really enjoying it at the time. But ultimately, I was a bit more disappointed than before. I will say, Cole's true potential is amazing. The relationship with his father is something that I found really fascinating, and I just did a Cole analysis where I talked about it. And I will say, it does give me a lot of appreciation for it, but all the scenes with him and his father is really interesting to see, and one that I do like to have. The scene as well with the ninja actually on stage performing to the Weekend Whip is amazing regardless, and just a really fun scene to watch. It's just interesting that Spin Harmony was able to sing along to, by all accounts, the theme song. So it's interesting because by all accounts, their theme song is canon. So it's an interesting one to have. But in my opinion, the thing that did hold this episode back is the fact that it did feel like there was a bit of filler in this episode. I mean, we got to introduce to Cole's dad, and then we spend like 10 plus minutes just kind of going over the same thing. The ninja failing at being good at singing and dancing, and Cole trying to hide the fact he's a ninja. So the middle of the episode is a bit slow, very fillery, but the start and the end are really good. And for that reason, it is a 7 out of 10. It is above Once Bitten, Twice Shy, because Cole's true potential is much more of an emotional impact. But yeah, still a 7, still solid, it's just a bit filler. But now we're on to one of the heaviest hitters in Ninjago itself, the Green Ninja. Of course, being the reveal that Lloyd is in fact the Green Ninja, and Kai's true potential is him realizing that he doesn't have to be the Green Ninja, he simply has to protect him. And that scene in the volcano and then him coming out is an amazing scene, everything all round really solid. And we did just get some amazing fight scenes. The ninja versus the serpentine. Obviously, they can't use their weapons, so they get creative. Jay using wind, but we're not going to get into that. But just some really solid scenes. And watching Kai have this dilemma on what to do is just a really interesting one to get. But Kai definitely did get his time in the sun, because the fight of him versus Garmadon is absolutely amazing. And it's just one of those ones where you could rewatch any time and you would still have a lot of fun with. But honestly, all of that doesn't even pale in comparison to the Lloyd reveal, and it's just an amazing end to the episode. And for that reason, it's a 10 out of 10, the best one so far. We do then get to All of Nothing, which unfortunately does have the downside of being just after an amazing episode, but we get to see the ninja at the strongest they've been by this point, which is really cool to see, because we get to see them utilize their elements, their abilities, everything they've learned so far. There's some great fight scenes, I have to say. The ninja trying to get all the fang blades is really cool. Have them all face up against certain serpentine types is just really interesting. Seeing them being able to counter those powers, it's just really solid to see. We also do then get to see the Skulking again. We get to see Garmadon help out and utilize the skeleton army, which was a really cool thing to see. It's nice and simple, very to the point, and honestly, it just leads to this really nice ending where they feel like they've won, they've got the fang blades, but Pythor in reality was definitely on their case. But unfortunately, it did come after the Green Ninja, so it's difficult. I do really like this episode though, so it is going to be a very solid 8 out of 10 above the Royal Blacksmiths. We do then get to the final two-parter of this series, and the first one is The Rise of the Great Devourer, which I will say is a very solid one. The volcano scene is really cool, seeing the ninja fear for their lives, trying to help Wu. It's really interesting to see Wu's visions as well as really nice. All of the training scenes, or getting to see the ninja utilize that very interesting environment is really solid to see. Wu versus Pythor is a very fun one, and of course, how can you not mention the very end, where we get to see the Great Devourer fully awakened. It's just a very solid episode and a very solid build up to what we get in the final episode of the season. And for that reason, and everything included, it is definitely a 9 out of 10 episode. And it's quite high up. It's above Rise of the Snakes for me. But it's just because it is wall-to-wall action, and you can't help but love it. But then the final one of the first season, of course, is the Day of the Great Devourer, which introduces us to a little bit more. We get the Ultrasonic Raider, we get the Ultra Dragon, and we get to see a lot more outside of that. We get to see the ninja fight the massive serpent himself in Ninjago City, which was a really interesting environment, and getting to see the ninja utilize that environment was a really cool thing to get to see. Also, they give Garmadon the golden weapons, which of course is the setup for the next season, and Garmadon getting to kill the Great Devourer and Lloyd cheering him on is just a really cool scene. The scene where he stood on top of the building exclaiming that you're the reason that evil runs through my blood, and then the power up, it just has everything you want, just a really cool ending to a fight. And of course, in the very end, we get Wu back as well because of Garmadon. But just a really good moment, and at the end, just a very wholesome team moment. And overall, it's just a really good ending to the first season of Ninjago. And it's definitely a 9 out of 10, just above Rise of the Great Devourer. But overall, Season 1, Rise of the Snakes, is an absolutely amazing season, and a really good follow-up from the pilot. And I think got a lot of people hooked on the show if they weren't already. And really gave us a lot of interesting setups, and a lot of people were very curious to see where the ninja were going to go from here. And of course, it's time to talk about the next season. Season 2, or Legacy of the Green Ninja, started out with the episode Darkness Shall Rise, and I'm going to be honest, this was definitely where I agree with most people, being that this felt like the start of a filler period. The thing is that it felt like a nice ease back into the series, picking up straight where it left off, but the thing is that where the ninja lost the golden weapons, they also decided to essentially depower the ninja. And you can see this reflected in the fact that they have this really cool scene where they fight the Serpentine on a train, but they feel completely incompetent, and it's just a really weird feeling, because in Season 1, yes, they did rely on their golden weapons, but they were still good at fighting regardless of the weapon in their hand. So it just feels like they did it for the sake of it, so And then other than that, you just see the ninja taking on these odd jobs, and they were house hunting, their whole thing was to make rent. And I'm going to be honest, it's just not really something you would want to see for a season premiere. The only thing that's really redeeming about this episode was the fact that the Golden Peaks was quite cool, and all the scenes with Garmadon in general. So that's kind of the best thing for this episode. It's kind of a skip and miss episode, but overall it's a solid 5 out of 10. After that, there was Pirates vs. Ninja, and I have to say this was a very cool concept overall. This is where we got to see the ability of the Mega Weapon, and it was quite cool because Garmadon assumed he would be able to destroy, but because it's the weapons of Spinjitzu, he was only able to create. And of course he then created Captain Soto and his army, and it led to that whole debacle. I will say Garmadon did obviously just kind of go down with nothing. Obviously the whole thing was the fact that Garmadon was weaker after using the Mega Weapon, but he just feels a bit strange regardless. But other than that, I mean, the Pirates vs. Ninja fight was quite cool in of itself. I will say I do particularly like the scene where they all draw their regular weapons for the first time. It just led to a really cool fight scene overall. But the thing is, we can't ignore that this is also the episode that introduced us to Dareth the Brown Ninja. And it gets points for it, but that's really about it. It's just another decent episode, just another instance of filler showing off the Mega Weapon. It had its aspects, but overall it was just a solid 6 out of 10. So, well, I forgot to mention, of course, Darkness Shall Rise, 5 out of 10 was the lowest of the bunch so far. So, Pirates vs. Ninja, it's above it, but that's about it. Then came Double Trouble, which of course was the episode where we got the evil copies of the ninja because of Garmadon, and we get to see everything unfold from there. I honestly don't mind this episode overall. The evil ninja themselves are fine, but the way that they did end up defeating them was just a bit meh. There's nothing really cool about it, nothing really notable about it, just you had to land a punch essentially. I know they explain it away, but it just felt like a bit of a weird one overall. It's fine. It's a fine episode regardless of what you think of it. It's just a really weird one. I feel like this is a very hit or miss one. You either probably really like this one or you don't. So for that reason, it's probably a 6 out of 10 for me because it's just fine. I don't mind it. That's the point. Although I will say Pirates vs. Ninja is above it. So below Pirates vs. Ninja, above Darkness Shall Rise. But then we get to the resident of any show, which is Ninja Ball Run, and this is the designated racing episode. We get a lot of callbacks, we get a lot of recurring characters. I mean, we get all the kids, we get the Skulking, we get the police at one point, we get some Serpentine, and we get Garmadon on the bounty. And this episode kind of just served as the way to get the bounty back, I guess. It was fine, again, just very, very, very in the middle. There's just nothing really notable about this one. But, 5 out of 10 is probably worse than Darkness Shall Rise, but honestly, you could kind of put them either way. Although, surprisingly, in the middle of this big filler instance, we then get to Child's Play, which is weirdly a fun concept, and I actually kind of enjoy the episode. It puts the ninja in a very unique situation that I feel like we wouldn't really get anywhere else. I will say, it felt like this was interesting because, of course, this is also where we got to see Lloyd aged up. We got to see the ninja in Lloyd's position, and it ends off with Lloyd in the ninja's position. And it's a cool consequence of the actions. I think it's really solid for that reason. They, of course, needed to get Lloyd to their age in some way, shape, or form, and this was obviously the best way to do it. But I actually don't mind the way they did it overall. It just was a bit of a, oh, this is now happening kind of thing. I will say the only downside, I guess, is the fact that the Grundle in of itself disappears because they didn't want it in the plot during the middle by the looks of it, because they needed the ninja to be more set up and they needed to get Wu in the position they wanted him to be in. So the Grundle kind of just acts in accordance with the plot. The fact that it can just run off and it went completely unnoticed until the very end of the episode is just a bit weird. But it's still a 7 out of 10 episode. It's probably the best of the filler episodes overall, because it just has probably the most fun concept regardless. So I'm probably going to put it just underneath Snake Bits. You know, it's at the bottom of like the 7 out of 10s essentially. And then the last of this filler instance is called Wrong Place, Wrong Time. And this is potentially one of the most controversial episodes. I feel like a lot of people really don't like this one, mainly because it begs so many questions to do with the story that was previous. But I do think it's a fun episode regardless. I just can appreciate it for what it is, and of course it also serves as the way to get rid of the mega weapon. It was cool to as well see the concepts in real time from Wu on the other side of the whole situation, but overall you could kind of say it was a whole lot of nothing, because in the end it kind of didn't matter. But yeah, it's still a fine one. 7 out of 10, just below Child's Play. It's still a fun one, it's a nice one to go back to. But after this comes the main meat and potato of the second season of the show, and it starts with the episode The Stone Army, where we get to see Garmadon on his adventure to try and find the Dark Island, whilst we see the ninja go to a museum. Of course it sounds weird when I put it like that, but of course the whole point is that this episode's also meant to treat us the way to introduce us to who the Stone Army are, what we're going to be getting for the rest of the season, and also the character of Misako. So it serves a lot of purpose in that regard, and I'm going to be honest, the giant stone warrior that the ninja face is really interesting, because it's probably the biggest challenge the ninja have had yet, because it's quite literally an unstoppable enemy. But it's just a nice way to get more information on the lore of Ninjago, show what the Stone Warriors are like, how they're going to come to life, shows the consequences of, as well of the Great Devourer, and also, by all account, the Overlord's plan, which of course we'll get into later on. But the thing is that it's just a really nice, interesting way to introduce us to the Stone Army and the character of Misako. But like I said, back to Garmadon, he initially tries to recruit the Serpentine to try and find the Island of Darkness, but Scales ends up betraying him, and he ends up washing up upon said island. And it's quite convenient, but of course it introduces us to the Overlord, and again you could kind of say it was just the Overlord's plan overall, but it's a cool little side thing, it's a nice little B story, but overall, this is honestly a really nice episode, a really solid one, and one I can just kind of enjoy. So I'm probably going to give it a solid 8 out of 10 for that, but at the bottom, so below All or Nothing, above the Royal Blacksmith. The Day Ninjago Stood Still is a very interesting episode to me, because it does kind of rely on convenience, but at the same time, it's still really cool to see. It's the threat of the last episode dialed up to 100. Instead of one large stone warrior, it is multiple small ones. And the thing is that even though it's kind of convenient, because this episode shows that Scales officially takes on the mantle of the King of the Serpentine, and they're trying to drill under Ninjago City to bury the city essentially. They come across a tomb, the Great Devourer's venom conveniently pours onto them, and then they escape. So it's a bit convenient, but everything that happens after that is quite cool to get. Seeing the ninja essentially struggle to defeat the army is honestly really interesting. The best they were ever able to do is actually just to slow them down so everyone could escape. And the thing is, they just had to flee. So watching them essentially be on the complete defensive was honestly a nice contrast to what we get most of the time. And honestly, it does just make for a very solid episode. But the B plot shows Garmadon speaking to the Overlord, trying to get to the clock, which has the Helmet of Darkness. And he officially is going to take control of the Stone Army, where he exclaims that Garmadon is officially back. And honestly, it was a really nice ending to the episode, just a really nice solid thing to see, and for that reason, probably another solid 8 out of 10, just above the Stone Army. The Last Voyage is next up, and honestly it's a bit of a strange one to me, because the first half I don't really care for, but the latter half is honestly amazing. The episode just starts out with showing that the ninja are on their way to the Temple of Light on the Dark Island, and they're sailing across the sea because the bounty was damaged. But of course, we have the whole thing where the ship is attached and the ship gets damaged, and they end up stumbling across a lighthouse. But the thing is that in that lighthouse is Zane's father. And of course, this is where we learn that Zane's father was actually brought back by an elixir by Samukai to make the Skulkin vehicles, which is a really nice little callback, I have to say. But the thing is that it kind of just comes out of nowhere, and the fact is that this life-giving elixir is kind of just dropped in out of nowhere. So it was a bit weird to see, but ultimately they kind of had to bring back Zane's father in some way, I guess. But everything that happens after finding his father is honestly really good. Seeing Zane and his father get to bond, get to talk things over, they get to explore their relationship a little more, they fix up the bounty, and then of course they figure out that a Leviathan is sat there waiting to see if Zane's father would ever try to leave. So they attempt to leave. They end up getting into an argument with the Leviathan. Essentially, they tried to drown the ship, but Zane ends up freeing the Leviathan. And the thing is that freeing him allows the ninja to take passage, and it brings this whole message of no one should be held captive no matter who you are, and it's a nice message, and it's why I really do appreciate this episode for what it is. It's just a difficult one to determine, I guess, because it has a really good ending, but actually has a subpar kind of beginning, so overall it's probably just at the top of 7 out of 10, but I wish it could have been higher. But we then do start, in my opinion, the official last stretch of the second season, and of course it is the Island of Darkness, where we see the ninja have gotten to the island, they're establishing a base camp, they're trying to keep themselves nice and contained, nice and hidden away, and they're relatively successful at doing so. This also shows the episode where we get to see Garmadon discovering dark matter, and of course it's the purest form of evil, and they're making that super weapon to be able to take over the light side and remove the balance. But the thing is that it's really solid, but it feels almost disconnected at the minute because the ninja are only just establishing themselves on the island. But this episode does show the ninja attempting to rescue Zane's falcon, and in the process they do officially find the Temple of Light, and they use some vehicles that Nia created to be able to go and get to that place so they can officially get their powers back. And I will say, I really do like the sequence where the ninja are going to the island, because using the mech, the vehicle, all those little aspects makes for an interesting and quite tense race, essentially, to get up to the top. But luckily they discover how to activate the power, and the Temple of Light sequence is debatably one of the best that we have ever seen over the course of the entire show, not just so far. And of course, they receive their elemental blades, they receive their new robes, they receive everything, and Lloyd becomes the golden ninja and summons the gold dragon. And everything about this ending is amazing. Cole referencing Michael Jackson, Zane's really cool ice tower, Jay shocking people through everyone, Kai's circle of fire, just everything about it. And the feeling that it's going well for them returns as you see all the other allies essentially comfort each other, saying it's going to be okay. And honestly, this just shows this is an amazing episode. I love this one so much. It's probably a 9 out of 10. I will say though, you then get to the next one, which is The Last Hope, and this episode does feel like it slows things down a little bit, but honestly it's still quite good. This obviously sees the ninja trying to remove the Helmet of Darkness. We get the whole segment of the ninja sneaking in Stone Warrior outfits with Masako in an attempt to get the helmet. And then we get to see the big race to the clock to be able to stop the final battle, which is quite cool. But it all obviously ends up going in favor of the dark side, which was honestly fairly interesting to see. Also getting a really cool confrontation between Lloyd and Garmadon, and Lloyd just straight up not being able to take the shot that would have stopped things before they even began. And honestly, for that reason, it does get a lot of praise in my eyes, and obviously the ending with Nia being captured was quite cool. So overall, it's another great one, probably another really solid 8 out of 10, probably somewhere between Can of Worms and The Golden Weapon. But this then does bring us to the second to last episode, which of course is the return of the Overlord, which picks up exactly where we left off, Garmadon being built, and then Garmadon officially corrupting Nia. This was honestly really interesting because this all provokes the ninja into going to an all-out assault where they storm the camp where they thought they would all be. But the thing is, they have ended up not even being there. So then they pursue the tracks, they end up encountering evil Nia, so the four stay behind, and then it inserts the family of Garmadon going to confront him. Honestly, it's quite interesting because seeing Garmadon resist and then Lloyd officially trying to fight but end up not really wanting to brings the Overlord to actually just take over Garmadon's body, which of course was his plan the whole time, but the thing is that was really cool. And into this amazing fight scene at the end, it's just a really fun one. Honestly, it felt like a season finale battle, but it wasn't even the best one we got. Honestly, this episode does just do a lot in terms of giving us a lot for Lloyd, a lot for Garmadon, showing they secretly just didn't even want to do it. But Lloyd realizing they officially had to because the Overlord wasn't going to let him slow down was just really interesting to see. And like I said, the ending then of them officially getting to Ninjago City, what an amazing setup to a finale. Honestly, 9 out of 10 episode. Although speaking of season finales, of course, this brings us to the very first ending of Ninjago, Rise of the Spinjitzu Master. A really nice opening, the ninja just feeling a bit down, not knowing what to do, but then going back to the Temple of Light to get the golden mech. And then everything with the Overlord slowly transforming more and more, unintentionally losing the Helmet of Darkness, which ends up playing in the favor of, obviously, the ninja. But seeing then the ninja confront and feeling a bit down on everything, but Lloyd eventually unlocking his power and becoming the Green Ninja was just an amazing turn of events. This honestly just left the Overlord kind of defenseless, having a much more powerful side of light, and then also losing the Stone Army because Dareth of all people took over. It was just really interesting, and that final battle is so iconic now. It's just an amazing episode, it really is. I feel like I can't sing this praise enough, and obviously Garmadon being good at the end, it just has everything that you want in a season finale. And if Ninjago ended there, I feel like we all could have been content, but of course, and luckily, it never did. But it doesn't take away from the fact that this was a 10 out of 10 episode and an amazing end of Ninjago. But on overall, Season 2 definitely starting out on a very big low. Obviously having some of the lowest rated episodes that I have done so far. But the thing is that very quickly it came back and definitely showed why it's a show that we all know and love. And honestly, the whole Stone Army, the final battle progress that we got, the whole process in general is just fantastic. And honestly, it's so fun to rewatch and still holds up to this very day. Is it better than Season 1? I'm not entirely certain. I think the second half definitely is, but of course you have to consider the season as a whole. But it was definitely an amazing one. I could have been content with the show ending there, but luckily it didn't. But what did we come back to? Season 3, or Rebooted, started off very strong with the episode The Surge, and the thing is, you kind of forget how much actually happens in this episode. I will say it starts off a little slow for me. I feel like the whole ninja being teachers thing was kind of just an excuse to get things going, but they definitely could have done it in other ways. But as soon as you get to Borg Tower, it does do really well and gives us a lot. I do like the fact that we're introduced to the Technoblades, we're reintroduced to the Overlord, we're introduced to Pixel, we're introduced to a lot of different things. And of course seeing Lloyd continue with his golden power was also a really nice thing to see. I do think it's just a really solid episode, and it definitely does give us a lot to actually experience, and I do think it was a great way to kick the show back off, and honestly, because of that, it's definitely going as an 8 out of 10 at the very top, just above the Snake King. After that came the Art of the Silent Fist, which again, felt like so much happened in such a small span of 22 minutes. Of course, we get to see Garmadon again, he's reintroduced as a master, we get to see the ninja continue on as a result of the first episode. But we do just get to see a lot of really cool moments in this episode, like Lloyd getting absolutely slammed by his father, and also just seeing the amazing fight scene with all the ninja against the Ninjroids, and obviously them initially having a bit of a fighting chance, but eventually kind of getting overpowered. Also just really nice relationship moments. Of course we get to see Pixel slowly become more warm towards Zane, also Zane giving her half of the power source that powers him. It's just a really nice scene to see, and of course there is the love triangle, but I'm not going to be mentioning that one just yet. And just a cool bond between Lloyd and Garmadon. But of course the episode does end up culminating in the power coming off and all the Ninjroids shutting down, which was really cool to see. And of course seeing Pixel shut down as well was a big factor. But honestly overall, it's just another really solid episode that's going to go as an 8 out of 10 as well, just below The Surge. Blackout I think is a quite solid one, but not really as good as the first two, but it definitely does have a couple of great moments to go along with it. I do like all the moments we get between Lloyd and Garmadon. I think it's a really nice bonding moment between the two of them, and all the interesting culmination of should you use your power or not definitely has a good way of manifesting itself upon this episode. We do find the ninja for the most part just in Ed and Edna's junkyard, and I do think it makes for a really cool action scene, but the thing is we already got it before, so it didn't feel overly unique. And of course the introduction of Tech Woo or Evil Woo, I mean, I'm just not a big fan of the concept in of itself, and it's just one I wish we had expanded on properly. All the little nitpicking when it comes to the love triangle between Jay and Cole also just takes a big center stage in this episode. Again, it's just difficult to mention it because I really don't like the love triangle. I do want to make a video on it, fun fact, and it's going to come soon, but it's just a lot of bickering this episode from the two of them, and of course it kind of culminates in Nia trying to pick which wire that she cuts. It was confirmed later on by the VA for Nia that she did in fact cut the black wire, which is nice to get the answer on later down the line, but ultimately I just don't think it really mattered, because we kind of understood that it was always going to end up being Jay. I don't think they were ever going to make Nia and Cole official. It's just a really strange one overall. I will say, the wire cutting thing does kind of bring the episode down for me, but outside of that, it's really cool. Again, Zane and Pixel do get some good moments having to do Spinjitzu together, and of course the mysterious stranger, who was credited as Pythor, so it didn't remain a mystery for long. It just feels like a solid episode, but just not as good as some of the other ones. For that reason, it's probably just a solid 7 out of 10. I'll put it just below home. Curse of the Golden Master does a fairly good job of bringing back some interesting concepts that we've seen before in the show, and honestly, it makes for a good episode. Of course, more of Garmadon and Lloyd bonding, which is always nice to see, but the thing is we get to see the ninja take a trip underground to see the Serpentine, and also this is the episode where they randomly get back their gloves, which, that's a whole nother thing I don't really want to mention, but this is the episode where they're back. I will say, I do like the Serpentine. Seeing them mellow out and become a lot more tame, I think is fairly interesting to see. I will say, I want an explanation on that Serpentine staff that Acidicus is using, but it's still quite fun, and the fight scene with the Ninjoids are very solid to see regardless. The B-plot of Dareth taking the kids over to the aquarium, and then we get to see Pythor stealing electric eels, is kind of just there. It's just a whole lot of nothing. Obviously, seeing Dareth be able to get a shark away from the kids was fairly interesting, but that's all I can really say about the B-plot. And of course, the culmination of the Ninjoids and the Overlord actually capturing Lloyd because they threatened to get rid of Garmadon is fairly interesting. And the Pythor reveal was quite cool if we weren't told who he was the day before. But the thing is, it's still a quite interesting ending. Overall, it's a fairly solid episode. Probably just another 7 out of 10, but it's definitely better than Blackout. Enter the Digiverse is an episode I have had very mixed opinions on for a very long time. Of course, this is the episode where the ninja become digitized and they go in to stop the Overlord, and I have to say, it's a fairly interesting concept, but weirdly enough, I do think Prime Empire did the whole digital ninja thing a lot better. It's just a fairly interesting concept to see, and of course, there is a B-plot and technically a C-plot. Obviously, we get to see all the villains attempting to get into Borg Tower to stop the ninja, and we also get to see Lloyd being drained of his golden power. But I will say, the B-plot is overall fine. We get to see some cool stuff with Nia. Nia finally uses the Samurai X suit again, and we get to see a lot of just interesting general concepts overall. And of course, this is also where we get to see Wu become good again. And I agree with the creators when I say this is a very bad way of bringing Wu back, but the thing is that the whole concept in general just wasn't really done well, so I'm kind of just glad that we're over with it. But I will say, the whole thing of the Golden Ninja, obviously channeling Lloyd and the Overlord ultimately getting defeated, quote unquote, because of it was really cool. Getting all the Golden Ninja was a really nice thing to see. Lego, please finish the minifigure set, but it's still an interesting concept, and for all the ninja stuff and the end of the episode alone, it's probably just another very solid 7 out of 10, but just below the Golden Master episode. This does then bring us to Codename Arcturus, and of course this episode does do a couple different things. Main one being, of course, the ninja do get their elemental power back, and we discover that the Overlord is very much ready to carry on, attempting to come back. It is cool to see the ninja get their elemental abilities back, and obviously Kai is the main one that gets to utilize it in this episode. I do like the whole scene with the X1 Ninja Charger and the whole thing of the convoy, and Kai fighting above it is actually really cool considering his elements. Jay, Nia, and Cole get to do that whole date thing, and I really wish we could have gone without it. It's just a bit nah, and I just think we could have very much have not had it and had continued expansion on the other plots of this episode. But I will say, they make a Batman reference, so it gets points in my book. Also, this is the episode where Lloyd randomly gets the stone armor gi, and I don't think he's meant to have it at this point. We never really got confirmation on whether or not it was an animation mistake or not, but he has it, and of course we get the ending of a cliffhanger of the Ninjago into space. And honestly, overall, this is actually quite a solid episode, and I do think there's some good stuff to it. And I think overall, it's an 8 out of 10, probably at the bottom of 8 out of 10 though, so it's just below the Stone Army. But now we are on the Void, and I do think this is considered one of the more controversial episodes of Ninjago, because the whole thing is that the ninja are in space. It does make for some cool concepts because we do get to see the ninja utilizing their elemental abilities in a very different environment, and I do think all of them get some really cool screen time, I think apart from Cole, but I do think all of them get to use it in a very interesting way. There is a B-plot, of course, of Cyrus Borg and all the other ninjoids finding Nia and everyone else in the Borg Tower, but it's not really notable. We get to see them go back to Garmadon's dojo, but that's really about it. But the main thing, of course, is the fact that they are in space and they are after the golden weapons. But I will say though, the fight at the very end, especially when they're all having the race back to the ship, is really interesting. Zane in particular definitely does get his time to shine, and I will give him his points for that. But overall, it is still a very solid episode with a lot of cool concepts. There's definitely more that I could have mentioned, but I didn't really. But it's still a very decent one, and it's probably going to get a 7 out of 10 overall. But that does then bring us to the final episode, which is of course the Titanium Ninja, and from front to back this is an absolutely stellar episode. Of course we get to see the Overlord getting his plan come to fruition, and he is officially the Golden Master because of the golden weapons, and it's a really cool thing to see. We also get to see the ninja self-make a little rocket to be able to come back to the world of Ninjago, and then we get to see a really cool scene where they utilize elemental shields. I do wish they came back, but unfortunately they didn't. But we just get to see this amazing battle. We get to see the ninja utilize the Stone Warrior's armor, and we get to see them face off against the very powers of creation which they once held. And of course we do get to see some cool scenes. Wu and Garmadon are quite cool, all the evacuation. It's cool to see Scales actually help out. This is the first instance where he does, and of course in the opposite way we get to see Pythor actually shrink down, but it does have some really cool moments to it. But of course the ultimate culmination is the fact that Zane makes the sacrifice play to protect those who cannot protect themselves. And the flashbacks, him saving the ninja, him being happy with the fact that he's able to finally accomplish and make everyone around him safe. It's a beautiful scene, and honestly how I describe it really doesn't give it the merit it does. Obviously Pixel watching on, Zane just accepting his fate, the ninja having to walk up, and Cole finding a piece of Zane's face just on the floor. It really does make for a powerful scene. And the funeral at the very end, with it ending with it snowing, is just fantastic. There's no other way to put it. Of course then the ending with Pixel being upset and going to the room to find Zane, presumably. Of course we know that the scene was actually animated incorrectly, but initially it was meant to be Zane was stood in front of Pixel. But the ultimate culmination and the fact that we know that Zane in fact was still alive just made for a fantastic episode. And overall it is definitely a 10 out of 10 and my favorite episode of the series so far. But overall, Season 3 is definitely a controversial one, and I can definitely understand why, because there's a lot of things in here that I just don't really like. But I have to say, personally speaking, I do absolutely love this season, and I think it has a lot of merit to it. And especially considering how the season itself ended, the entirety of the last episode is genuinely perfect in my opinion. And overall, I think it is a fantastic one, and if it's been a while since you've seen Rebooted, I would definitely say give it another try, because if you don't like it, hopefully you can come around to it. But obviously if you don't, that's the freedom of opinion, I completely respect it, but I would like to know why you don't really appreciate the season. But yeah, what came after this though, I think is quite universally quite loved. Season 4, or the Tournaments of Elements, starts off with the episode The Invitation, and it's very cool to see the fallout of the season before. Kai as a bar brawl fighter, Jay as a game show host, Cole as a lumberjack, and of course we get to see Lloyd continue on as a ninja, and he's in fairly good form because of the very first scene we get to see of him. But of course, the whole concept is that Lloyd needs to get the team back together, and once he speaks to them and gets them to meet up at Chen's noodle house, they discover a secret plot about Zane, how he's still alive, and he needs to go to Chen's island to be able to get him back. I honestly think this is a really cool episode. We get to see Garmadon's suspicions on what's happening, because he knows a lot more about Chen than we realize, but we get to see the ninja discover about other elemental abilities, we get to discover that they're not really the only ones, and of course we get some cool callbacks as well with the different suits. I do think this was a really good kickoff to an amazing season. I just think it hit all the nails on the head, and I really do think it set up something that truly ended up being amazing, and for that reason, it's a very solid 9 out of 10 episode, just below TikTok. The second episode, being Only One Can Remain, continues to expand upon what was already set up. We get to see the ninja arrive on the island and really take in the aesthetics that they have, and they learn what the tournament actually is. But we then get to see some cool scenes where all the ninja get to go to their own little dormitories, and they get to really understand that Chen has definitely been looking into them, because he has the room suited to every single ninja that we know and love. We also get the initial showing of what the fights are actually like. We get to see the ninja, face off against certain elemental masters, and we get to see Karloff being the first ninja that came out, because Kai, by all accounts, cheated. But the thing is that the ninja then sneak off to really see what's going on when it comes to Chen, and they stumble upon the ceremony to in fact steal their elemental abilities, and we get to see Karloff lose his, and honestly, really does set up the stakes for what the episode is going to be. I just love the amount of setup and the amount of foreshadowing that we do get to see. We get to see Klaus with the second largest serpent, and of course Garmadon really does see the irony in that, considering he killed the biggest one, and we just get to see that all the cultists truly do love Chen and love the mission that he is on, and shows how maniacal Chen actually is. So honestly, it's probably another 9 out of 10 episode. Not as good as The Invitation, but it's definitely up there. I would say it's probably above Never Trust a Snake. After that did come the episode Versus, and I have to say, there was a lot in this episode that absolutely stunned me. We got to see some amazing fights, we got to see a lot of elemental masters going at it, we got to see gravity, speed, nature, mind, all these different elements all going at each other. But who could forget the fight, Kai versus Ash, which is honestly definitely one of the better fights from the season. We also got Jay versus Cole, which was another big one, and this was the official end to the Love Triangle saga, because this is officially where they forgave each other and started working as a team again. And honestly, the entire scene is just fantastic to see. As for B-plot, we did get a bit of Zane escaping his prison, and we get to see him discover that Pixel was in fact destroyed, but he does take her along with him in his memory, and then the other one is seeing Nia try to find where the ninja actually are, and eventually she does, and she takes the DBX to go and get them. Honestly, it's just a really solid episode, and it has a lot of really good aspects, and it's quite action-packed from front to back, and for that reason, it's probably going to go as a 9 out of 10 for me, at the bottom, but definitely there. After that did come the episode Ninja Roll, and even though it still does have some amazing stuff, I definitely think it was a small step down from the one before. We did get a lot of great stuff though, don't get me wrong. Of course, we got to see the start with Skylar gets to use her elemental power, and we get to see Sound get eliminated, and then we get to see a bunch more fights, but the main one of course is Lloyd versus Camille. And I have to say that entire sequence is just really fun to actually watch, because it's not just a fight, there's a whole different array of aspects all come into one, and every single person on that track did have some sort of influence on how the ending happened. But the thing is, everything coming together just created an amazing set piece and an amazing sequence for us to see. In terms of our B-plots again, we get to see Nia get closer to her goal of finding the ninja. We don't really get to see too much in this episode for it, but we get to see Cole navigate the losing side of this tournament, where he's then going around, he's working in the noodle factory, but he does eventually find Sane. And honestly, the scene where Cole finds him and realizes that he's there is possibly one of the best scenes in the season, because it's really cool to see the joy of actually having Zane back. Overall though, just another really stellar episode. It is a very solid 8 out of 10 and is going to be going above Art of the Silent Fist, because honestly, with all the different aspects considered, it definitely is a very memorable one, regardless of where I place it in comparison to the rest of the season. Spy for a Spy was next up, and similar to some of the earlier Rebooted episodes, it definitely felt like there was a lot going on in this episode for just a 22-minute runtime. Of course, the tournament continues. We don't really get to see much in the way of action scenes this time around, but we definitely get to see a lot of fun different aspects. We get to see the Nia plot come into play with the tournament itself, because she does successfully get in, and she tells the ninja that she discovers that there is a spy. But the thing is that we of course know in retrospect that it was Skylar at the time, but we also get to see Skylar completely get herself in when it comes to the ninja, and it's to the point where they don't even suspect her. This does lead to a really cool scene where we get to see all the elemental masters just losing faith in each other, all not trusting each other, even Kai losing faith in Skylar to an extent, and it's just really cool to see it all unfold, because we get to see Chen essentially winning, and honestly, it does just create a lot of tension, because you feel like all the progress that we've made so far just goes out the window. As for the other plots, I guess, we do of course have more of Cole trying to hatch his way out. He does get to Zane during this episode as well, and we get to see a really cool sequence of them trying to evade the giant serpents. But the thing is that that's not the only kind of scene that we get in that regard, because we do also get to see Nia versus Klaus, which is just another really fun aspect to this episode, and a really interesting fight. Again, all of this culminating in the reveal of who the spy was, and it was in fact Skylar, and I have to say at the time when this first came out, this was definitely a really cool ending to see, and a really good cliffhanger, so it's definitely one I can still appreciate. But overall, this is just another really solid episode, another really good 8 out of 10 in my opinion, but it's at the very top of 8 out of 10 because it does have a lot going for it. After this did come Spellbound, and I have to say this is probably one of the more unique episodes that we did get of the season, having probably the most unique set piece that we did get, which was the island jungle in of itself. This is a fun concept because they utilize hunting Nia and use the elemental masters against her, which of course the ninja know, but because of the position where all the elemental masters are, they don't particularly care, and they just want to get themselves through to the next stage of the competition. And it's just a really fun set piece. We get a lot of really fun action. Jay with his mech, for example, fighting Klaus. We get to see Lloyd and Garmadon explore more of their backstory. And we just get to see some really fun aspects, like a flashback with Garmadon specifically. But watching all the elemental masters slowly get captured and realizing the ninja were correct is just a really interesting episode. And of course, there's more of that. We get flashbacks to the Serpentine War. We get Kai realizing who Skylar actually was. We get a lot of fun little bits and pieces. And honestly, it's just really fun for all those different reasons. Also goes out saying, we introduced the jungle suits in this episode, which are really nice suits to actually see, and I think a lot of people's favourites, so it gets extra points for that. But overall, Spellbound is a very unique episode, and I think I can appreciate it for that reason, and because of it, it's definitely a 9 out of 10. The Forgotten Element is a really weird episode for me, because it's one that I don't overly remember, but it's also one that when you tell me what happens, I realise how good it actually is. Of course, we get to see all the ninja and the elemental masters drained of their power apart from Lloyd, and the whole thing is seeing Lloyd infiltrate and try to win and try to destroy that staff. But the thing is, we do see Kai trying to get convinced over to the dark side by Chen, and we see him use a whole lot of different aspects to try and get it. I will say I really appreciate the scene where Chen's basically going through all of his trophies and there's a ton of callbacks. I mean, Zane's pink gi is in there as well, which is really interesting to see. Also concept art for the Anaconda, which is really fun to see as well. But outside of that, we get to see a really cool fight between Lloyd and Chen. Watching him introduce all the different powers and doing his own thing to get it, it's just really fun to see. And then of course, we get to see the whole breakout sequence with all the elemental masters, and we get to see the final ceremony where we get to see Evil Kai. And honestly, that ending sequence with all the ninja coming back together, getting the elemental powers is just really cool. And I feel like I just glossed over Evil Kai. It's an interesting thing to see, seeing how he's corrupted, but seeing himself be able to override it was also really cool to see. Of course, the episode ending with them back together, doing Spinjitzu, and we get to see them take control of the island as Chen is officially on the losing side. And honestly, it just makes for a great action-packed episode. And again, a 9 out of 10, better than Spellbound. The second to last episode is the Day of the Dragon, and again, a very action-packed episode considering the length. We get to see the residual fallout of the previous episode, we get to see Chen almost on the defensive, and we get to see Klaus realizing that his snake has unfortunately been killed. So honestly, a lot of fun little different aspects that we get to see, and of course we get to see the ninjas celebrating their victory. But of course it doesn't last long because Skylar is unaccounted for, and eventually she is able to be in a position where she's able to signal the ninja for help. And of course all the ninja immediately mobilize to try and get her, and we get some really cool action pieces because of it. Cole in his jet, and then of course fighting with Chen in his jet as well. It's just a really fun sequence, and then seeing Klaus jump over to Cole's jet and kicking Garmadon off of it in proceeding their fight is just really cool. And then of course watching Garmadon versus Klaus was just a really cool combination of everything we got to see of them, and kind of subtle foreshadowing, of course the Cursed Realm being opened, but we can appreciate that for what it is. But of course in the end Skylar and Kai do get captured, and we get to see a really cool scene of Chen in the Crystal Caves, and we get to see him become Anachondrai, and watching all of that unfold is honestly quite distressing because we get to see the reaction from people who aren't willing to have that spell happen to him. But insert that big fight with the Anachondrai and just watching the Elemental Masters just struggle, it was honestly really interesting to see. And it's cool to see how the balance of power can shift so easily depending on the circumstances. But there is another big aspect to this episode. Of course, being the fact that this is where we get to see Zane end up in the same cave that he's had in his dream cycle throughout all of this season. But that is where he realizes that once he can overcome that fear, there is a different power within. And he unlocks his Elemental Dragon, which was really cool to see. Kai of course also unlocks his Elemental Dragon, and then they show that everyone else can also do it, and that scene where they're all calling in their Elemental Dragons is absolutely fantastic because it feels like they've got something finally that they can use to stop the Anachondrai, and of course sets up the final episode. But overall, another 9 out of 10. I mean, season 4 is loved for a reason, and of course you can tell that I do as well. So this is actually the second to last episode, being the greatest fear of all, and we get to see all the Elemental Masters and the ninja return to the land of Ninjago, and of course we get to see that the land hasn't been taken over completely as of yet, and of course they're preparing for the worst. But we get to see the ninja in a very reactionary sense, attempting to try and stop Chen before he can even do it. Of course, making them end up in Cryptarium, where they're trying to get Pythor because he is the essence of a true Anachondrai. But of course, the Anachondrai get in regardless in an attempt to get him. This episode does give us a lot of fun little action scenes because of this, because we get to see the ninja fight a bunch of prisoners, we get to see them attempt to escape, and we get to see a lot of cool little bits and pieces because of it. But of course Chen ultimately does get Pythor, and then it leads to the ninja having to of course mobilize and be a lot more reactionary, thinking that they have found the Anachondrai in the vans. But of course it ends up they're not there, and Chen is successfully able to begin his invasion because of it. But as much as that alone makes this a fantastic episode, the other thing is of course the family drama in the Garmadon family. Of course we get to see Chen drop the bombshell that Garmadon did in fact manipulate and use Wu's love letter to Misako to secure Misako as a partner for himself. And we get to see how they react because of it. To say the least, they're not exactly best pleased. But all the drama and all the action does make up for a fantastic second to last episode, not like the last one where I accidentally said that one was, but this one is definitely, again, another 9 out of 10. Now to the final one, which is of course the Corridor of Elders, and we get to see the fallout of the ninja losing their lack of fear, and they're officially too afraid to use their dragons, so their main ability against the Anachondrai is officially gone. But of course we get to see them attempting a new way to get around it. But of course they do have to figure out how to stop the invasion, so they round up a bunch of their allies, they round up the people of Ninjago, and they go to the Corridor of Elders, their final standing point. And of course they attempt to hold the line, and they're quite successful, but we get to see again the balance of power shift out of the ninja's favor, and eventually they do actually get through the line. But the cool thing is that we get to see Pythor actually be able to find a solution to the issue that they have at hand, which of course bring back the spirits of the previous Anachondrai generals because they wouldn't stand for the atrocity that Chen has done. And the thing is, that meant losing Garmadon. And in my opinion, the whole thing that makes this episode is then the scene of Lloyd essentially reacting to it, with all the flashbacks of the two of them, and Lloyd not accepting the fact that Garmadon was willing to leave him once again. Of course, it's just a very, very emotional scene, and a very interesting one to see. But of course, seeing Lloyd accept that what has to be done is going to happen is honestly really emotional, and of course he is the one in the end to actually send Garmadon to the Cursed Realm. But of course, this does end in Chen being defeated, and we get to see an amazing scene of all of the ninja coming together and having a nice moment to celebrate Garmadon, who is now in the Corridor of Elders. And it's just a fantastic ending. Everything about it, the emotional beats, the action, everything about it is just a fantastic thing to see. And honestly, it's definitely a 10 out of 10 episode, because not only do we get a fantastic ending, we get a setup to one of the best seasons we've ever seen in Ninjago, being Season 5. But overall, Season 4 is just a fantastic season. The fact that there's nothing lower than an 8 out of 10 says it all for me personally. And honestly, it does just have everything you want in a season of Ninjago. Emotional beats, amazing action, an amazing setup, and a fantastic threatening villain. There's honestly not much you could say that's bad about this season, and I'm going to be honest, if you haven't seen it in a long time, or if you've somehow never seen it at all, I would definitely recommend you do so. But the thing is this better than the next season? Who knows? That's up to you. Season 5, or Possession, kicked off with the episode Winds of Change, and it definitely had a really good introduction to the season of Possession. I love the callbacks that we actually do get in the season, of course the main one being the museum itself, and seeing stuff like the Grundle, Lloyd in his kimono, Garmadon, Chen, everything about it really does have some really cool features to it that I think everyone can appreciate. We also do just get some really cool action scenes as well. Of course, we get to see Lloyd versus Morrow in the museum itself, and Morrow taking advantage of all the items around him, and then more specifically actually seeing Morrow versus the ninja themselves. And it's just a really cool scene, and of course leads to this amazing ending where we get to see Morrow on top of his ghost dragon. It's just a really solid episode and a really good setup to what we are gonna get. And I'll probably put it as a really solid 8, but you could probably push it up to a 9. After that actually came Ghost Story, and to be honest, I actually find this a really interesting episode because for the most part we do just get some really cool flashback scenes, but it's not without its own merit. Of course, this is where we get to learn a lot more about Morrow, and seeing his backstory in of itself is really cool, and of course all the implications of him being the Green Ninja, it does open up a lot of different questions, but honestly, seeing the origin of Wu's first student is actually really fun to see. Of course, seeing the end of the battle of the ninja versus Morrow as well, which is really cool, but then ultimately we get to see some other interesting scenes, such as Morrow trying to get the scroll of Spinjitzu, and the ninja trying to make their way over to Styx. Also, not to fail to mention that this is the episode where it is revealed that Nia is in fact the Water Ninja, and of course this goes on to shape who she is as a person from here onwards, but this is the first official confirmation that she is in fact an Elemental Master, and honestly, it was really cool that she finally got to have her time in the spotlight. Again, just some really cool fight scenes as well. The ninja versus Wraith is actually a really cool concept, and seeing them all struggle and then eventually figuring out how to actually stop a ghost is really cool to see. And honestly, even though it's not as good as episode 1, it's still a very solid 8 out of 10 episode that I think anyone can appreciate. Sticks and Stones came out after this, and this was the first official introduction to the character of Ronin, and I have to say, this was definitely one of the most iconic characters that have come from the show's earlier years, and this episode really showed who he was as a person. It was also really cool to see Nia actually begin her training in this episode. We get to discover a lot about her, how she behaves in certain situations, how she reacts with all things. It was really cool to see, and we get to see more of the ninja as well in Styx in an attempt to get the scroll of Spinjitzu. Of course, leading to some cool scenes because Morrow of course summons one of his ghost friends, the Soul Archer, to be able to help to get the scroll, and this does end up culminating in the ninja against Morrow and his ghost army, and we get to see a really cool outcome because of it. Because this is definitely where we get to first see Spinjitzu, and it was really cool to see a new fighting style that the ninja didn't fully know yet. But of course then we get to see a cool ending of Kai using his negotiation skills to get out of the situation and trying to figure out a way to catch back up. And ultimately, really solid episode, again probably not as good as the other two, but still a very solid 8 out of 10 nonetheless. But now we got onto the episode, The Temple on Haunted Hill. And of course, it's the episode where we get to see the ninja go to the Temple of Spinjitzu, or the Dojo of Master Yang. And we get to see the ninja go through it, and actually in an attempt to get the other scroll of Spinjitzu. And this, of course, is the episode where Cole officially becomes a ghost, and the ending scene of him sacrificing himself to get that scroll so they can actually learn Spinjitzu, and him obviously by definition becoming a ghost, is honestly really emotional, and such a somber ending to the episode in of itself. And I do think that gives the episode a lot of points alone. Of course, we do get a B-plot of Nia kind of failing at becoming the Water Ninja, and her reverting back to Samurai X because she feels like that's the way she can help. but of course she realizes that she can't, and she ends up losing the Samurai X mech because of it. But in the end, it is her water power that saves her and Ronan, and was a really cool realization that she is in fact a water ninja. But overall, this is a stellar episode, and I think has a lot of really good merit to it, and is definitely a very solid 9 out of 10, up there with some of the greats such as The Invitation or Return of the Overlord. Peekaboo was the episode that came after, and this of course sees a lot of interesting developments such as Nia getting her water ninja uniform and the ninja adopting Deepstone into their outfits to be able to counter the idea of a possession. This is also the episode where we get to see the ninja actually climb up the mountain of the blind man's eye to be able to get to the actual peak of the summit to be able to go to the Cloud Kingdom for the second item in question, which is the Sword of Sanctuary. And we get to see some really cool action scenes because of it. We get to see the ninja take on the ghost in a new context, of course with their aero blades and their resistance to their ghostly abilities, and it just has some really cool implications because we get to see the ghost power actually get encountered. We also do just get some other cool moments as well, such as Gultar being captured by Ronan, Wu, and Masako. We also get to see some really interesting mech moments. We also get some of Cole realizing his ghostly abilities. It's just some really cool moments, and we get to see the gimmicks of the season actually finally coming into play. And of course, a really cool ending of the ninja actually getting through to the Cloud Kingdom. But it's just another really solid episode, honestly, and just a very decent one to actually watch because it's quite entertaining to see throughout. And it's probably just another really good 8 out of 10, but that doesn't mean it's bad nonetheless. I will say after this did come Kingdom Come, and it introduced possibly one of the most annoying characters we've seen in a very long time, which is of course Fenwick the Master Writer. He's just a really annoying character, but I think that is the point of him. Of course, working with Morrow to secure his own destiny, it was honestly quite interesting to see. We also do genuinely just get some cool moments. We get to see, of course, the ninja have to take on Nimbus. We get to see Fenwick actually explain what's in the tomb of the first Spinjitzu master, of course being the Realm Crystal, and Morrow's end goal overall. And we get to see Gultar actually being interrogated by Ronan, Wu, and Masako. And it's just a really entertaining episode, really tying up on what we had the episode previous. But I do think it's another solid one. And I obviously will explain at the end of the Season 5 segment, this is just a really solid season, to be honest. Another really good 8 out of 10 for me. The 7th episode was the Crooked Path, and I have to say this is definitely where the ninja kind of enter a bit of a rut, because they have the Sword of Sanctuary, they have their Jitsu, but they don't actually know what the final step is. They understand it's the actual location itself, but they don't actually know how to really get there. But we get to see the ninja actually feeling ahead of the ghosts themselves, and we have to see them actually attempt to figure out what's going on. But the ghosts aren't going to give up there, because the Soul Archer takes advantage of the fact that Ronan owes him a debt. So Ronan, working for the ghosts at this point, does take the Sword of Sanctuary, and we get a really cool fight to go on between the lot of them. We do just get to see that Ronan himself is actually just a really competent fighter, because he does take on the ninja, albeit they weren't really prepared, but the fact is that he still was able to take them on. And of course it does lead to a really cool scene of Morrow manipulating Ronan into having the ninja fall into their trap, and we do actually get to see Lloyd unpossessed for the first time in a while, so it has got some really cool moments to get to see. Of course, this does lead back to the ninja going to the Caves of Despair, and seeing them think that they are taking on the trials is quite fun to actually see, but of course we understand that they aren't actually in the correct place, but they do end up stumbling upon the body of Morrow, which I do think by all accounts was by design, but I do think it's just a really cool overall feeling, especially considering it's a place we've been before. But we get this amazing ending of the ninja being rescued by Ronan and them gearing up to be able to go to the temple or the resting place of the first Spinjitzu master. And overall, I definitely think this is a fairly good episode. I do think it's just another 8 out of 10, but it's definitely up there with the other ones from the season. Grave Danger is episode 8, and we get to see the ninja actually explore the tomb of the first Spinjitzu master. We have to see them navigate all the different trials, all the different turbulence that they do get to encounter. And honestly, all the different things we see in the tomb is really cool to see. The Spinjitzu room, the room where we actually get to see the first Spinjitzu master's staff, and then of course finally be in that crystallized maze. Honestly, all those different little aspects really did end up with some really cool set pieces. And of course we get to see the ninja's future reflections, and then inserts the fight with Morrow as well. It's just some really cool stuff to see. Of course, the future reflections have a lot of contention because, of course, the whole thing is that Cole never got to see his future reflection. But to swiftly move on from that whole debate, we do end up getting to see the first Spinjitzu Master's place of rest, and of course the Realm Crystal to come along with it. But in the end, we actually get to see Moro finally vacate the body of Lloyd, and we have to see the Ninja versus Moro in that situation, especially now that they've got their elemental powers back. But unfortunately, it's kind of a half win because they get Lloyd back, but of course they don't end up getting the Realm Crystal. And honestly, it's probably a decent trade-off because now they feel like they're finally back at full strength. But honestly, overall, it was just some really cool scenes to get to see. The B plot, of course, being Wu, Misako, and Nia actually waiting on the bounty and seeing the other ghosts and just watching this weird game of cat and mouse on who's actually going to strike first. But we get to see Nia utilize her elemental abilities, we actually see Misako get possessed, which is cool to see, but honestly, it just culminates in them seeing all the ninja come out the tomb with Lloyd in hand. And honestly, it is a really good episode, and it's definitely a 9 out of 10 because of it. Of course, so we're now finally on the two-parter for this season, where we get to see Moro actually take over the City of Styx and the ninja arm back up to go on a fight against them. It was really cool to see the ninja get their new vehicles. We got to see Cyrus Borg again, which was quite cool to see. But honestly, it's really where we get to Styx, where we get to see the good stuff. Of course, we get to see their plan, where they attack from multiple fronts, obviously using their Wu's T actual outfit, which is cool. Also getting to see Nia use the Green Ninja outfit, which is quite interesting, obviously in an attempt to get closer, and her versus the ghost is a really cool fight scene to actually get. But of course, in the meantime, we see Lloyd in his casual outfit actually attempt to get close to Moro, and it's just a really cool thing to unfold, seeing all the ninja use their different vehicles, their different techniques, and of course seeing the start of Moro versus Lloyd. It's a really good setup episode, and honestly, it has a lot of merit to it. And honestly, it is mainly just to set up the final episode, we all understand that, but it definitely does have some cool moments nonetheless. Probably just another really good 8 out of 10 episode, but there's no reason to complain over that. But of course that does lead on to Curse World Part 2, where of course we get to see the final of the Battle of Styx itself. Of course we get to see Moro and Lloyd fight across all the different realms, insert Chima reference here, but honestly we get to see the ninja themselves also coping with what is essentially an impossible task. Seeing the Preeminent actually out in the land of Ninjago was also really cool, and seeing the essentially armoured form with all the different buildings was a really cool scene to get as well. And honestly, seeing that the water wasn't even affecting the Preeminent anymore because of the amount of buildings that were on her was so cool to see, and honestly quite frightening. Although throughout all of this we do actually get to see Lloyd in the Preeminent itself, and of course he gets to encounter Garmadon, where they finally get to have their last moments, and of course in the end Garmadon gives Lloyd his elemental robes so he can become Master Lloyd, and honestly seeing him in his father's robes was really cool to see, and definitely added to the fight when he came out to refight Moro. But of course, it did end with two massive things in particular. Of course, Nia for one unlocking her true potential, which the scene itself is really cool, getting to see her use all of the flashbacks to all the different moments in her life, and then ended up consuming the Preeminent in the water itself, which is just really cool. And then also the final scene between Moro and Wu, and a very emotional scene where he is dying and they finally have a moment where Moro realizes that Wu truly did care for him, and Moro realized he was essentially wrong in what he was doing, and the final moments between the two of them as Moro dies is quite emotional. But yeah, just another really good episode, and overall it was definitely a 10 out of 10 when it comes down to it, because all the emotional beats, all the action scenes, all the different aspects that we get to see really does come together to make an amazing episode that I think any Ninjago fan can appreciate. But overall, Season 5 is honestly an amazing season that a lot of people, including me, definitely have as one of their favourites, because all the character arcs, all the different locations, all the different action pieces, all the different sets, the realms, a lot of it, every single aspect comes together to make an amazing season that hasn't got a single bad episode or any notable flaw in my opinion. But of course, after this became a very controversial season, so let's start talking about Skybound. It opens up with the episode Infamous, and I do think it's a very ironic way of describing the season, especially considering how some people feel about it. But outside of that, of course it opens up with the ninjas' new show, where they face off against Samukai, which is a fairly interesting one to say, I'll give you that. But this is of course where we learn that the ninja are in fact famous, and I'm gonna be honest, I really don't know how I feel about this plotline. Of course, the whole thing is that they're famous, they're well known, they become celebrities essentially, but the ninja were quite known beforehand anyway, so I would like to know what the difference actually was in this instance. But of course we get to see the ninja coping with celebrity life while also trying to be ninja, but of course it leads to the fact that Klaus, now in ghost form, does release the evil djinn known as Narukon. And I will say the scene between the two of them is really interesting and tells you a lot about Narukon as soon as he is on the screen. But he does not waste any time whatsoever. He goes out and explores Ninjago City, he learns a lot about what happened to his crew, the realm crystal, who the ninja are, and he already figures out a way to try and plot to get what he actually wants. Of course impersonating the ninja, which was honestly really interesting to see, and it's interesting to see how easily everyone took it as fact, but why wouldn't you? There's no reason to suggest that there was a shapeshifter. But honestly, I'm surprised Narukon didn't use his ability more during the season, but that's a whole nother thing. But we do just get to see some really cool scenes of the ninja then trying to evade in the City of Styx. And of course we get to see the plotline start of Jay and Nia in this season, which I'll get into later. But honestly it ends up with the ninja realizing they're going to have to all split up, and we get to see, well, just the ninja honestly on the losing side for once. But it was a fairly interesting scene to see, and just honestly really interesting to get around. But of course the episode does end with Wu encountering Narukon and of course eventually getting captured, which it really does set up the stakes for the episode. It does show the competence of Narukon as an actual character, and I would say this episode does do that in an overall. And overall it is just a really solid one, going at the bottom of 9 out of 10, which may be interesting because it's already an episode above season 5, but I'll wait for the comments on that one. But yeah, it's a really solid opening and one I can definitely appreciate, and I do think this episode in general just has a special place to me. But yeah, 9 out of 10. After that did come Public Enemy number 1, where we get to see all the ninja essentially on the run trying to evade the law, and all of them split up using different methods to evade, but of course the police are very much on the case when it comes to them, and Kai himself actually uses a way to get all the ninja to come together, being at the old monastery. I will say everything we get to see with the ninja in this episode is really cool. Seeing them all split off in an attempt to do different things and realizing that there is a djinn on their hands is honestly really interesting. But of course in the meantime we actually get to realize that Ronin is in fact hunting all the ninja, and seeing all of them attempt to evade or try to get away from Ronin and actually lose him was actually quite interesting to see. I will say though, my only issue with this is the fact that Ronin kind of gets away with getting Cole in this instance. He relies on thermal vision to get Cole, but because he's a ghost, he isn't actually radiating heat. So I don't really understand that whole thing. Maybe it's just different in the land of Ninjago, I'm not sure. But other than Ninja, obviously have their moments, they learn about the djinn, they have all these interesting moments, but it does eventually culminate in them all getting captured and sent off to Cryptarium. But the B-plot during all of this is of course Narukon attempting to get the realm crystal, and he does actually get to the area where it is held, and this is where we get to see the white ninjoids, which is a fairly cool character I wish we got to see more of, but we get to see him actually secure the realm crystal and realize the next phase of his plan is on the way. But I really like this episode. I think this episode has a lot of merit to it. I just think there's the weird, odd inconsistencies with it, which does make it a bit of a shame, but I do still think it's a really good one regardless. Probably towards the lower end of the 8 out of 10 zone, probably around Can of Worms, but I do think it's a really solid one nonetheless. After that did come the prison episode Encrypted, where of course the ninja are having the residual of actually ending up getting captured, and we get to see all the antics that they get up to in the prison itself. It's fairly interesting. They actually end up learning a lot more about Narukon in general because of being in there, because Captain Soto is the one in there, because he is the one that actually did capture him to actually begin with. So being in prison actually does help. But the thing is, of course, they encounter the mechanic, which I don't think anyone at the time would have realized how important he becomes later on down the line. But of course they encounter him, he wants Zane for parts, and a whole brawl ends up coming out. But the thing is that the ninja use it to their advantage, and with Soto as well, they do end up making their grand escape, and they do get out and eventually figure out more in terms of attempting to get to Narukon. It's just a really solid thing to see, and I think all the little bits and pieces from this episode is really cool. Of course, the B plot is Narukon getting his crew back, and it's really cool to see them all back together, and the whole thing is they were just going to go and leave and just go back to Ninjago. But of course, they realize that it is in fact fallen apart because the ninja did in fact destroy the cursed realm. So, Narukon takes the Jin Blade, takes the souls that he's gotten so far, and he officially resounds his revenge on the ninja itself. He's back in Ninjago, he's going to recreate Ninjago, and the ninja are going to pay for it. And the season itself is officially set up. But it's just another stellar episode. I do think the whole prison thing was done better later on down the line, but I do think it's still a really cool one to see regardless. And of course, all the stuff with Narukon, him getting angry at the ninja having a reason to be there, is still really cool. And all the sequences that we do get are quite good to see. So, it's going to be up there. It's still an 8 out of 10, but it's definitely quite high up, probably where all the season 5 episodes landed. After this though did come Misfortunes Rising, and I have to say I really do like this episode. Seeing all the ninjas split up doing different things undercover in an attempt to get close to Narukon I think is really cool to actually see. I like the progression with Jay and Nia. Nia kind of just rejecting him, but Jay kind of not really losing faith. But he does actually end up encountering Narukon because of it, and this is where we realize he's actually adopted, which I think is really cool for his character. It definitely is an extra layer to him that really gives him more depth. Unfortunately, he doesn't really get expanded on more outside of the season, but I do think it's quite cool to see regardless. But of course, we get to see Jay realize what he has now got, but during all of this, we actually do see the Sky Pirates actually attack Ninjago City, but we get to see all the ninja actually fight against the Sky Pirates at full force, and it's just really cool to actually get to see. The whole set piece and the action itself is just really cool, and honestly, all the different Sky Pirates have their unique abilities, all the unique moments, and I really do think it's a unique band of people that I think is quite interesting. But of course, Narukon actually gets to have a one-on-one with Kai, and Kai uses up all of his wishes and gets absorbed into the sword. And the thing is, it was really cool to see how he actually did it, just manipulating Kai's words quite naturally, no outright loopholes, but definitely getting through it regardless. And of course, it's the first ninja to fall to the blade. But overall, I really like this episode, and it's actually going to be a 9 out of 10 because of it. After that did actually come the episode on A Wish and a Prayer, and we get to see kind of the aftermath of the episode before, but we get to see the ninja actually going on an attempt to go to Tiger Widow Island to secure the venom that would actually hurt Narukon. The thing is that this episode houses possibly one of my favourite scenes from the earlier stages of Ninjago, and it is the scene where we actually get to see Narukon and Zane face off against each other in a game of chess. And honestly, all the different aspects is really interesting to actually see, because Zane actually is outsmarting Narukon in a lot of different ways, but Narukon luckily does actually find a loophole. Well, luckily for him, may I be specific. But the thing is that he figures out a way to get around it, he figures out a way to outmaneuver Zane, and he figures out a way to actually still capture him into the blade. And honestly, it's such an interesting scene to see the two wits of each other actually going at it. And you can tell that it does actually affect Narukon, because he actually ends up using Zane's words throughout the rest of the season. But outside of that, of course, we do just then get to see the ninja actually on Tiger Widow Island, and we get to see them secure the venom, but we get to see a really cool scene of the ninja fighting the Sky Pirates once again. But it does end up culminating in Jay getting captured and Narukon believing that he did actually get rid of his only weakness. It's just another really solid episode and another really fun one, and I'm going to be honest, for the scene between Narukon and Zane alone, it's definitely going to be getting a 9 out of 10, because honestly, that scene in of itself, it's just really fascinating to actually watch. But of course, it's not the only good part of the episode. There's obviously more stuff to be mentioned, but of course I'm trying to keep this all quite brief. But obviously we get to see Ninjago coming together, we get to see a lot of conversations about his plan. There's a lot of interesting things to come of it, but honestly it's just a really solid episode and just a really interesting one to get to see. My Dinner with Narukon is actually another one of the episodes where we get to kind of see the consequences of what has happened previous. Of course, we get to see Jay being captured, we have to see how he's being treated when it comes to the Sky Pirates, and we do get to see a lot of interesting scenes to do with it. And of course, this is where we get to see the eye patch, which is definitely a cool look for him. But honestly, this episode is just a really cool demonstration of the unbreakable spirit of Jay, because after all of the torture, all of the suffering, all of the pain, he continues to fight on and not succumb to Nodokon's wish. But the thing is that that's not the only cool aspect of the episode. Of course, we get to see a lot of instances of Cole, Nia, and Lloyd actually attempting to get off of Tiger Widow Island, and we get to see some cool moments, a lot of talking, a lot of moments where they get to really reconcile, talk things through, a lot of cool scenes, and of course Nia actually learning their jitsu, which is cool to see. But of course it ends with them getting on this self-made boat, but feeling like they're not actually able to get off of the island. But luckily they were eventually saved by the commissioner, and they feel almost freed of their supposed crimes. But overall, it's just another really solid episode. I feel like I'm saying that a lot at the minute, but it's just another really good 8 out of 10 with a lot of cool moments, a lot of cool callbacks, just a lot of amazing moments in general. So it's probably in the middle of the road when it comes to the 8 out of 10s, but it's still really solid regardless. The next episode though was actually Witchmasters, and honestly, this is possibly one of my favourite episodes of the season itself. Of course, we get to see a lot of cool scenes such as Dareth finding a way to get the ninja up to Ninjago to be able to rescue Jay. And of course, the plan for the most part does go quite well, a little bit of improvising is needed, but the thing is that eventually do end up getting captured. We do then just get to see some cool scenes. We get to see the Sky Pirates kind of calm down, a lot of just Nodokon walking about at times. We also get to see him actually reference Yang because they're cleaning up the Temple of Air Jitsu, and that was quite cool to see, especially considering that Yang was next up when it came to Ninjago. But of course, we then end up getting some more interesting scenes such as Nodokon showing Nia what he can offer her if he was to take up the offer of being the bride, but of course it ends with the ninja all end up going overboard. But of course it leads to a really cool fight scene, and seeing all the ninjas utilize their wishes for different things was actually quite interesting to actually watch. But of course we do end up just getting the ninja ultimately kind of fail because 2 of the 4 of them are unfortunately lost to the blade. But the thing is, it does lead to a scene I really enjoy, which is the first creation of a fusion dragon, which of course Nia and Jay. But the symbolism of water and electricity can mix definitely is a good one to see. But of course all these different aspects does just lead to a really fun episode. Of course the whole wish fight is really interesting because we get to see a lot of different things such as the boosted elemental abilities, fighting on clouds, all those different things. Also the only instance of Nodokon actually using a ninja's power in the sword, of course he uses ice. So it's interesting to think he could have been using the ninja's powers, but he kind of just wasn't. But yeah, overall I really like this episode. I have a lot of fun with it. It's probably at the top of 8 out of 10, but I could justify a 9. But yeah, really fun one. The Last Resort was next up, and of course we get to see the ninja kind of, well, in distress. Obviously they need to figure out a way to hide, but the Sky Pirates are definitely after them. And seeing the Sky Pirates in such an intimidating role was really cool to see. But we do get some really cool moments during this episode. Of course, we get to see Echo Zane be introduced, which was a really cool character to get, even though we didn't get a lot of it. We got to see Flintlock actually start a mutiny, which was a really cool thing to get, especially considering he wasn't actually able to go through with it. But then of course you can't really not acknowledge the Lighthouse Siege, where of course we get to see Jay, Nia, Echo Zane and the other robot actually take on the Sky Pirates themselves, and leads some really cool scenes with the ninja utilizing some interesting aspects such as light, the different weapons, of course the different fighting styles as well. But ultimately and unfortunately the Sky Pirates were simply too fierce of a competitor, and the thing is that after all of that, the ninja, or more specifically Jay, actually does end up getting banished, and Nia ends up getting captured by the Sky Pirates themselves, which was a really cool ending to the episode itself and a great setup to what is essentially another 2-parter finale. But overall, it's another great episode, a lot of fantastic moments, probably another 9 out of 10, but probably towards the bottom. The second to last episode of the season is Operation Land Ho, where it takes place immediately after Jay was banished away from the lighthouse. Of course, he lands in his parents' scrapyard, and they essentially build him back up and tell him essentially to wind his neck in and get back into the fight and save Nia. But of course he can't go at it alone, so he does recruit some friends. Of course he makes essentially the B team of the ninja, and it's a fairly interesting concept because it's a team of characters you wouldn't really expect. Captain Soto, Dareth, Ronan, the Commissioner, Echo Zane, and Skylar. It's a cool little team, but of course it definitely works in this context specifically. But seeing them actually sneak up to Ninjago is a really cool thing to actually get to watch. And of course it leads to some cool moments, some cool instances of being a ninja, but ultimately it does end in them having to fight their way through. But luckily Jay does end up securing the sword, but that is of course thanks to Nia. And seeing them interact with each other is just quite sad because Nia doesn't want to get married, but she feels like there's no other way out at this point because she's too far deep. But of course, Jay does need to find his way to get it. But of course, she does help in, of course, securing the sword, and Jay does go in and actually get it, which is a really cool instance to see. A lot of cool Easter eggs, a lot of cool little moments. But of course, it does end with the ninja getting out and vowing to go and get her back. And honestly, it's a fantastic setup to the final episode of the season. And one with all the little set pieces, all the little moments. It's just a really fun one. Probably another 9 out of 10. But the final culmination of this season is, of course, the episode The Way Back. And it's really cool seeing the ninja storm through Ninjago using their elemental powers, and of course storming in on the wedding. And seeing Nia trying to stall, but unfortunately it just simply was not enough, was just kinda sad to see. And of course Nodicon then banishing everyone on his crew. It's just really crazy to see, and just really shows who he is as a character. But of course then, we get to actually see Nodicon at full power with infinite wishes, which is crazy to see, him spawning duplicates of himself, all the statues, the cool little moments, bringing back to Lara, just a lot of amazing little instances, and just a lot of fun to actually see. And honestly, I can't get enough of the action of this episode. But of course the ninja do attempt to get him out in the open so Flintlock can take the shot and actually weaken him, and of course they actually end up succeeding in doing so. But at the same time, the poison does in fact catch Nia, and she does actually end up dying. And honestly, this is a really emotional moment, and I absolutely love it for that, because even though you're sad, it really does hit the right tones, and honestly it's just really devastating to see. But then Jay ends up using his last wish, and it's probably the best wish of all, which is of course, I wish you had taken my hand, and no one found the teapot in the first place. And this is where the controversy begins, because of course, it reverses the whole season, only the two of them remember, and they're officially a couple, and Nodicon was never found. And of course, a lot of people hated this. I personally didn't. I think it's still cool anyway, and I do think overall, it was just a really cool ending to the season. But I feel like this is where I'm going to get a lot of hate because I'm not slamming them for doing this. But it's just a really good episode, and I think it's a lot of fun. And I'm going to be honest, it's a 10 out of 10. But overall, Season 6 is definitely one of the more controversial seasons of the whole lot. And honestly, I feel like you could go either way on your opinion. The only thing I ask is that you keep things civil. I personally think there's nothing really wrong with it. I think it was cool because we get to see them be more playful with what they get to do and what they don't get to do. I think it was just a really cool what if overall. But I think the season has a lot of fun to it if you don't really think too hard into it. I do understand the criticisms, and if you do have some genuine criticisms, I would love to hear it. But other than that, let's try and keep things nice and friendly. But yeah, Season 6 is a very fun one, and of course, we got something very interesting afterwards. Because of course, the Ninjago movie in of itself was actually delayed for a year at this point. So the latter half of 2016 didn't actually have anything Ninjago related. So the creators decided to make a very small special by the name of Day of the Departed. And of course, a lot of people find this to be a very controversial point. I think a lot of people do like Day of the Departed, a lot of people don't. I will say, I personally do, and I think there's a fair few reasons to enjoy it. Of course, we had the whole thing of Cole's disappearing, and Cole does decide to take his revenge on Yang, and everything we get to see of between Cole and Yang in the Temple of Jitsu is really interesting to see. And the culmination of Cole and Yang actually making peace with each other, and Cole actually trying to help Yang become human once more, was honestly really cool to see. But of course, in the meantime, all the ninja do get to face some respective villains. Of course, we get to see Lloyd and Pythor, Kai, Nia and Chen, Jay and Samukai, Zane and Cryptor. A lot of interesting matchups and a lot of interesting scenes to actually get to see. It's a lot of fun action scenes as well. We get a lot of really cool moments, a lot of emotional moments as well. I feel like I don't talk a lot about the music of Ninjago, but I will say the Day of the Departed music is exceptionally brilliant as well. But it's just a lot of fun, a lot of really cool moments, and a really nice ending. And honestly, I love to revisit Day of the Departed every single year because it's just one thing I really enjoy. But I do think on an overall, it's a very fun special for what it is. And if you haven't seen it in a long time, I would recommend giving it another go because it is a lot of fun. It does hold a special place in my heart, I will say, but I do think if you can truly sit down and just enjoy it for what it is, I do think you can have a good time with it. Overall, though, it probably is an 8 out of 10, I think that's the best place to put it. I could probably justify a 9, but I do think it's one of those ones where I can acknowledge that there are issues with it, such as it would have been nice to have as a full season. A lot of things could have been expanded on. I do think some things are quite brief as well, but I do, like I said, I think for what it is quite fun. But I will give it an 8 out of 10 just to be a bit more fair. We now are officially on to Season 7. I'm not talking about the movie during this because it is technically separate, but I do intend on making a full-blown review of the Ninjago movie very soon. But yes, the first episode of Season 7 was The Hands of Time, and it does have some really interesting aspects to it. For one, the whole scene of Wu and Acronix fighting in the old monastery is just really cool to actually see. I think it has a really cool amount of moments to it, showing the demonstration of the balance of power, and of course, as soon as Acronix does get a time blade, we do get to see that shift. And I do think it's a really fun scene, which of course expands a little later on. We get to see the ninja actually, recovering after Day of the Departed, cleaning things up, and actually learning more about who the Hands of Time actually were. We get to see them acknowledge who it is as we actually see the fight between Wu and Acronix unfold. And I do think it's a fairly interesting concept, but overall, I do think it's still just meh because the ninja don't get too much. We also get Samurai X being re-mentioned, but of course this is setting up a return of a different Samurai X. But of course we get two distinct mentions of it. We of course get to see Misako and Dareth talk about it, and we get to see Nia randomly remark that she does want to be Samurai X again, which personally speaking I do think is a bit out of nowhere, but I do think it's still fine for what it is. But we do actually get to see a cool demonstration on what the forward time blade actually is. And of course the ninja do end up reacting to it, and it does end up with the 6 of them all fighting Acronix. And Acronix, some technicality, wins. Of course, the time blade itself just gets overloaded and he escapes because of it. But instead the ninja actually go out their way to save Wu instead, which I do think is personally better. And then in the end we get to see Acronix and Crux actually meet up, and we realize that Dr. Saunders was actually Crux the whole time. But of course, it's setting up the rest of the season, and overall, it is a decent episode. Probably not one of the stronger opening episodes, but I do think it's probably a solid 7 out of 10, probably at the top of it. The second episode is actually the Hatchings, and the thing is, this episode for the most part is kind of just flashbacks. We get to see a really cool fight with Wu and Garmadon versus the Hands of Time, and I do think it's a very interesting fight because we get to see again the balance of power, and we just get to see how Wu and Garmadon were really good fighters when they were younger. But I will say the fight ends almost kind of strange because the Hands of Time just end up shooting time at Wu and Garmadon, which just feels like an excuse to actually get the time blades. So I think it was a bit of a weak ending to an amazing fight, but it was a really good one regardless. But of course we do just get to see the ninja just learning more, and they eventually do get called to a Borg store because of a Vermilion warrior actually attacking. And again, I do take small issue with it because of course we get to see the ninja have a very hard time actually facing up against one Vermilion, which of course they didn't understand what they were fighting. But the thing is that they seem to have a really hard time with this one snake, when they seem to have less of a harder time when it came to like the army, like the Stone Warriors. So I feel like it was a strange one. I feel like the ninja were just a bit weird in this episode, almost kind of weakened. But for the most part, the episode was still quite solid, but it's probably a 7 out of 10, maybe even a 6. Next up was a time for traitors, which of course we get to see a little bit of aftermath. I did mention, of course, in the last episode, we actually see Zane being injured, but it didn't really feel too relevant until this episode because it is one of the reasons why Nia's a little bit behind, but that makes more sense in a moment. We get to see Kai trying to learn more about who the Time Twins are, trying to figure out more when it comes to his parents, and it does end up with him figuring out the Crux is in fact, well, evil, or Dr. Saunders more specifically is Crux. And the thing is, it does lead to a really good fight between the lot of them, because initially it is just Crux and Kai, and we get to see Crux almost manipulating Kai, and eventually Crux is able to join in the fight, and that's where Kai starts to lose. But luckily, Nia does end up catching up, and it does lead to a really cool fight between all of the siblings, and honestly, definitely one of the better fights from the season. As for the rest of the ninja, we do get to see Cole and Jay actually taking care of Vermilion warriors out in the street, which is quite cool because of course they're trying to stop them from taking all of the metal. Meanwhile, Lloyd is kind of just sat with Wu, so Lloyd isn't really doing too much this episode, but all the ninja have their own unique tasks. But I will say the main holder for this episode is the fight between all of the different siblings, and for that reason, it's probably a 7 out of 10, but fairly low in the grand scheme of things, but it's still a quite solid one for that reason alone. After that did come the episode Scavengers, and I will say this episode does have its moments, but overall it's a fairly filler episode. Of course, we get to see more of the Vermilion trying to get all the metal. We see them continuing their mission to be able to get more scraps for their actual plan. And of course, we get to see the ninja fight them. It does lead to a cool scene with that big abomination kind of Vermilion warrior. It was a fairly interesting one, but overall it was still just kind of an average fight. We get to see Zane actually come back online, and he's actually quite entertaining in this weird frazzled state. The thing is that he's kind of just doing a whole lot of nothing, spouting weird facts and nonsense, but the thing is it has that entertainment value, but that's about it. But the main weird thing with the ninja this episode is that it feels like they weirdly just don't really respect Lloyd, or his leadership more specifically. They're just talking over him, having drinks over him, just not really doing much, and it kind of feels out of character. But the episode does end off with all the ninja at this power station and another fight with all the Vermilion warriors. It doesn't really feel like anything of note. We do get some odd things. I mean, this is where we first get to see that giant scythe of Cole's, but after this whole fight is the setup really of the next episode, where the ninja need to go to Mega Monster Amusement Park, and Jay realizes that if the Vermilion are after scrap, he knows exactly where they're going to be going to next. But honestly, this does feel like a really big filler episode, and for that reason it's probably another 6 out of 10 because it does have its instances, but with all those little items and all those little things in mind, it just doesn't really do too much for me. However, A Line in the Sand I actually think is a decent episode and fairly entertaining at that. Of course, all the ninja do end up in Mega Monster Amusement Park like they had set up in the previous episode, and they have a really cool fight scene, and it's honestly a fairly entertaining one. We get a lot of elemental abilities, a lot of moments with each of the ninja. All of them have their own unique moments, and of course we get to see more of Kai being set up to realizing that his parents are involved in some way. It's an interesting set piece. We don't really get too much of Mega Monster Amusement Park, and I think this is actually the last official instance of it. So it was nice to get it while it counted, but whilst that was happening, of course we get to see Jay arrive at his parents' scrapyard, where there are Vermilion warriors, and we do get to see a cool scene of Jay fighting them off, and his parents having their moments as well. This is also the beginning of this episode's destruction era, because during this whole scene with Jay, his part of the Stealth Raider gets completely destroyed, which is a shame to see, but of course he gets his other bike in the meantime, which was alright. But during all of this, the second Time Blade actually does end up arriving, which is slow motion. And this does set up the latter half of the episode where there is this big chase to actually get to that new Time Blade, and that's where everyone culminates into one area, and that's where all the rest of the vehicles basically get destroyed. The Stealth Raider's gone, it's all just getting destroyed at this point, but the chase itself actually continues, and of course it leads to a cool instance of slowed down Spinjitzu. It leads to Blunk and Ragman using the Time Blade as well, which is alright. But of course, Jade does come in and save the day and use his elemental ability to actually secure the time blade, which I do think is a fairly interesting way of actually doing it. So I can appreciate that for what it is. Of course, like I said, the ninja secure the time blade and are able to secure it for the rest of the episode. So it was a cool one, had a decent setup, we actually get to see the swamp as well, and honestly on an overall, it's a fairly decent one and fairly fun to get. But it's still probably just a 7 out of 10, but it's definitely up there. Although after this does come the episode, The Attack, and I've been waiting to comment on the actual animation of this season because I wanted to wait for this one, because this is possibly the most notable in how weird the episode and the feel of it actually looks. Now conceptually it's alright, the ninja's temple obviously up in the air in Spinjitzu is being attacked by the Vermilion for the actual time blade, and it's a fairly interesting battle. Of course we see the new Samurai X, we get to see all the ninja have their moments, we get to see Wu even do something, but it all ends up ultimately culminating in the hands of time actually securing the next time blade. But like I said, it does lead to some cool moments. Lloyd using his dragon, like I said, seeing the mech as well. Even Masako gets her moments as well, and it's fairly good. And it again is resetting up the whole thing of Kai's parents because he realizes where the symbol actually came from. The bounty gets destroyed again as well, and overall, the fight itself is okay, but the weird issue with it is that this episode just looks extremely strange and looks almost quite cheaply made. There's a lot of weird instances of animation, it's quite stiff, there's a lot of animation errors. This is where the stud head Nia came into play. It was just really weird for that reason. I don't really know what happened here, and it's kind of distracting to the point where it does affect how I feel about the episode. But the actual content, the story, the action itself is fine for what it is. So, and overall, it's probably another 7 out of 10. I feel like a lot of people may disagree with it, but ultimately, it's still fine for what it is, and I do think there's some entertainment in it, despite all the jank. After that though did come Secrets Discovered, and this again is a catch up on where we actually ended up leaving off. All the ninja are set on new tasks, all of them have a different thing to do, and I do think it's interesting to see them all a little more split up like this. Of course, 4 of the ninja actually go off to see more about what they can discover about Crux. Of course, going back to the museum to see if they can figure out where they actually ended up taking Master Wu. And of course, Nia has her own separate mission where she is attempting to try and find who stole the Samurai X suit. And meanwhile, Kai goes back to the 4 weapons to see if his theories are correct. I like all these different plot points for different reasons. I like seeing all the ninja actually reacting to the fact that Crux is actually being evil all this time, because we never actually get to see them process it, but they do actually end up discovering more, and they even encounter Serpentine during this time. They do actually end up discovering the swamps because of it as well, and I do think it's fairly cool to see because of it. And honestly, their plot was progressing quite well, and the other 2 siblings also were doing the same thing. Of course, Nia gets to have the whole thrower with the Samurai X. Of course, they intimidate a whole load of different people, which was quite cool to see. Weird side note, if you notice, they're actually using the Season 4 Samurai X in this instance, even though I don't believe this version of Samurai X actually used the goggle piece like we see in the scene. Even though a few episodes before, we see the armor actually using gold shoulder pads, which I kind of wish we actually ended up seeing, but unfortunately we didn't. But little fun fact for you. But of course, Nia feels like it's Skylar, but we actually figure out it's not Skylar because Kai's plot point, of course, takes him to 4 weapons, he sees the same symbol, and he feels like the only person he can talk to is the person who also had potentially evil parents, which of course was Skylar. It's just nice to see, and this episode definitely does do a lot for all the different plot points, and I do think it's helping set up the final of the season overall. But I do think it's a really fun episode. I think it's a fairly solid one, probably towards the latter half of the 8 out of 10s, because it's a decent one. But like I said, it mainly does serve to set up more different things. After this actually came Pause and Effect, and I actually think this is one of the better episodes from the actual season. We get a lot in this episode. We actually get to see Kai and Nia actually find their parents, and we get to see the fallout of it because of it. And the fight between Kai and Rei, I think, is a really good one, and also a really emotional one at the same time, only being stopped by the presence of both Nia and his mother. I really do think this whole fight scene just has a lot of emotional weight to it, and I think it really does benefit because of it. But whilst this is happening, of course we get to see the rest of the ninja also in the swamp in an attempt to save all the people that were kidnapped. Of course, realizing that there was a lot of people there, the Master of Metal included, and it definitely wasn't going to be an easy task to get them all out. But apart from that, we do just get some other really cool scenes. We get to see how Ray and Maya were actually captured by Crux. We actually get to see a really cool scene where Wu's hallucinating all of his failures. We get to see Garmadon, we get to see Mora, we get to see Misako. We get to see a lot of really cool things in all of those scenes. And of course, they all culminate in very different ways. But of course, it's just another really good way to progress the plot and show the stakes at hand. But who can forget the fact that we do actually get to see the third time blade appear in this actual episode. And it is the Pause blade, and the Crux and the Chronix have absolutely no hard time getting their hands on it, so they're officially 3 for 4. But it's just a really interesting episode. A lot of cool moments, a lot of cool action scenes. And like I said, the fight between Ray and Kai, I think, is one of the biggest points of this episode, and definitely one of the better ones. And for that reason, it's a very solid 8 out of 10. After that, we did get out of the fire and into the boiling sea, where of course we get to see Ray, Maya, Nia and Kai all actually being captured by the Time Twins, and we see them actually have to use their own power to get the last Time Blade for the Hands of Time. But of course it's with the promise of helping Wu, which of course we later find out was actually not even gonna happen. I love the scene with the fusion dragon in this. Actually seeing the two elements combine with the power of the blade, I think is a really cool one. And like I said, this whole episode shows the relation between fire and water and how they can actually help complement each other. And I think all the scenes between Nia and Kai were really cool to actually see. Meanwhile, the rest of the ninja are actually sneaking into where the big machine is being made in an attempt to help Borg and help stop the Time Twins. And honestly, the whole thing of them disguising to go in is a bit strange, but I'm not overly mad at it. It's quite entertaining for what it is, but of course it ends in a massive fight where Samurai X actually goes in to help them out. But of course, Nia and Kai end up getting the reversal blade. We actually get to see Kai use it because then he realized that the Time Twins weren't going to help them revive Wu. But the thing is that it does end for some really cool fight scenes with it all. But ultimately, of course, they end up getting all 4 blades. They go to where the rest of the ninja are, and they successfully use the Iron Doom to actually go back in time. We also do just get some cool moments in this. Of course, we get the first indication on who Samurai X is, because they know the first line of code for an Nindroid, which, of course, we all know in retrospect who it is, but for the time, it definitely sparked a lot of debate. It was also cool just to see Chronix and Crux actually be quite formidable villains. Of course, Chronix using the forward blade to actually do on Ray what he did to Wu, which I think was quite cool, and of course using Pause to actually just get rid of Kai and Nia, but eventually of course they catch back up and they do follow Crux and Chronix into the time vortex. But the thing is, it was just a lot of interesting scenes and a really good setup to the final episode of the season. So overall, probably a 7 out of 10, because even though it had some cool moments, I just think it had a lot of filler on the in-between, but it was still solid nonetheless. But of course, the final episode is Lost in Time, and I have to say, I'm gonna get this part out the way first because they kind of do just get sidelined. We get to see the 4 ninja that aren't Kai and Nia, Ray and Maya and Samurai X just sat there observing what is actually happening during this episode. They were completely sidelined, they don't really get to do much. But the main thing, of course, is the fact that Crux and the Chronix go back 40 years to where the previous Elemental Masters were and attempted to change it, which they were successful at for a very moment. But it was just cool to see actually Kai and Nia helping the previous Elemental Masters actually try to counter the Hands of Time. And it does lead to a really cool fight scene with all the previous Elemental Masters. It was just a really cool set piece to get, and honestly quite unique for what it was. Seeing them actually believe it's Ray and Maya I think was quite interesting, but ultimately of course we actually get to see them fail. But the thing is, we actually get old Wu back, which was quite nice to get, and of course we get to see them use the Fusion Dragon to actually try and help counter them again, because the Hands of Time realize that maybe this is not the point that they should go to, maybe further into the future. But it leads to just a really cool fight scene between in the time vortex, where all the ninja and Wu get to fight, and we actually get to see Wu sacrifice his own life for Nia and Kai, obviously letting them go back to the current time where they actually can help save their father. And I like this. I think it's a really cool scene. It's cool to see the influence of what they're doing from the other ninjas' perspective, but ultimately it is just a shame to see they would just have to stand there and just watch as they went along. But it was some cool fight scenes, like I said, with all the elemental masters and then later in the time vortex. It was good for what we actually got and for who actually got to have their moments. But of course, it was also a cool ending where we get the whole thing of we will find Wu, Master Lloyd is back, and it was a really cool setup for what was initially going to be the Season 8. Of course, things changed after the fact, but the fact is that we still got a lot of cool stuff in this time. But overall, I do think it's a really good episode. I think it has got a lot of merits for it. Wu, Crux, Akorox, Kai, Nia are all fantastic. It's just a shame the rest of the ninja were sidelined. And for that reason, I don't really want to give it too high, because they could have utilized the other ninja a lot better. But it's still a very solid 8 out of 10 for what we got. But overall, I definitely think it could have been better, and I think this is the lowest rated finale yet. Season 7 though, on an overall, is a very weird season for me. It has a lot of highs, it has a lot of lows, and I know a lot of people don't really like this season, and I know there's a lot of stigma behind it for a lot of different reasons, mainly being the animation and the fact it was different writers. But I do think it has its moments, I do think it has some really cool scenes, and there is a reason why a lot of people want the Hands of Time to come back in general. But honestly, for what it was, it's quite good. I've definitely come around to the season a lot more in recent time, and I do think it is worth a rewatch if you haven't watched it in a long time. But of course, things change a lot after this point, as this is considered the last season of classic Ninjago, and we are in for something which is now renowned as one of the best times we've ever had of the show. Season 8, or the Sons of Garmadon, was the start of a whole new era of Ninjago, and the start of what became the Oni trilogy, and I have to say, it definitely has got its highs. We start off with the Mask of Deception, which of course is a reintroduction almost for all the ninja team. We get to see where they all are a year on from Season 7. We get to see Lloyd taking on this mysterious gang after this weird kabuki mask in Borg Tower. Of course, we don't really get full context on what it is at that point, but we get to see a really cool fight break out, which ends up in a really high-speed pursuit between Lloyd and Mr. E, which was really entertaining to see. Of course, then we get to see what the other ninja were up to, fighting slavery, fighting different things, looking for Wu, a whole lot of different aspects which I think is really cool, but they're all united to help protect the royal family as they make their first public appearance. And it's where we get introduced to the character of Harumi specifically. But we do get some cool moments, and of course we get to see the ninja learn about what the Oni masks are, we get to see them have their interactions, we get to see them, having a new style with each other, everything about it. And I think it is a really cool reintroduction to who they are, especially considering the new designs. It's just a really solid episode that just has a lot of really good moments and a really good setup to the next one, because of course this is where they need to set up what the season is actually going to be doing. But honestly, all the interactions are fun, all the action pieces, the sets are fun. Obviously the show looks really good now, but the thing is that it's just a really good opening and one I can really appreciate, and it's definitely starting out with a 9 out of 10. Next up was the Jade Princess. We get to see, of course, all the ninja protecting the royal palace, and we get to see a really good scene where we get to see more on how Cole met Wu, and honestly, I love this scene so much. We also get to see the Sons of Garmadon actually perform a raid on the actual palace itself for the next of the Oni masks, and Mr. E actually thought he succeeded until he realized it was in fact a fake. And of course, getting to see Mr. E use the Mask of Deception, we get to see all the ninja using their elemental abilities, we get to see a lot of really cool scenes, and honestly all the action we get to see is fantastic. But before that, we did actually get some really nice subtle scenes. We get to see some nice interactions with Lloyd and Harumi, we get to see all the ninja train together and having nice interactions. It's just a lot of really fun scenes to actually get. And honestly, with all these different things and all the implications of what these episodes give in context of Harumi, if you don't know what I'm referring to, I did actually do a video talking about Harumi as a character, so check that out if you haven't. But the thing is that this episode is just really good for its action, its story, its pace and its characters, the lot. And honestly, another really solid 9 out of 10 for me. The Oni and the Dragon pick up from the previous episode where the ninja did end up escaping after the attack on the palace. They're of course now protecting the princess, and they want to figure out more when it comes to the Oni masks in question. We get to just see some really cool scenes because of it. We get to see Lloyd and Jay interacting with Mistake, and we get to learn a lot more about the before times, obviously before Ninjago existed, obviously more about the first Spinjitzu master in and of himself, and what these Sons of Garmadon actually want to do. We also learn a lot of it through Zane and Cole's arc as well, where they're going to question one of the Sons of Garmadon members. It just leads to a lot of amazing scenes, honestly. But it of course leads to the whole infiltration with Cole and Zane, and I do think it's a lot of really fun scenes, and of course they do eventually get captured, but it leads to a really fun fight scene again with all the ninja against the Sons of Garmadon. It's interesting because the ninja keep fighting the same people, mainly Mr. E, but each fight somehow just feels very different, and it is really fun to actually get to see. The ninja are just really strong and really powerful in this episode, and it's really cool to see. Lloyd fighting Mr. E with the Oni mask was such a cool thing, and all the tension with it I think was really fun. And of course Zane's long-term plan of gaining trust to learn more I think was really fun to see as well, and leads off with a very cool ending with Zane and Cole going back to where the Sons of Garmadon are. Of course in different positions, but that's about that. But it's just another really fun episode, and honestly, Season 8 is as popular as it is for a reason. But honestly, it's probably another 9 out of 10. I can't believe I'm saying this. We then get to see the episode Snake Jaguar, which is a really fun one because we then get to see the scene of Zane meeting Wu, which is just another great one. But the thing is outside of that we get to see Zane actually going through with the Sons of Garmadon and learning a lot about them. We get to see the Sons of Garmadon ride through the city. We get to see Kilo actually end up using the orange mask of vengeance. And I think it just leads to a lot of really fun scenes because of it, because Zane gets discovered and we get to actually see Zane fight up against all of the Sons of Garmadon on his own bike. It also gets to see the reveal where Cole realizes that the Sons of Garmadon actually have a baby, and they don't know the purpose of the baby, they don't know who it is, but Cole immediately feels the need to protect said baby. So he brings it back with him, and we actually get to see, well, later on, that it actually was possibly the best decision he ever made. But the whole culmination and all the fight scenes with Zane and the Sons of Garmadon was really cool to see. Zane really does hold his own in this episode, and I think it's really fun to actually get, and it leads to the really cool cliffhanger that Mr. E is in fact a Nindroid similar to Zane. And of course, it was initially meant to be Echo Zane, but since that's been retconned, I don't think it's officially Echo Zane anymore, but who knows, I may have just caused some controversy with that one. But yeah, it was a really cool cliffhanger as well, and overall it was just another really good and really fun episode. A lot of fun action, a lot of amazing scenes, a lot of amazing set pieces, everything about it, and I can't believe it, another 9 out of 10. After that came the episode Dead Man's Squall, and I have to say I really like this episode like the others. Of course we get the opening of Zane versus Mr. E, and I have to say I adore this fight scene. I think everything about it, the aggression, Zane, how he utilizes powers, the desperation almost of it, the anger, all the emotion of it I think is amazing. And then to Zane falling off of a cliff and being really badly damaged I think is absolutely fantastic and sets the episode up quite well. Because of course Mr. E plants the spider bot on Zane, and that is what's used to actually figure out where the bounty is, actually get the bounty to, well, be at a disadvantage, and of course get the hacked Samurai X up there to actually get the princess back. But it does just lead to this really cool and a really amazing scene of Samurai X versus all the ninja, and the lighting, the weather, everything about it, and the intensity of the fight itself I think is truly amazing. And of course, it culminates in Samurai X, by all accounts, disabling the bounty, and that really amazing scene of Nia actually holding the bounty itself up. Also, the reveal of Pixel in this episode I think was fantastic, and in the end, seeing the reunite of Zane and Pixel I think was absolutely amazing, and I think very heartwarming for a lot of people. But yeah, it sets up Lloyd and Harumi. Of course, now they are separated from the ninja, and ultimately sets up what is the latter half of this season. And overall, you guys are gonna hate me, I think you're realizing how I feel about this season. 9 out of 10. After that did come the episode The Quiet One, which of course refers to the big bad of the season, Harumi. And of course this episode's kind of the fallout. We get to see Lloyd and Harumi exploring the jungle. We get to see Lloyd's suspicion kind of grow as Harumi does her best to kind of prevent it, and at the same time the ninja are sat there repairing the bounty. All the while, the Sons of Garmadon are actually tracking them in an attempt to actually get and capture them, and they are actually ended up succeeding it because, well, the sheer number and the addition of the Oni masks. But whilst this is all happening, they actually do come to a realization in all this process, because the further they get the bounty online, the further they discover more, such as the fact that Harumi is in fact the Quiet One. And the ending of her smiling as we realise that she is in fact the one that's evil, I think was absolutely amazing, and an amazing end to such a good episode. And I will say, I think the action, I think the overall kind of calm feel, it feels like the calm before the storm, I think is a really nice one to have. Is it as good as the rest? Maybe not, because it's much quieter and the main ninja cast don't really have too much to do. Although, I haven't mentioned yet, this is where they realize the baby is Wu, which it does get points for that. But I do think all those little aspects, just the calm before the storm nature of it does make it an 8 out of 10 episode, but that doesn't exactly mean that it's bad whatsoever. Game of Masks is an episode that opens up with a flashback to do with Harumi and how she got the name The Quiet One, how she became who she was, and how she actually came to idolize Garmadon. Because of course we learn the influence of the Great Devourer on who she becomes, which I think is an amazing callback and I think is really clever to use in an attempt to bring back Garmadon as well. Of course, all the scenes of her and Lloyd going through the actual temple itself in an attempt to get the mask is really entertaining, because we see her trying to sabotage Lloyd while also trying to keep him alive, which I think is really funny and a really interesting duality to see. All the while, all the ninja were captured by the Sons of Garmadon, and they are making their way over to the temple as well to meet up with the Quiet One. And I do think it's fairly interesting. It's some cool moments, especially with Baby Wu, and I do think it's an entertaining little B-plot. And then ultimately, that big standoff they all have with each other, I think is really fun to see. But of course, Lloyd and Harumi get to the mask, and Harumi kind of drops a game, and it leads to this amazing fight between Lloyd and Harumi. Of course, Harumi ends up winning because she uses a mask that makes her immortal, but the thing is that the whole interaction between us, all the words, all the emotions, everything about it, I think is amazing, and Harumi really shows her true colours. The aggression, the anger, everything about it I think is amazing. I mean, she throws a knife at Lloyd's chest. But all of this to culminate in a big battle with a giant crab, and all the ninja using their Spinjitzu. The crab is almost mesmerized by it, and of course they end up defeating it, but the Sons of Garmadon take advantage of it and steal the bounty because of it. But of course, it's a really cool scene of the ninja actually using Spinjitzu to actually get Lloyd up there, but of course it ends in his capture, and it's a really cool ending to an episode. But honestly, the fight with the crab, the fight with Lloyd and Harumi, the fight with all the ninja, the whole standoff, it's a stellar episode. And it's a really high 9. I nearly justified a 10, but you'll see why I didn't give this one a 10 because of some of the other ones. Dread on Arrival is honestly a very scary episode because it's quite dark in its nature and everything about it is quite, well, dark. Of course, we get to see Lloyd realize Harumi, or who she really was, and we get to see her perform a ceremony to bring back the evil side of her father. And of course, it's a very, very dark scene to see. All the while, all the ninja are attempting to get to the temple to help out with Lloyd, and ultimately end up trying to stop the ceremony, and it leads to an amazing fight between the Sons of Garmadon and the ninja, the whole battle of power to try and stop the ceremony whilst Harumi's trying to make sure it's completed. It really does demonstrate how each side is quite fierce. I just think it's really action-packed and really daunting. I mean, the first watch, you don't know, will he come back, will he not come back? It's quite interesting to really see, and I think every single ninja and every single villain have their own unique part to play, and no one feels wasted. But I will say, hearing Garmadon's laugh in this scene, I think is really, really scary. And the realization on Lloyd's face, and as he's trying to prevent it, I think is everything. But ultimately, he thinks he stopped the ceremony. He uses Spinjitzu, and he does believe he stopped them, and that all the Sons of Garmadon are actually arrested. But it wasn't enough. But because of course that ending where Garmadon's hand comes out of the altar, it is terrifying. It truly is. He is back, and there's nothing that they can do about it. And honestly, and overall, this episode's a 10 out of 10 because of everything that happens within it. The next episode, True Potential, we get to see the ninjas celebrating their presumed victory, and we get to see Harumi down because she believes she failed, but turns out she didn't, and Garmadon came to free her with an absolute vengeance. The ninja find out, and the scene of them realizing that that is Garmadon running on that screen is terrifying, and you can see it on every single one of their faces. The Sons of Garmadon are freed and they take to Cryptarian prison and they officially take it over, and all the ninja realize this and realize that they have to do something about it. But the thing is that Lloyd actually tricks the ninja into locking themselves away so he can go and do it personally. And then cut to the scene of Lloyd storming the prison and finding his way in and asking his father to come out and face him. And of course we then get to see the first instance of seeing the new Garmadon return. And that scene of him coming out of the shadows is terrifying. Insert one of the most emotionally packed fights we have ever seen over the course of Ninjago, and every single person in Ninjago have to witness it. Lloyd slowly losing faith, Garmadon getting stronger, and you can see every single moment where Lloyd slowly loses more and more faith because you can see the light losing in his eyes. And the whole fight is crazy, seeing the aggression, seeing Lloyd trying to reason with him, seeing Garmadon just not caring everything about it, putting him through walls, punching him in the face, everything about it. It is terrifying because you know who these two are, and as much as Lloyd keeps trying, it just doesn't work. All of it culminating in Garmadon coldly saying, "I have no son," and throwing him out of the prison through 10 buildings. And the people just want him to get back up and continue, but he physically can't. He loses faith, he loses his powers, he loses everything. And that whole sequence of events is possibly the reason why it's one of the best episodes of Ninjago. 10 out of 10. But that does lead us to the final episode of Season 10, and we get to see every single aspect change because of the influence of Garmadon, even down to the opening of the episode. We see Garmadon celebrating, moving through Ninjago, taking over villages, and creating a Colossus to serve his purpose. And honestly, that massive Colossus is possibly one of the more terrifying things we've seen in the show. But seeing Lloyd not able to wake up, he's completely powered down, and seeing the ninja use their powers, risking their powers to bring him back is quite crazy to see. But ultimately, the ninja go out of their way to attempt to save the city as much as they can. But of course, it just feels a bit futile. All the action, all the moments in this scene is absolutely amazing. The ninja's presence is quite good. Using the bounty is a really fun way to do everything. And of course we get to see Nia facing off against Garmadon with Masako, which is another amazing scene. And we get to see Lloyd have his moments of protecting Wu. It's an action-packed and it's a dark episode, and having to watch Harumi face Lloyd as the bounty gets crushed with the ninja on it is honestly again quite terrifying, because she's forcing Lloyd to watch his family get crushed alive. And honestly, this show, or this season specifically, is very dark because of it. Ultimately the ninja never died, but Lloyd didn't know that. And just seeing Garmadon take over Ninjago and the ninja going over to the first realm, everything about it setting up the next season I think is borderline perfect. And all the stakes, all the tension, everything about it is an amazing final episode, and there's not a single issue I can really point out with it. Because like I said, it sets up something amazing for the next time round. And again, 10 out of 10. But overall, Season 8 is possibly my favourite season if you couldn't tell. I very much have a hard time saying any sort of issue I have with it, and it definitely set up a fantastic next season. Every single bit of stakes, the villains, the ninja, everyone had their purpose and everyone did a fantastic job of it. And honestly, I had so much fun with this season, and if you haven't watched it in a long time, I would definitely recommend you go back and do so, because you're definitely in for it. But overall, Season 8 is fantastic, absolutely amazing. What does the next one have in store for us? Season 9, or Hunted, kicks off with the episode Firstborn, and of course we get to see two different plots unfold, one being in the first realm and the other one being in the land of Ninjago. Starting off with the Ninjago side, seeing Garmadon taking over the land is honestly really crazy to see. The Sons of Garmadon are roaming the streets, hunting down people, taking anyone they can, and seeing the ninja in hiding, just attempting to get Lloyd back into it, is honestly quite sad to see, because Lloyd by all accounts has given up. We do just get some really cool scenes. We get to see how everything is shifted over, how Lloyd just doesn't have faith anymore, and he feels like there is no one else to turn to. But ultimately, when they feel like they're going to be captured, they actually do end up getting help from the Elemental Alliance, and seeing all those returning faces was fantastic to see. Honestly, it's a really fun plot to see, and everyone in this plot on the Ninjago side is really cool to see. And of course, setting up the whole thing of the resistance, everyone having their own part to play. It's a really fun time to actually get to see, and honestly, it is a really fun setup to the rest of Season 9. On the first realm half, we get to see the ninja having different states of feeling when it comes to it. Jay's lost his mind, Cole's helping Wu, Kai's getting very excited over the little things, and Zane's just doing his best for what it is. They're of course doing their scavenging, they're discovering all the different dragons, but ultimately they actually end up getting captured by the inhabitants of the land, the Dragon Hunters. Again, being a really cool setup, and we want to see where it goes from there. And overall, this is a really good opening to the next season of Ninjago, and it has a lot of really fun aspects to it. It's a very solid 9 out of 10. The next episode, Fire and Stone, we actually get to see the resistance on the Ninjago side find a base of operations, they start to concoct a plan, and we actually get to see the Sons of Garmadon actually start to fail, and the consequence of it because of Garmadon, where he literally rips Mr. E apart. It's a really good way to set things up, and it really shows that Garmadon at this point truly does not care. He is resurrected, he is purely the evil side, there is no other aspect of Garmadon to him, and I think that's part of the reason why Lloyd was so afraid to actually face up against him. And of course, the other main thing in this episode is the fact that Lloyd does gain more hope because he does realize that the ninja are in fact still alive, and Mustake does reinforce that point by letting him know that they are in the realm of the Oni and the Dragon, and he wants to believe that there is no way, and he's just kind of losing faith again. But the fact is that Mustake says that as long as he endures, the good things will come. And of course, it's a really big setup to getting the resistance established and getting Lloyd back into the swing of things, and it's just really cool to see. On the first realm side, we actually get to see 3 of the ninja actually getting captured and brought before the Iron Baron, who believes they are in fact Oni. So what they do in reaction is throw them into the dragon pit to face up against a dragon. And of course, we get to see Cole and Wu just watch on kind of helplessly, but the fact is that in a moment of dire, Zane actually uses his elemental power, and it reveals that they're not only, they are descendants of the first Spinjitzu master, so they want to capture them in an attempt to use them to get more dragons under their control. It's really cool. It's cool to see how the elements affect the dragons, how fierce the actual competitors can be. There's a lot of really fun aspects to this episode, but both sides are definitely setting up the further plots that we get to see down the line. But overall, it's still a really good episode and a lot of fun to see. It's a solid 8 out of 10. Radio Free Ninjago came after that, and of course this is where all the setup came into play, because we get to see a big plot play out with the resistance on the Ninjago side as they attempt to use the airwaves to give the people hope. It's really cool to see all the different elemental masters using their powers, Lloyd really showing how he is a ninja. Everything about it I think is really fun to actually see, and I think there's a lot of really fun aspects to it, and it's cool to see the Sons of Garmadon a little more casual, even if Garmadon is very, well, aggressive even in the calm states. Of course, he gets the message out, and we also get to see Lloyd feel more like a leader, and it's really cool to see Lloyd in this leader role. I think this season really does show how he can be a leader, and I do think it translates to the seasons after this. But as for the Oni side, of course, now that they realize that they are elemental masters, we get to see the reaction of that, and we get to see the introduction of the Dragon Blade. And it's a really cool concept. Seeing everything tie out, I think, was really fun to see, and ultimately the ninja did end up getting captured because of it, but it ends to a really cool fight scene. Jay's back mentally. I think there's a lot of really fun aspects to it, of course further setting things up while also being quite fun to see regardless. But overall, it's just another really solid episode and a lot of fun. A lot of lore building. I would say the Resistance side got a little more than the Oni side this time round, but there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever, because the Oni side definitely gets a lot during this season. But it's another really solid 8 out of 10 episode, and definitely a fun watch. How to Build a Dragon is next up, and it gives us the Jay scene of how he met Wu in this episode, which is honestly probably one of the better ones, but it translates to where they are at that point, where Jay feels like he's hearing Lloyd, which is actually true. This episode is quite good because we get to see a lot in terms of progression with the plot on both sides. Of course, we get to see the ninja actually being captured on the Oni side, and we get to see them formulate a plan to actually escape. And for the most part, it does succeed, making a fake firstborn. But the thing is that of course the real one ends up turning up, which was honestly a really cool scene to see. Meanwhile then, on the Ninjago side, of course, Garmadon is just getting more frustrated that the resistance still exists. And of course, we realize that Harumi herself was nearly killed because of it, but she does end up figuring out where they actually are. So I do think that was a cool scene to see, because Harumi always keeps information for when she needs it. Also, we get to see the brown power in this episode, and it's fine for what it is. It's just really it was a big deal at the time. Obviously, the whole thing was, I think it was said on Twitter that, oh, Darius gets an elemental power this season. So to see it like this, I think was weird, but it was fun for what it was. But of course, both sides get the ultimate culmination of Harumi revealing that she knows where the ninja are, or the resistance are specifically. So it's a cool setup to the next one for them. And of course, the whole breakout scene with the Oni ninja and the dragons, which I think is really cool to also get. Honestly, this episode was just quite solid with everything that it had, and I can't really complain with it overall. But yeah, it's definitely just another solid 8 out of 10 episode. I think it does just have some really cool aspects to it, and I think it's difficult to not really like these episodes because it is just a lot of fun to see them. The Gilded Path is next up, and this episode is actually quite fun because we get to see a lot of different reveals for it. Of course, on the Ninjago side, we get to see the Sons of Garmadon actually raid the Resistance head base. We get to see all of them utilize their powers, which I think was really fun, and ultimately, a lot of the Elemental Masters actually do get captured, leaving us with a very small group of ninja. It was really cool seeing all the different interactions, all the different ways that they counter, and just all the different balances of power. I think it was really cool because the Sons of Garmadon really do feel like a force to be reckoned with at this point. And of course, they narrowly escape, they realize more about Mistake than they probably realize, such as the fact that she herself is an Oni, but it's still a very fun one to get regardless. As for the First Realm side, we get to see the ninja, obviously after they've escaped, we get to see Wu growing up, and we get to see more about who they actually are, and we actually get the full introduction to Faith, which I do think was really cool, and I really do like Faith as a character. She of course does tell us more about the first Spinjitzu master and his role in the First Realm, which was fairly interesting to see, and I'm glad we did get it, but ultimately speaking, it's kind of just a lot of lore reveals on the Oni side, but I can definitely appreciate it for what it was. But of course, we do slowly realize that Faith is getting discovered because more dragon hunters do turn up, and she's kind of just done with them at this point. She would rather just be with a ninja, which is quite fun. But overall, just another really solid episode, just a lot of plot for both sides. Of course, the ninja definitely does get a little more. There's definitely more for the Ninjago side than I realized, like Lloyd burning his suit, even though he miraculously gets it back. Of course, like I said, the reveal with Mistake, all those little aspects I think are really cool. And also, the actual flashback scene with Wu and Garmadon fishing with the first Spinjitzu master, a lesson on faith, which I do think is a really fun aspect that we haven't really considered yet, and the more like that, the better. But again, a really strong 8 out of 10. 2 Lies, 1 Truth is the next one up, and again is a very fun concept for the episode itself, and a lot of progression on both sides. The Oni side, we actually get to see the ninja facing off against the dragon hunters, a lot of really cool scenes with all their different vehicles, which I think is a really fun one to actually get. But of course, it culminates in the ninja and Faith actually passing over to the Oni side of the realm and discovering a temple where they actually initially lose Faith. And it's really cool to see Faith as a character again angry. She's realizing she's risking her life, and ultimately for a moment she feels like it's actually going to fail. But the thing is that they do get new purpose as they realize more about where they need to be. And honestly, it is setting them up for where they need to be for the rest of the season. I feel like I say that a lot in this season, but unfortunately, this season is just a lot of setting up to get towards the end. On the Ninjago side, we get to see Lloyd and the gang actually hiding away, trying to calculate their next move. Of course, they do end up finding where they are. They end up in the canals, and it's really interesting to see how they subtly face off against the Sons of Garmadon without outright showing who they are. It ends in Mistake, of course, leading away a lot of the members, and ultimately then letting the ninja actually capture Harumi, which was not a part of her plan, definitely, and a really cool scene, because even when she's at the disadvantage, she does still try to get into Lloyd's head, but luckily it doesn't work, and she is actually captured, which does lead to the next part of the scheme. It's a very fun episode, and it definitely does a lot. There's a lot of cool action pieces, there's a lot of cool moments, a lot of cool interactions with everyone, not even mentioning the scene where Garmadon officially adopts Harumi, essentially. That's a really cool one to actually get. It's just a lot of really fun moments, and just a lot of fun aspects that's definitely leading to a big finale. It's definitely a 9 out of 10 for me. I think it just has a lot of really fun moments. I think we're definitely getting towards the big hitters of this season. I feel like, unfortunately, I'm just saying a lot of this is setting up this, but I'm trying to be fair for what it is, and there's a lot of good moments in this season, I have to say, but unfortunately, we all know where it's trying to get to. The weakest link is next up, and both sides of the story definitely has some really cool moments here. On the Oni side, we get to see the Ninja and Faith obviously preparing more for what their next step is, which is of course getting to the Dragon's Nest. And we get to see a really cool scene of the Ninja all trying to use chains, as it is a very useful tool in that land. And it leads to a moment of Wu self-doubting himself, and we get to see some cool moments of the Ninja help reinforce him and help support him, and it leads to Wu being able to be better at it. We even get to see the Ninja test this on an actual dragon, and we get to even see Wu ride a lightning dragon, and I think that's really fun. I think it's a really cool way to show that they are progressing, they're adopting to the land that they are now in. I think it's just a really fun aspect to see, and I do think it's really fun because we know where it will be utilized later on. As for the Ninjago side, we get to see the aftermath of capturing Harumi. We get to see them use everything that she has in her pockets, including the Mask of Hatred, which was a really interesting one to see. But of course, their ultimate plan is for Mistake to shapeshift and take Skylar to Garmadon in an attempt to take the power of darkness to control the Colossus, which is a really fun plan and actually quite creative. The thing I appreciate as well is the fact that they don't treat the Sons of Garmadon like idiots during this episode. I think they actually do treat them with a decent amount of respect, which I can appreciate, because they take Skylar to Garmadon, and it's not just letting her do it. They warn Garmadon, hey, remember who she is, and she's also not got Vengestone on her, so keep that in mind. They don't treat the Sons of Garmadon like idiots, and I really do like that, and it leads to a very interesting ending where of course the real Harumi and the fake Harumi are right next to each other. Of course, the only other thing in here is the fact that, of course, we actually see the Ninja face off against the Dragon Hunters again. And of course, it leads to some very interesting results, such as Faith actually being captured. But of course, that is ready up for the next episode. But the thing is that overall, this was just another fun one. A lot of fun little action pieces, a lot of fun little plans, some fun moments. Another really good 9 out of 10. Saving Faith is next up, and I absolutely adore this episode, because from front to back, it is absolutely stellar. We get to see Skylar controlling the Colossus, and the fight between her and Garmadon in who can control it is really fun. Obviously, all the different scenes, Skylar shouting and screaming to hold the power even though it is slowly corrupting her is really interesting to see. And the culmination of this being Harumi's quote-unquote death is honestly crazy, and not something I expected from Ninjago at all, and seeing the reaction of Garmadon is everything. As for the Oni side, we of course get to see the Ninja attempting to save Faith, and they end up getting captured in the process. But the thing is that during that, they start to use electric to attract more dragons to them, but unintentionally, this unlocks Wu's memories. And it leads to this amazing scene of him remembering everything and escaping, and an amazing fight scene where he truly feels like Wu again. And it's just a really fun thing to see. And honestly, seeing Wu return was just a very, very emotional scene, because Master Wu is back. Also, Mistake dies in this episode, which is crazy. Seeing her true form, the fight between the two of them, really fun. Like, Mistake deserved better. I think that's the biggest thing I can say. But overall, this episode front to back had absolutely everything. And honestly, 10 out of 10. Lessons for a Master came up afterwards though, and is the continuation of the previous one, of course. Of course, we get to see Garmadon in his angered state, essentially destroying the city to get to Lloyd because he just lost Harumi, and seeing him in that enraged state was really interesting to see. But eventually, they do evade him, but not evade Ultraviolet. This does give a very fun scene of Ultraviolet using the Mask of Hatred to fight Nia, and it's a brutal fight. I mean, Ultraviolet is using a lamppost to smack Nia with, which is really crazy to see, and Nia actually gets injured, and it's really cool to see a consequence of the action. But of course it does end in Lloyd and Dareth helping by using the tank to hit her into a wall, which is crazy to see. But obviously all the Sons of Garmadon then surround, and that's the last we get to see of them for this episode. As for the Oni side, of course we have to see Iron Baron and Wu go towards the dragon armor going into the lair. This is where the Iron Baron realizes that he was wrong the whole time and the armor didn't have the power he believed, and he meets his fate at the hands of Firstborn, and Wu finally adopts the armor and takes place as the Dragon Master, riding Firstborn without chains. And it's just really fun, a really emotional scene as he lands down, all the ninja hug, they're truly back, they're free, they're done, they've finished what they needed to do, but as soon as they finish their mission there, it's time to face the next one. And even though they offer faith and she unfortunately rejects, they do ask for the dragon's permission to be able to go back to Ninjago, and insert this amazing scene of them flying across the realm and into the portal to go back to their home. And honestly, even though it's not a 10 out of 10, it's a very strong 9. But the culmination of Season 9, which is of course Green Destiny, a very popular episode. Of course opening up with Nia and Lloyd fighting and the ninja coming through and saving them, and they reunite, which is such an emotionally amazing scene. I love it. And then all of them coming together, making a plan. Of course, Lloyd doesn't have his power, but that doesn't matter. Him and Wu go to confront Garmadon, and the rest of the ninja use the dragons to protect the people and take down the giant Colossus. And I love both sides of this. We get a cool Dareth scene, and of course, the Wu and Lloyd and Garmadon fight is absolutely amazing. But that's not all. All the Elemental Masters also free themselves from Kryptarian, and they come out and also help, and they eventually do take down the Colossus. But of course, the main thing is the Garmadon fight. The purple daggers, the stakes, him using the Dragon Blade, everything about it is absolutely amazing, not even being phased by Firstborn. But it of course ends with Lloyd and Garmadon like it should, and Garmadon, obviously the fight is what fuels him, and Lloyd realizes that, and Lloyd uses that actually against him, no longer fighting, takes the blade, reflects, dodges, but never strikes back, weakening Garmadon. And the fact is that using the art of the silent fist, like Garmadon once taught him, he depowers Garmadon and gets its own power back. And just like that, the Sons of Garmadon are defeated, but not without a warning from Garmadon that what he was doing was holding back the darkness. And what does that mean? We will find out soon. But then a lovely ending of Lloyd getting his powers back and the ninja succeeding and everyone being able to be happy and safe once more. And the celebration at the very end, everyone together and saying goodbye to Firstborn. What an amazing episode. I have not done it justice. It's a 10 out of 10. Just rewatch the episode. But overall, Season 9 or Hunted was a very consistently good season. I don't think it's better than Season 8, but I definitely think it has a lot of really strong merits to it. Everything in the first realm, everything in Ninjago, all of it culminating together into one big finale, which is action-packed. And honestly, it's difficult to not like this season. I know there are people out there that aren't the biggest fan, but with all the stakes, the death, the gore, the violence, everything about it has definitely made for a fantastic season and a true successor to Season 8. But there is one more in a trilogy, and let's talk about March of the Oni. The Darkness Comes is the start of the 4-episode finale to the Oni trilogy. We get to see the ninja relaxing through Ninjago City, obviously having their own little bits and pieces. We get to see obviously as well the setup to Jay asking Nia to be his Yang, which I do really like that. Seeing the bounty return as well is really nice, of course with a couple flaws, but that comes up later. Nice bit of setup from the writers there, I have to say. And of course, the amazing scene where Wu gets to go through the history with the ninja. I think it's really nice, of course, until Firstborn comes through and they have to warn the ninja about what's coming. And just like that, Ninjago is officially being invaded by the darkness, and it's a force that you can't really stop, and seeing all the reflections of the Oni within is honestly terrifying, and the ninja coming down and saving the police is really fun to see, and the ninja realizing they can't do anything about it is honestly quite scary. Of course, the ninja feel the need to retreat, and they have to go and get the one person who they feel like actually knows what's going on, which is Garmadon, and they release him which is a really interesting ending because it's such a scary ending seeing him walk out as he is laughing to them. But it is just a very fun episode, and it has a lot of really fun moments, a lot of amazing music, a lot of great character interactions. I think it sets up a lot to the final when it comes to Ninjago. And for that reason, it's a very solid 9 out of 10. Into the Breach is next up, and of course it is the fallout of the episode before. We get to see a lot of really fun interactions with Garmadon and the ninja. The ninja's just not trusting him whatsoever, really reminded me of season 1 to be honest, and it's quite fun to see. Will say I do particularly like the scene of Jay feeling the need to propose to Nia in that moment, and Garmadon just walking up behind Nia with a massive grin and just going, I didn't need anything. Really good scene, really like that. But of course, they construct their plan to go into the Borg Tower, destroy the Realm Crystal, and by all accounts that should get rid of the Oni. Right? But when Lloyd and Garmadon go down there, and of course they have some really cool interactions, they fight some Oni, it's some cool scenes. Seeing Garmadon act strange, but ultimately actually saving Lloyd's life on more than one instance is actually quite fun to see. Their interactions with each other are really good in this episode, I really enjoy it. But the ninja actually intercepted a stress beacon in that time, and of course they go to investigate and hopefully save some people, and Pixel does actually stay behind to help with Lloyd and Garmadon's exit. And of course that amazing ending with Omega coming out of the smoke, really cool. The initial fight where they just lose, but it's such an intimidating moment, and he really did have a good presence about him. It's a really fun episode, it's a solid one. It's definitely a bridge between episodes, between the major events, because this is the only episode of the 4 where something major doesn't really happen, but it's still a really good one, a very fun one at that. It's a solid 8. The third episode was in fact the fall. We get to see an expansion on the Omega fight, we get to see Lloyd use the Sword of Sanctuary where we realize it didn't actually matter, and the destruction of the Realm Crystal. Some really cool moments, of course actually meaning nothing. It wasn't until Lloyd and Garmadon in their retreat stumble upon the golden armor, and they actually use that to get away, and it's a really creative way of getting the golden armor back into the story. Meanwhile, the rest of the ninja are of course saving the rest of the citizens, and in that time, Nia makes a mistake and it ends up presumably costing Cole his life, which is a very emotional scene because you see Kai practically begging Zane to let him at least try to get Cole back, and Zane basically telling him that he's gone, and it's just horrid. It's a horrid scene to look at because you can see all the emotion. Nia's distraught, Kai's distraught, everyone around is sad. It's honestly scary to see. Of course, ending in Garmadon and Lloyd escaping, obviously just by the skin of their teeth. Obviously Pixel running out of fuel in her actual suit, and of course landing in on the bounty where they have to discover what happened with Cole. And Garmadon's reaction to it all, just saying to move on, and the whole scene that follows with Lloyd having an emotional outburst is really raw. It's really scary to see, and even Zane, the one that Garmadon depends on to back him up, doesn't even do that. It's scary. It's such a raw scene. I love it. But then after that, we get a scene with Garmadon specifically, and Vinny afterwards as well, where Garmadon is attempting to understand where they're coming from. He's trying to learn, he's trying to figure out what Lloyd means by caring and friendship and love, and Vinny reinforces it and says that's what life is worth living for, not just surviving. And of course Garmadon takes Vinny's words very seriously, as we will find out soon. But honestly, the scene of Garmadon learning and trying to learn is possibly one of my favourite scenes of him, because it shows that even though he's evil, he is really trying, and I think that's really cool to see. But of course the episode does end off with Kai and Nia coming up with the plan to reforge the golden weapons, as they are the counter to the Oni, aka the power of creation. And it's cool to see that setup being done, and honestly, it makes for a really cool episode. The Garmadon moments are great, the Lloyd moments are great, everything about it, and the whole Cole scene. I know there are issues with the Cole scene, people don't like the fake out, but I do think the emotional beats are quite good for it. It's another solid 8. And last but certainly not least is the episode endings, and I absolutely love this one. We get to see the Oni in the other realms and how that happens, and then we get to see Wu's reaction to losing Cole. And Wu to himself, just silently exclaiming the fact that Cole is gone, is so emotional to me, and I don't understand why. But we get an amazing scene of Kai reforging the weapons. I absolutely love that scene so much. And of course we realize that Cole's alive during this time and he's escaping to get back to the monastery himself, which is really cool to see. His own little solo moment is quite fun. But cue the giant battle with all of the Oni, and I love the fact that initially they do quite well. Of course, Cole comebacks, they have their moments, but ultimately they do end up getting overpowered despite the weapons. And it's really cool to see them retreat, kind of lose hope, but ultimately find a new way to defeat them. Of course, this being the tornado of creation, which I love this outcome so much. Seeing all of them come together, including Garmadon, I think is fantastic. And considering the fact that the reason he comes back is Lloyd, I love that. Also, Jay actually proposing to Nia, I do love the timing as well. And this all then leads to after the tornado creation, where we get that long scene with Lloyd and the first Spinjitzu master, him just saying that you can stay, you can be at peace, you can relax, or you can go back to protect. And that's exactly what he does. And it cues everyone coming back to life, everyone waking up, this big happy moment. The Oni are gone, they have succeeded, they are finally at peace. And everything about this episode I think is absolutely stellar. I think this is a solid 10 out of 10. I love everything about it. This was of course the original end as well to the show. So overall, I think this is a really good episode. But overall, I really do like March of the Oni. I know people have their issues with it, and I understand the issues, and I do take certain things with it as well. Could I have used more episodes? Yes. Could we have used maybe no Cole fake outs? Probably, but I do think all those aspects come together to make a nice tight finish to the Oni trilogy. And this was of course the original ending of the show. Of course, after this point it goes from Wheel Film to Wild Brain. We get some changes in terms of the writing, the structure, everything about it. But of course you can consider this an end to Ninjago, and if you do, fair play to you. But of course it's a really nice ending to have regardless, but we do get a lot more after this point in time. But overall, The March of the Oni is a fantastic little season and a fantastic end to the Oni trilogy. Season 11, or Secrets of the Forbidden Spinjitzu, starts off with a very different animation style and also a very different length. So it will feel a little easier going through these episodes because there's actually less. So let's get started with Wasted True Potential. And I actually do really like this episode. Of course, we get a Zane vision, which sets up both the Fire chapter and the Ice chapter, seeing Asphira, seeing the Ice Emperor, seeing the consequences of it. But eventually Zane does wake up, and we get to see that the ninja are very relaxed and very much taking it easy. And it's interesting to see that they've gone back to the ninja are relaxing, they're getting out of shape, you know, they're out of sync kind of idea. But it kind of makes sense. They probably did want to have like a more fresh start. And of course, they do explain it by the length of time between this and the Oni. But of course it culminates in Wu actually trying to teach the ninja and getting them back into shape essentially, and it does have this really cool fight between Wu and all of the ninja, where they feel very confident in their ability, but ultimately Wu ends up absolutely handing it to him. And I do think it's a fun little starting episode. I think it has a lot of merit to it, and I do think it's quite entertaining to actually see. Shows the new kind of fighting style, the new animation style. I think it was a really good sign of things to come. And overall, I actually quite like this one. It's gonna be a very good 9 out of 10. Questing for Quest did come next though, and I will say this one wasn't really too good. We get to see the ninja training, and the ninja trying to figure out that they need something to do, so they try to find a quest. And of course it leads to this montage of the ninja facing these little petty crimes, facing things that not even crimes, a quick conversation with Kilo. It just feels already like filler. But of course it does culminate with them realizing what Clutch Powers is doing and the implications of what he has found in the pyramid, and of course it sends some shocks through Zane specifically. But the thing is that the start of this episode is kind of just there, kind of just a montage showing the ninja running around. It does feel a little fillery, but unfortunately that's just kind of what the season is about. But I do like the ending for it, but it's still probably just a 6 out of 10. A rocky start came afterwards, and we get to see them set up actually for the quest when it comes to Clutch Powers. And honestly, it's a bit weird to actually see the ninja in this more preppy stage. I feel like we very rarely get it, but I guess it makes more sense considering that they knew that they were going out for it. But of course, it catches the attention of Wu and Pixel, and we get to be introduced to the new cave underneath the monastery itself. And I don't think it's a Samurai X cave by technicality, but I also think it is. But of course, down there we get all the new vehicles, we get all the new bits and pieces, which is cool to see. And of course, the ninja make their way out to the desert in question. I'm gonna be honest though, it just feels weird to see how nonchalant they are at this point, how casual they are. You know, Jay and Cole are sat there with head accessories while they're doing everything, but of course it does culminate in the ninja being stuck on this big rock plane, so it does start to bring in a consequence to the action, but overall, it just feels weird and the ninja feels strangely relaxed, even though that's meant to be the point of this moment in time. I just think it's strange because it never usually takes the ninja this long to get out of a funk, but they seem to just be extremely casual. I guess considering the context, they're probably feeling very casual about it. But overall, I do think it's weird that they're just not really taking it seriously, but the cliffhanger end is quite solid nonetheless. But it's probably a 7. The belly of the beast sees the fallout of the episode before, where the ninja are trying to figure out how to actually escape the prison in question. But they're also actually trying to fix the land bounty, which is actually within the belly of that beast, hence the episode name. And of course, we get to see all the ninja try to figure out who's going to do it, how they're going to do it, and it's fairly interesting to actually see them come up with a plan to counter the beast in question. Of course, it ends up being Zane, and we actually then get to see more visions because of it. We get to see the fate of him, we get to see the ice castle, we get to see him actually stranded away, and we get to see how he's almost scared of it. It's quite interesting to actually see. But I do actually kind of like the action from this episode, all the ninja using their elemental power, Zane ended up actually getting the part in question and the recovery of it. I do think there's some really cool moments when it comes down to it, and I think honestly, it's quite fun, all things considered. 7 out of 10. Booby traps and how to survive them comes up next, and initially speaking we get to see the ninja actually meet Clutch Powers, and we get to see them go through the temple where they get to see him in action. Of course, it doesn't really go perfectly, but Clutch always finds a way. Of course, culminating in the ninja finding a tomb of Asphira and unintentionally releasing her, which of course sets off Zane once again. But when she is released, she sees the fire starter Kai and actually takes his power for herself. It's a really cool setup because then we actually get to see Asphira escape with her snake. We also get to see the volcano itself explode, or the pyramid itself explode. I think there's honestly a lot of interesting aspects to it, and again, really starting the plot of the season up itself. And honestly, I think this is quite a solid one, quite a fun little bits and piece to have, and I think it's a very fun watch to actually get. But overall, another 7. After that did come The News Never Sleeps, and this is the episode where we get to see Lil Nelson actually do his paper round whilst the city itself is being attacked. And I'm gonna be honest, I really don't care for this episode. Of course, it gets some interesting moments. We get to see Nelson actually go to the monastery, and of course he informs him about what's happened with the ninja. So I do think it's got its moments, I guess, but overall, it's just a heavy skip for me. I just don't really care for the episode. And for that reason, it's probably getting a 5, because it's not as if it's unwatchable, it's god-awful, it's terrible, but I do think it's just a very near one, especially after 2 fairly decent episodes. So yeah, 5 out of 10. The Ninja vs. Lava gets to see the fallout of the ninja after Asphira was released, obviously seeing them have to escape the exact pyramid where they were trapped in to begin with, and seeing them actually recounter all of the booby traps that they encountered before. Obviously, they're also all trapped together and Kai's unconscious, so it does add an extra layer. But the thing is that it's actually fairly entertaining to see, and I'm not overly mad at all the little bits and pieces. Like Jay trying to do Spinjitzu when they're all attached to each other was quite funny, but they do eventually get out by the skin of their teeth, but they feel like it's actually not enough because the lava is surrounding them. But in the end, Pixel recovers them, and they make their way back to Ninjago City. It's a fun little episode. I don't really have much in the way of complaints. There's not much action, so to speak. But the thing is that it's quite entertaining for what it actually is. And of course, it's bringing the ninja back to the fight where we get to see more action. But yeah, I would say it's a 6. It's not bad. It's not great. But it's quite entertaining for what it is. So for that reason, it probably sits there. Snake Tasgraphy comes next, and I have to say it was a fairly fun one to actually see. The initial instance of just the reporter initially slating the ninja and then the big Laffy's commercial was quite fun to get. But of course, the ninja eventually do come in, and we do get to see a cool moment of them all working together to defeat one of the giant snakes, which It's a fun little plot overall and a fun little bit of action, and the really cool Asphira ending where she threatens to get to the staff and also where she wants to see the betrayer. It's a fairly solid episode, and honestly there's a lot of fun to have with it. I think it's just a very solid little set piece. You get to see some nice action, you just get to see some nice moments, and like I said, a very fun ending to get regardless. So it's probably another very solid 7 out of 10 for me, because it does just do what it needs to do. Although then we do get the episode Powerless, and for the most part I do actually really like this episode. All the ninja using their elemental power against all the different snakes, we get to see some cool team up moments, we get a really cool fight in the museum with the actual Scroll of Forbidden Spinjitzu itself. It has some great moments to it, and it's honestly a lot of fun. My main problem with this episode does come Kai, because of course, because he's powerless, he has this whole moment of he doesn't have power, he's useless, he's not a use to the ninja anymore, he's given up. It's just kind of a shame to see, and it just feels really out of character for Kai in this moment. But of course it does end up with him getting his head back together and going to help the ninja in the very end, so at least it doesn't carry on for too long, but overall it was still just quite fun. It's just that's really holding this episode back for me. But like I said, the rest is great. Of course, Lloyd with the Forbidden Scroll, we get to see his power under that influence, we get to see Asphira use the scroll as well. I do think there's some really cool moments, and like I said, the fight in the museum in of itself is actually really good to see. So, another 7, but I really think if the Kai stuff wasn't included, it could have been a lot better. Ancient History is next up, and of course we get to see again the fallout of the episode before. Now that Asphira has got the scroll, she's able to use it to hunt down the deceiver because of the scent. And it's cool to see the ninja actually split up for this. We get to see Lloyd, Zane and Nia actually attempt to counter her, of course their elements being the best for the job, but the thing is that we get to see the other 3 ninja then go to find out who the deceiver is, and asking the Serpentine for it is a really creative way to get them back into the story, which I definitely appreciated. Of course, after explaining things, they actually end on the deceiver being Garmadon, so they go to tell Wu that Asphira is actually hunting him down. And this is where we realise that Wu himself is the deceiver, which was an actually great reveal. It's cool to see that Wu definitely does have these interesting moments and these not so great moments because he's considered the good one, but of course he has got these actions and it's fairly interesting to see the consequences of it. But like I said, the action on the other side with Asphira is still really good with the other ninja, and overall I actually think this is quite a fun episode to see. It's an 8. Never Trust a Human is the follow-up to this episode, and it's actually a really fun callback to Never Trust a Snake, but of course it's a flashback to where we see Wu and Garmadon travelling into the Serpentine Lands, and they eventually encounter Asphira because of it. And she actually helps them escape the lands because they were in fact captured, but in exchange, Wu does offer to help Asphira learn the abilities of Spinjitzu. But the thing is that Asphira, who says she wouldn't use it for bad, does and overthrows King Mambo because of it. So we get to see why Wu is in fact the deceiver, because they turn back up with the Forbidden Scrolls and use that more powerful Spinjitzu to defeat her. It's a fun bit of lore, I have to say. It's really interesting to see that that's how things came about. I think it's fairly interesting to see that Asphira genuinely does believe that Wu is wrong for what he did to her. So I think it's a fun thing. It doesn't make Asphira as one note because she clearly sees herself as genuinely right. And I think for that reason, I can appreciate the episode for what it is, and it's actually going to be another 8. Under Siege came then after this, and we get to see Asphira actually find her way to the Monastery of Spinjitzu, where she's attempting to break in to get to Wu. And I will say, there's a lot of moments on this side of the plot that I really don't like. The monastery having massive guns up at the front is really weird to me, and I really don't like it for that reason. And the other one, of course, being we have to see Kai remark that it's Wu's fault that he lost his elemental ability. And I really don't think this is in Kai's character at all, and just feels really strange. Of course, it does do all this to end with them all coming together as a family to face her, but the thing is that it's just a really strange way of doing it. On the other side though, Lloyd, Nira and Zane are attempting to find the other Scroll of Forbidden Spinjitzu, asking Clutch Powers, where it's revealed that it's in the Explorers Club and they have to go off and get it. But this episode is a very meh for me. I don't really have much of an opinion on it, but it just has some bad moments. So for that reason, it's a 5. We then get to the episode The Explorers Club, and honestly, I don't really like this one either. It's got its moments, but nah. This mainly, of course, focuses on the Explorers Club itself and Zane, Nia, and Lloyd trying to get the other scroll. At least them trying to just get it, them getting angry, we then get to see them break in. It's just a whole lot of nah. I don't really care for the episode, and the Explorers Club as a concept, I just don't really like in general. We don't really get much on the other side of the plot. Of course, we get to see the continuing invasion of the monastery, but it doesn't really go anywhere in this episode specifically. It's mainly just to get to the actual other scroll of Spinjitzu. The only thing I really like about this episode is the fact that we get to see that mirror which shows the greatest fear, Zane just being a robot, Nia being just a normal person, and Lloyd becoming his father. And honestly, all those different aspects are really fun. It's possibly the only really redeeming thing about this episode for me, but overall, probably just another 5. Vengeance is Mine is the second last episode of the Fire chapter specifically for Season 11, and it is the culmination of the siege of the Monastery of Spinjitzu. We get to see on the monastery side, actually get to see the consequence of what's going on. The ninja feel completely overpowered by the Pyro Vipers, and they have resorted to actually hiding away because the mech in question was barely even finished. And I will say, the thing that kind of annoys me with this episode is the fact that the reason they get caught is because Jay sneezes. I don't get this whatsoever. You would think he'd be better at this, all things considered. It just feels like a way to try and kick off a fight. But luckily, we then get to actually see the fight in question. We get to see the mech being used by Pixel, and we get to see all the other ninja actually, bring on the heat. And unfortunately, it's not really successful because they do end up getting overpowered. But luckily, it actually manages to happen where the rest of the ninja with the other scroll turn up. And I will say, the fight with both of the scrolls is really cool to see. Seeing all the ninja get to utilize it, I think is really fun. But honestly, I do think the end probably is a little bit better. Because the Zane sacrifice, the vision coming true, is a very cold ending to an episode. Asphira, who lost, still ends up winning in a way. And honestly, I think I can appreciate it for that reason. And overall, it's going to be an 8. But then it ends off with the episode A Cold Goodbye, where we actually get to see the ninja attempting to figure out a way to get Zane back. Of course, Wu also has a plan to use Traveler's Tea to do it, but the thing is that the ninja don't want him to go on his own. But Wu definitely is taking it to heart, as he ends up using the Scroll of Forbidden Spinjitzu to try and stop the ninja from doing it. It then does start this really nice fight, which is a callback to the first episode where the ninja are fighting against Wu, but the difference is that they actually succeed this time. So it's a cool little contrast, a cool little before and after in a lot of ways, and I can definitely appreciate the fight for what it is, and it ends up with Pixel using this scroll to actually send the ninja off to the Netherrealm. And I have to say, it's a decent little ending to the Fire chapter, and the Fire chapter in of itself definitely has got some highs and some lows, but I will cover that towards the end. But this is a nice little way to end it off, but it's probably still just a 7 because I think the other episodes are a bit better. The Ice chapter then does kick off, and we start with the Netherrealm, and we get to see a bit of a dialogue from Akita explaining who the Ice Emperor was, but then the whole point is that the ninja materialize in the realm itself, and unfortunately the land bounty does end up on a cliffside where it eventually falls off of the mountain. So of course the ninja then have to navigate these woods, and they get attacked by frost wolves, but they do eventually find the ice fissures for the village, and of course they end up coming back and they meet Sola, which is the Netherrealm equivalent of Wu, where she tells him that Zane was in fact captured by the Ice Emperor, not realizing that it was the Ice Emperor himself. It's a fun little setup. I think it has its nice moments. I do think it's just a very standard episode, not much in the way of anything crazy, but I do think it's a fun one to get regardless. And overall, I think it's a nice little solid one, 7 out of 10. Firemaker was next up, and we got to see the impact of the ninja arriving, being the fact that the Ice Fishers were informed that the Ice Emperor was dispatching Blizzard Samurai to destroy their village and their fire. So the ninja instead have to defend the village over trying to find Zane, and a very fun fight actually ensues. The interesting concept of the Blizzard Samurai actually were quite fun in this episode, but in the end, they did manage to overpower the ninja, and they successfully extinguished the fire of the village, and they thought that was it for the villagers. But then we get this really cool scene where Kai actually is able to channel his elemental power enough to reignite the fire, and then he became the Fire Maker. And honestly, it's a very fun little episode. It's a very solid, compact fight with impact and with a very fun little resolve. And honestly, it's probably an 8 out of 10. An Unlikely Ally is an episode that I didn't actually find myself enjoying at first, but upon rewatch I actually really did. Of course, I don't really like the whole way of getting Lloyd on his own. Of course, that's to serve the plot, but I don't think the ninja would have let him have gone off on his own in an actual instance. But for what it's worth, I'll allow it, because the ninja do have a reason to go outside of that. Lloyd's journey is just very interesting to see, and obviously being in the location where he can incur Ojira's wrath, I think is quite interesting. Also, the fact that Ojira just gets mentioned a lot before we actually get to see her in the flesh, but also, it's just a really cool scene. The fight between him and the Ice Warriors are quite fun, and obviously being pulled out by Akita is a really cool thing to see as well. It's just a fun little episode, and I think it's got some fun references to future and past events, because Lloyd's energy actually looking like classic Ninjago's energy power I think was a really cool little thing. But of course, it's a cool ending where Lloyd realizes that the tracking device has come online and he has found Zane's mech, and there's a hope that it may be Zane. But of course, little do we know it's not actually there, and even the episode itself tries to make it seem like the Ice Emperor isn't Zane because it shows someone in a cell, but the whole thing is that if you pay attention, you can see it's not actually Zane because of the silhouette and the fact he needed food. So overall, I actually think this is quite solid, and an 8 out of 10. The episode The Absolute Worst is ironic in the sense that I agree with the title. It's the absolute worst. This episode follows Ultraviolet, the mechanic, and Fugidove as they realize the ninja had escaped, so they decide to escape Cryptarian prison. So we see this really weird anime style story on how their exaggerated versions on each of the ninja taking them on occurred, and honestly I just don't care. Like, it's cool, and conceptually it's fine, but the thing is that it just has absolutely no relevance. Pixel stops them in the end, so it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. But the ultimate thing is that I just don't really have any sort of thing to say about it, other than the fact that it's just kind of a waste of an episode. And honestly, for that reason, 4 out of 10. Luckily, things do pick right back up when we get to the episode The Message. Of course, we get to see Lloyd and Akita continue on their journey to get to the mech and presumably Zane in their eyes, but we get to see them encounter the bird Banshee. And honestly, seeing them have to evade is a really interesting and a very tense scene to get. We do get some other scenes. We get to see the ninja in the village helping out. We do get a shot of Pixel and Wu, which is also nice to see. But eventually, of course, Lloyd and Akita do find refuge in a cave where the mech actually is. And they see the final message of Zane, as he thought, well, connecting to the mech may potentially have disastrous consequences. But the point is that they didn't find Zane in the cave itself, so they know that Zane is, in fact, still at the actual castle. But then we actually get to see Lloyd be handy. It's cool to see Lloyd actually have some sort of technical knowledge, as he does get the mech actually online, and he utilizes his power to do so. And of course, using the mech to actually take on Banshee, it was a really cool contrast from the start of the episode. And overall, this is, just generally speaking, a very fun one, and very entertaining to actually see. So for that reason, it's a very solid 7. The Traveler's Tree is weird to me because it starts off with this really strange hallucination or nightmare from Cole, and it's never been implied in the season until this point. I just think it's a really weird way to get Cole to actually go and get some Traveler's Leaves. I just think it's a really strange concept regardless, and seeing how he reacts to all the ninja throughout the episode I think is really weird because of it. Of course, though, you do have that cool scene with Nia, obviously trying to control ice that was initially water. I think that's a really cool moment for her, but Cole interrupts it and he feels weirdly angry about it, which again, I just think is a little bit strange. But of course, it's the all set up traveling up the mountain, where he encounters some ice villagers, he has some cool interactions there, and he's warned about Crag, the monster above. And honestly, I think overall, it's a really cool one, but it's mainly just to set up the next episode in my opinion, but I do think it's solid regardless. But because of the weird Cole implications that just started in this episode, I'm gonna give it a 6. But like I said, it does follow up with the episode Crag's Lament, and it's of course where Cole actually does encounter Crag, and it does interestingly have a fun fight scene between the two of them, when in reality, you realize Crag is just trying to defend himself, and Cole is not exactly trying to fight him back. But they actually come to an understanding, and we actually get to see Cole see what Crag was actually doing. Meanwhile, of course, the ninja are trying to get up to the mountain to actually save Cole, which I do think is quite interesting to see and honestly quite a fun concept regardless. But in reality, Cole and Crag are just having a great time. The scenes between each other are quite cool, and of course they get to the top where Cole is able to get some traveler's tea leaves. But eventually, the ninja do find him up there, and Crag actually tries to protect Cole. And honestly, I really like this. Obviously then Cole establishes that they're friends as well, and Crag immediately takes to them, and they have some cool scenes where Crag is now with them and they're trying to get back down to the bottom of the mountain, and honestly, it's just a fun episode. I have a lot of fun with this episode, I can't lie. I do think this is just a very solid 7 again, and I think all the scenes that we get with it are quite interesting to see. Unfortunately, we don't really get much else, we don't really get anything to do with Lloyd in this episode, but regardless, I think this one was quite fun to have. Following this was Secret of the Wolf, where we get to see Lloyd continue his journey on the way to the castle, but within the castle itself, the Ice Warriors and Vex are actually informing the Ice Emperor on the ninja's doings, and in reaction, he unleashes a dragon to hunt them all down. Meanwhile, we also get to see Lloyd use the mech again against some of Rock Warriors, and of course, it's a fairly interesting fight. We get to see Akita actually get injured and Lloyd has to then tend to her, which I do think is a nice little moment, and of course we do get other moments in this episode between the two of them, such as Lloyd just rambling on about his life, including the events of the Oni trilogy, which was a nice little callback to see. But eventually, Lloyd does realise that Akita is in fact actually a human, and it caused a bit of an argument between them. They're quite aggressive, they shout at each other, it's alright for what it is, but in the end Lloyd still does help accompany Akita, as they both know where they're both going, and they understand that they're still allies at the end. It's definitely a fun episode, it's not really much in the way of happenings, of course it's just more setting up the finale because we're definitely now approaching that point. But honestly, it's got some cool fight scenes, it's got some cool moments, the Lloyd and the Akita stuff is the main stuff here in my opinion, but overall it's very fun. I actually have an enjoyment for it. It's probably a solid 7. After that though was the last of the Formlings, and this is actually another anime flashback episode, and we get to see the backstory of Akita. And I will say, this is honestly probably the better one of the bunch, because it does still convey a decent story. We get to learn a lot more about the Formlings, who they are, their culture, everything about it. I do think it's entertaining to see. And of course we get to see Vex during this, and we get to see how Vex and the Ice Emperor actually took over the village, so I think it's fairly cool. Akita does also just get some good moments with her brother in particular, and obviously that all culminates in her unlocking her form, and overall it was just a fun little flashback. And of course Lloyd gets to observe what happens, and we get to see Akita's promise that she is going to be the one that's going to stop the Ice Emperor. So, I don't know, overall, it's actually quite a decent episode. I'm not really the biggest fan of the whole anime aesthetic personally. It also feels like it's a little underutilized, but I plan on making a video about that anyway. But overall, it's still solid, but it's probably just a 6. After that came My Enemy, My Friend, and we get to see the progression of Boreal actually entering the village with the ninja and all of the villager inhabitants. It's a really cool scene. We get to see the ninja and Crag attempt to stop the dragon, but ultimately it doesn't succeed, and it ends up with the village itself getting frozen over and all the inhabitants with it, which honestly is a massive shame to see, but it sets the ninja off to join up with Lloyd on the main plot. Meanwhile, Lloyd and Akita also get attacked by Boreal, and they have a really cool scene as well, but unfortunately it does end in Lloyd and Akita actually being captured, because simply put, the dragon was a bit too strong, and ultimately it leads to the final confrontation of the episode, where Lloyd realizes that the Ice Emperor is in fact Zane. I think this is a really fun episode. It really showed the force of Boreal and really showed some really cool fight scenes to go along with it. The Ice Samurai are honestly quite formidable if you give them the chance, and the Ice Emperor is just really intimidating to see. So I think this is quite fun. I think it's a very solid episode, a very, very low 8. After all that build up though, you would think it's time to get another continuation on it, but we actually don't. We actually get an episode by the name of the Kaiju Protocol, where Wu and Pixel are attempting to open a portal to the Nether Realm. But unfortunately, we just get a whole lot of failure from them on this. It's cool to see some of the other realms acknowledged. It is just mostly just reused footage, of course, from the Underworld, Cloud Kingdom, the Oni and the Dragon, although that's a whole nother thing. I thought the Oni and the Dragon realm wasn't able to be opened just by Traveler's Tea, but there we go. But also opening up is the Departed Realm, and the Preeminent actually escapes the Departed Realm and starts to cause havoc upon Ninjago, and then we get a scene of Pixel fighting the Preeminent. And the fight is fairly interesting for what it is, but it does culminate in Pixel potentially losing her life, like, you know, standard for Zane and Pixel at this point. And obviously it doesn't. They end up putting the Preeminent back in the Departed Realm, and they close it back up, and they feel like they have to lose their hope that they will actually be able to help the ninja. But overall, it's a very meh episode, a whole lot of nothing, a really weird place to put it, because of course this is where the plot's starting to really get there in the Netherrealm, but it's fine for what it is. A lot of weird implications, especially because the Departed Realm was opened up in this episode, but it is what it is. You can appreciate it for what it is, but personally speaking, it's a 5 for me. But then weirdly, we actually end up getting another flashback episode. It did really feel like filler at this point in time for me, unfortunately. This is actually how Vex ended up becoming, well, the puppet of Zane, and ended up getting the power that he did. Of course, we realized that he went to the castle and he tried to wage war between the Emperor and the actual Formlings, but it was all rejected. But he then happened to just stumble across Zane and the remains of the battle with Asphera. We get to see him observe Zane and Zane's attempt to actually rebuild the mech and actually repair himself, and of course he waits for the right time and sees that his ice abilities and actually is able to manipulate Zane in the moment where Zane just least expected it. Zane lost his memory and Vex refilled it with his own personal ones and officially took the throne of the Netherrealm. It's a decent little flashback, and I can appreciate it for what it is for the most part, but the thing for me is that it just feels a bit weird to place it here. I know obviously this is where it's revealed to be Zane, but the fact is that it's just a bit of a weird episode. Like, I can appreciate it for what it is, and it's honestly fine overall, but I do just think it's weird, and it's honestly just a bit convenient, but ultimately, that's just how things go, that's how you have to get the plot going, but it's probably just a 6 out of 10 for me, because I can kind of take it or leave it. However, we do actually get back to the plot now, and in a fragile hope, we get to see Zane attempt to be converted back by Lloyd, ultimately for it to fail. And then ultimately, Lloyd attempts to do something about it, but he ends up getting captured. All the while, the ninja are following the tracks of Lloyd, obviously to not much of success. They do find the land bounty and they do actually get it back online, which is quite cool, and they attempt to use it to get to the castle. But ultimately, after some wolf attacks, they end up just escaping, hopefully because of Crag, but ultimately, their plot is just to get to Lloyd at this point. But Lloyd being captured, he actually encounters Akita's brother, and they make an alliance and also align with a samurai warrior to actually overtake and get Zane back to where he was, because he also was sick of how the Ice Emperor and Vex were. And again, just setting up the final 2 episodes, but overall, I do think it was another solid one, probably just at the bottom of 7 out of 10 for me. Then we do get Once and For All though, and we actually get Akita back into the story as she gets her way into the Ice Emperor's castle in an attempt to assassinate him. It's quite cool to see her operating on her own, it's cool to see how creative she can actually get, and I do think she has some very cool moments, but we'll get back to her in a moment. The B plot of this episode is obviously the ninja and the land bounty attempting to get to the castle, but Boreal actually engaged in them and disables the land bounty in that moment. The ninja then are on the defensive, attempting to stay alive if anything, but of course, ultimately, Boreal does her bit, and also the ninja also do theirs as well, but it ends with Boreal at the advantage. Meanwhile, Lloyd, Akita's brother, and the Ice Warrior are all getting through the castle in an attempt to get to the Ice Emperor, and in the end, it is only Lloyd that ends up getting to the room itself, and the whole fight between Lloyd, Akita, and the Ice Emperor all begins. Akita ultimately fails in her mission. She thought she could assassinate the Ice Emperor, but it was ultimately a fail. But the thing is that with Lloyd there as well, Akita realizes that Lloyd actually knows who the Ice Emperor is, and to say the least, she is not really happy. But overall, it's a really cool setup to the final episode of this season, and I do think it's a fun little one to have regardless. It's probably just another 7 out of 10, but I can't complain. And then the final episode of this season, which is Awakenings, is a very fun one. We get to see the final result of the fight between the ninja and Boreal. We get to see Nia have a moment where she's able to control the water within the ice, but ultimately it actually fails. But then we get to see Kai's elemental ability fully unlock, and it's really cool to see Kai's flame engulf the dragon itself. Meanwhile, Lloyd and the Ice Emperor actually fight along. Akita's not best pleased to say the least, but Lloyd and the Ice Emperor continue. But Lloyd actually ultimately fails. But when Vex is actually gonna take credit for the kill of Lloyd, he accidentally stumbled on his words and he gets Zane to remember who he actually was. Zane then comes back to life, defeats Vex, and frees the people of the realm. All is well and good, the ninja find a way back to the land of Ninjago, and we get a nice reunite with all of the ninja and Wu and Pixel. And overall, I think it's a very solid ending to the season of 11. It is just a fun finale, and like I said, all the fight scenes, all the different moments, each ninja got a very cool moment regardless during this time, and I think it's just really solid because of it. And I'm going to be honest, it's probably a 9 out of 10 episode because of it. But overall, Season 11, in my opinion, is a very mixed bag. It has a lot of highs, but it also definitely has a lot of lows at the exact same time. And honestly, I understand why it's a lot of people's least favourite season. I can probably make an argument for it to be mine as well. But to be honest, in case you haven't noticed, I don't really think there's actually a bad season or bad episodes of Ninjago. I just think there's ones that are just a bit subpar. But honestly, Season 11 is quite fun upon rewatch. It has a lot of charm to it, a lot of fun to it if you just turn your brain off, really. And honestly, I can appreciate it now I've rewatched it. But after this came another debatable season at best. But let's get into Prime Empire. Prime Empire started off with the episode, Would You Like to Enter Prime Empire? And honestly, in terms of a setup episode, this one does it quite well. We of course get to see the mechanic and his henchmen infiltrate an electronics warehouse in search of a motherboard for his new partner, Unagami, and of course the ninja go ahead and thwart them. This is where we learn of the motherboard in question, and we learn that the mechanic himself is actually working with a new villain by the name of Unagami, and the ninja go ahead and investigate this at his own little private headquarters. But during this time, Jay stumbles across the legendary game Prime Empire and puts the motherboard in the game in question, which actually does cause the game itself to take over every other game in the realm of Ninjago. But the episode itself culminates with the ninja investigating the headquarters while Jay plays the game of Prime Empire, and eventually the game takes Jay into the machine itself and into the game. And of course it sets up the whole idea of where is Jay and why is every single game now Prime Empire. And honestly, it's a really cool episode. I think it sets up the season quite well. I like the mechanic in this episode, the ninja as well. I don't know how I feel about Jay just so easily getting pulled into the game, but honestly, it kind of lines up with his character, so I'll allow it. But honestly, it's a good setup to the season, and for that reason, it's an 8 out of 10. After that came the episode Dire Island, where we get to see the ninja attempting to figure out what happened to Jay by interrogating the mechanic to no success. Of course, during this we get to see that the police are now aware of the impact of what's happened, and every single machine is Prime Empire, and the ninja attempt to get ahead of it because of course they're worried about other people going missing. So instead, they attempt to track down the actual owner of the game, Milton Dyer, and they end up in this big maze of traps, but they eventually do get through to find out he is actually not there. But throughout all of this, people are officially getting taken from the actual realm itself and being put into the game. And honestly, it's a decent little episode. I think it was obviously just to set up the bridge towards getting to Prime Empire itself. But the thing is, I do think it was quite fun regardless. But it's still just a 7 out of 10 to me. Next is level 13, where we get to see the ninja attempt to figure out what's actually going on with the game of Prime Empire itself. So they do take the game to Cyrus Borg and attempt to figure out the programming. But meanwhile, the mechanic and his henchmen are released from Kryptarion by Unagami in an attempt to go and get the game back. But it culminates in the ninja playing through the game as Cyrus Borg realizes that the only way to stop it is by stopping Unagami itself. So Cole ends up playing through the game, getting to level 13, and the ninja all go in to save Jay and the other lost people. I have to say, it's a decent little one. It's cool to see the mechanic Ultraviolet and Captain Soto all making their way through Borg Tower. Of course, seeing the ninja attempt to defend it themselves as well. And obviously having Cole play the game throughout all of this. It's a decent little thing. The stakes are definitely there. But of course, like the previous episode, it is just setting up the previous one. My main complaint does come from the fact that Zane is just not allowed to go into the game because he's an android, so they kind of just write Zane out for the most part, which is just a bit of a shame to see, especially considering how little we actually got of him in the Ice chapter. So that's the only thing that's kind of a downside for me, but overall, it's probably another 7. Episode 4 is Superstar Rockin' J, and this is where the plot definitely is the big beginning for it. Of course, seeing the ninja actually go into Prime Empire and immediately being attacked by the Red Visors. But the thing is, the ninja don't realize they don't have their ninja skills because they're in a game and they are, well, noobs. But of course they end up getting saved by the League of J, and the thing is that they end up trying to take them all to safety, which is successful, but during all of this, Kai realizes that they have lives, and it's the whole thing to set up that the ninja are going to be picked off one by one. The thing is that it's a fairly solid episode, and I actually don't mind it for the most part. Of course, the episode ends off with the ninja finding the actual Jay, which is a nice thing. I thought they were honestly going to have Jay missing for a bit longer than this, but I can appreciate that for what it is. But other than that, I do think it's fairly solid. I can appreciate the fact that they did remake multiple different Jay outfits for this episode. Of course, Tournament of Elements, Pilot, Sons of Garmadon. They didn't need to do that whatsoever, but they definitely did, and I can definitely appreciate that. Honestly, I don't have any major complaints with this episode. I think for the most part, it's actually quite clear and concise, so I'm actually kind of surprised by that. But for that reason, I will give it a very solid 8. But then we get to the episode I Am Okino, and honestly, I have a couple issues here. This episode, of course, introduces us to Okino himself, and we get to see him take on multiple different players who all kind of just ignore him, don't listen to him, and they all eventually end up dying, and Okino is starting to feel a bit down. Of course, we get to see the representation of that by the many, many katanas on the field of the people that he have lost. But the thing is, then, towards the end of the episode, we just get to see the ninja all appear in the land of Okino. But the issue with it is the fact that we've gone, the episode before, they've just found Jay, they're all trying to get used to the land, to this episode where they're all in their digi-suits, they've got weapons, they seem fairly, happy with what they're doing in the game, they have their objective. It just feels really off, to the point where every single time I watch Prime Empire, I think I've missed an episode. It's complete narrative backlash to me, and the problem with it is the fact that the ninja go from relatively clueless to just new outfits, new armor, new weapons, everything. It's all kind of just there, it's done. So I feel like this kind of just doesn't make a lot of sense. And again, it feels like there should have been an episode in between this one and the previous one. And honestly, for that reason, I just don't really like this episode because it just feels off. It feels like the pacing is completely gone. Maybe there's a reason behind this. Maybe I've just completely missed the mark all of these years. But I just can't get behind this episode because of how much of a backlash you get when you get to the end of this episode. And honestly, 5 out of 10. Next up is The Glitch, and this is the episode where we actually get to see Okino actually act as the ninja's guide. He takes them through the exact same place we were seeing the episode before with all of the different booby traps and all the different ambushes, and we get to see all the ninja lose a couple lives each, all of them getting weaker by the day, but eventually they do get halfway through where they are tricked by a whack rat. This guy actually leads the ninja into a glitched area where they are ambushed by Red Visors. Of course, the ninja get ambushed, again losing lives, but in the end, Okino does come and save the day, but he does officially realize he is a part of a game. He is a variable in Unagami's play, he's a puppet. And the thing is that Okino almost loses faith in this moment, but he recaptures it because Lloyd realizes and tells him that you are acting against Unagami. You are your own person with free will. And that is where this episode left itself off. I will say, conceptually, I like this episode. I think it has got some decent parts to it. I do think it's just a bit strange. The ninja are just so trusting. Of course, they're just whittling down their lives so they can get to the point where they start losing people. But the thing is that, again, my issue does kind of just extend over to from the previous episode, where we realize that the ninja are just so much more aware of what they need to do, where they need to be, and everything like that. So it's just a bit of a distraction. I'm not going to base the rest of the season off of this really weird inconsistency. But the thing is that, apart from that, this episode is fine. I do think it's interesting regardless. But for that reason, I'm probably only going to give it a 6. After that did come the Cliffs of Hysteria, where we get to see the ninja approach the cliffs of, Hysteria, and they meet Shifty, and they have to buy some rope and some grappling to be able to get up to the top to get the first Kitana. And of course, they can't afford the actual good stuff, so they have to use the cheap stuff. It does give us this fairly interesting battle between the ninja and the red visors, because as they're going up the cliff, they obviously have to handle them. And it's interesting to see the ninja in such a vertical battle, and it's just an overall interesting one to see. We get to see some cool moments from Kai, we get to see some cool stuff from Cole, but overall it's just a very interesting fight to see. And this is also the episode where we get to see the ninja learn what Unagami's plan is, which is to use the energy cubes to build a portal to get into Ninjago. Again, this is a fairly fun episode. I don't really have much in the way of problem with it. I do, like I said, I think it was fairly cool to see the ninja in such an aerial instance, and I do think learning more about Unagami at this kind of pace is much better. So honestly, it's a 7 out of 10 because I think it's a fun little one to watch. Next up was the Maze of the Red Dragon, and we continue on the adventure with Unagami. I will say, just for reference, it does feel weird considering the pacing at the beginning was really quick, and now we are officially like 3 episodes into the Akino adventure, so I always found that a bit of a strange one. But in this episode, we actually get Unagami pleading with Akino to actually betray the ninja so they can't get too far into the game, and even offers to bring Akino into the real world as a gift for him. Of course, Akino struggles with this, and I do think it's interesting to see that he truly did consider betraying the ninja for his own benefit, but in the end, he actually doesn't, and the ninja and him go off and fight the Red Dragon, and once Jay delivers the final blow, he earns an amulet which allows him to call in that dragon at any time, which of course does come into play. It's a solid little episode. I don't really have much in the way of complaints with it. It is just a bit of a forgettable one though. Even though I rewatched this entire show just to make this video, I still got to this episode in my list and went, what happened there? But honestly, for what it is fine. But I think purely down to the fact that I forgot this episode existed, it's probably going to have to be a 6. Following that came the episode One Step Forward, Two Steps Back, with a ninja after the second Kitana, and they have to get it by entering the Speedway 5 billion, which costs them 1,000 credits, which they are short on. Obviously, because of several couple factors, Jay breaking his weapon, Kai buying an avatar, little things like that. But they enter this dance competition, which is worth 500 credits to actually get the appropriate amount. Of course, Jay and Nia get to do this really cool little dance routine, and honestly, it was really cool to see, and especially a benefit if you did watch the Prime Empire shorts that came before this. Throughout all of this, they are of course attacked a bunch by the red visors. Nothing really major happens in the way of losing any lives or anything like that, but honestly, it's a nice little packed episode, a solid 11 minutes. I don't really have much in the way of issue. We do get a little bit more in the actual realm of Ninjago. We get to see Wu Zane and Pixel actually learn more about Milton Dyer. Obviously, we haven't mentioned them much, but because they haven't really had to do much yet in this season, they do get their episode soon. But overall, another solid episode. Really like the dance routine, so for that I'll give it a 7. This episode was then followed up by Racer 7, not the character, the episode itself. Of course, we get to see the ninja preparing for the race in question, and Scott shows them some vehicles that they can actually use, but they would need to be repaired first. Whilst this is happening, we actually get to see Go off in his avatar uniform to investigate the race in question, and of course, he comes across the character of Racer 7, and he realizes how good she is. However, she is also part of a variable where she has to crash in a certain spot, and Lloyd tries to show her what it actually is happening, tries to reveal that's what's going on, and she doesn't really want to believe it, but she later does come to realize the truth, and the thing is, then she does seek out Lloyd in an attempt to help him. This, of course, is setting up the episode where they're going to be actually doing the racing, but I do think it's a really fun episode regardless. It's cool to see Lloyd in the Avatar outfit, even though by all accounts they should be broke, but it's still just a fun thing to actually get to see. I think, honestly, there's some fun aspects to it. Getting to see Lloyd show Racer 7 what's really happening, I think is also fun. It's probably still just a 6 or a 7, probably more towards a 7, but honestly, it's fine. It sets up the next episode. But then we get the episode The Speedway 5 billion where we actually get to see the race itself. But beforehand, we get to see the aftermath of Racer 7 coming to seek out the ninja. Of course, she's let into the hidden garage, but a red visor does in fact spot them, and Unagami launches an attack on the ninja before they can even get to the race. Unfortunately, we do get to see Scott cubed in this episode, which is a massive shame. But the thing is that the ninja do end up surviving, and they do end up getting to said race. Cue a really cool scene of all of them racing. We get to see the Whack Rats attempt to stop the ninja. We get to see the Red Visors also attempt to stop the ninja. It's a really cool scene to actually get. And of course, in the end, we get to see a very interesting scene of Cole and Kai giving each other an acknowledgement of knowing that Nia, Jay, and Lloyd have a better chance of winning this thing than them, and they sacrifice themselves so the ninja can actually win the race. It's a really interesting scene, and it's really cool to see Cole and Kai have this unspoken bond of knowing they can do it if they give them a chance. So I really like it for this reason, and of course, in the end, the ninja and Racer 7 win the race and get the Kitana. And overall, I think this is actually a really good episode. I honestly had a lot of fun with it. I think there's some cool moments. I think Cole and Kai in particular are really cool. And honestly, this is one of those ones which definitely gets me back into the season of Prime Empire. So, for that reason, it's going to get an 8. Following this, we got the episode Stop, Drop, and Side Scroll, with the ninja a bit down because of the loss of the 2 previous, of course now moving on to finding next of the Kitanas, or more specifically, the final of them, and they find themselves in a side-scrolling platformer, where they have to get through to get to the end. This episode also served as a way to get all the ninja down to their final life, which it feels a bit near. It would be interesting if they did it all more naturally, but of course they all needed to get down to their final life somehow. But eventually they do get through to the actual other side, where they're faced up with one more thing, which is a final 1v1. Lloyd chooses himself for it, and the game specifically chooses someone that is a big match against them, whether that's emotionally or physically, because the game itself picks Harumi. And insert this amazing fight between Lloyd and Harumi. Of course, Harumi trying to attempt to trick Lloyd into believing that she's in fact the real Harumi. Of course, since people do think this may have actually been a real Harumi, or this Harumi becomes Crystalised Harumi, but that's a whole nother thing. But we get a really cool scene of Lloyd not wanting to fight her because of who she is, but eventually he figures out whether or not she is real or not because he asks her a question only she would know, and she gets it wrong, and insert an amazing fight between the two of them where it truly comes down to the last hit. And last hit, is it true? Because they both go at the exact same time and Lloyd gets cubed. Honestly, I can take or leave the start of this episode. Of course, this is also the episode where we get to see Air Jitsu for the first time in a very long time, which spawned so many questions because they acknowledge Air Jitsu when they've spent all that they can acknowledging that it never actually happened. But honestly, the fights at the end between Lloyd and Harumi make things worth it regardless. And because of that amazing fight scene, it's probably going to be a very high 8. After this episode though came Ninjago Confidential, and I'm gonna be honest, my hot take is that I really do not care for this episode. We get to see like a noir kind of telling of Zane and Pixel being detectives in an attempt to find Milton Dyer, who they believe is Unagami. Of course, we get to see Zane in his detective outfit, and we get to see them go through all the clues, all the evidence. I can appreciate what it is conceptually, but honestly, I just don't really care because I just wanted to see what the main plot was being. Of course, all of this ends up with Zane encountering the mechanic, and the mechanic in fact captures him. And Pixel does end up finding Milton Dyer, and it is confirmed that he actually had nothing to do with it. So honestly, it sets up things on the Ninjago side, it keeps things nice and ready to go for when the ninja do escape the game. But honestly, apart from that, it's not that this episode is bad, it's just personally speaking, I just didn't really care for it, especially at the point it was during the season. So for that episode, it's going to be a 6. We are now to the final stretch of the season. This is the third to last episode, and it's called The Prodigal Father. Of course, it's expanding off of the previous episode, where we actually get to see Zane being essentially interrogated by the mechanic in an attempt to find the location of the motherboard. Of course, Zane initially isn't really accepting of these conditions, but they end up actually using Wu to get what they want. Meanwhile, Pixel and Milton Dyer are actually talking through what happened. We actually get to see a flashback of him creating Prime Empire, we get to see Unagami in its early stage, and we actually get to see what happens with Scott. And eventually, Wu actually does manage to get a distress beacon out to Pixel, so her and Dyer actually find their way over to where the mechanic is. And we get to see Milton Dyer almost surprised that a robot can have emotion, which kind of makes sense, but also doesn't. It fell a little out of nowhere. But the episode ends off on a really interesting scene of the portal itself being activated, powered by Zane, and Pixel attempting to fight to get them away from him. But of course, the mechanic is stood there waiting for Unagami to pass through. And honestly, this is a fun episode, of course just mainly setting up the finale, which I can appreciate it for. It's some cool scenes. I don't really understand Milton Dyer's whole thing of can robots have emotions, but regardless, it's a 7. But we are now to the final 2 episodes of the season, and the first one is the name The Temple of Madness, where we find ourselves back with Jay and Nia, where they are attempting to make their way to Unagami, but before the last 2 ninja can actually enter said temple, they must pass through one more obstacle. They find themselves in a sushi restaurant where their guard is taken down at least a little bit, but it turns out those sushi restaurant workers are actually the final boss, and Jay and Nia attempt to fight them, and for the most part they believe they had won. But the thing is that one of the last of the sushi chefs ends up actually getting away and actually surviving their attack and attacks the ninja from behind. And Jay loses everyone, and the scene of him not wanting Nia to be a cube is honestly quite devastating to see, but in his anger, he gets through to Unagami, and he refuses to take no for the answer. He is winning this fight. This is where we learn why Unagami wants to go to Ninjago, is to take revenge on Milton Dyer. Jay and him proceed then to fight. Jay actually ends up losing because Unagami becomes a dragon, and he ends up actually going through the portal and gets to Ninjago. Jay, in reaction, trying to follow him up, actually uses the amulet from before and gets his way through himself. It's a fun little setup. The scene with Nia is quite devastating to see, and seeing the two communicate and the initial fight between the two is also quite fun to see. And honestly, it's a very solid setup to the finale of this season, and for that reason, another 7. But we end off with the episode Game Over, where we get to see both Jay and Unagami in the realm of Ninjago. And while Unagami is attempting his search for Milton Dyer, he calls in the Red Visors, and they officially are starting to terrorize the people of Ninjago. Jay comes through, explains why he believes that Unagami is not actually evil, and they need to get Milton Dyer to Unagami in an attempt to save the day. And of course, whilst this is all happening, we actually get to see Jay and Unagami confront each other in Ninjago City. Insert a really cool fight of the 2 dragons making their way through, Jay realizing he can use his elemental power, which is really nice to see, and everything that comes along with it. But after all of that, they do find themselves on top of Borg Tower, where Milton Dyer and Unagami are put in front of each other. Dyer attempts to apologize and explain what happened, and Milton Dyer slowly does end up coming round to him. And Unagami, just upset and angry, and he feeling lost and betrayed, turns into a child and asks why Unagami did it, or Milton Dyer did it, sorry. But the thing is that we get to see Milton Dyer actually convince Unagami that everything that was happening should not really be happening, and they can finally be together again, and just to free the people that he took. Unagami accepts this, he releases everyone, and even says the game characters can officially have a chance at life, and the threat to Ninjago is officially over, and everyone who was captured, including the ninja, gets to come out, and Jay gets to reunite with all of his friends and Nia. Everyone who wants to go back into the game goes back in, and we get to see the ninja ask what happened with Unagami, and Jay simply replies with, "He is where he belongs," and Daya and Unagami walk off into the horizon. 8 out of 10. Overall, Prime Empire is definitely a very debatable season. I have scored it quite highly in comparison to where I initially assumed, but I think I just enjoyed it on this rewatch. I know there are a lot of issues with it, and I will say this, I was going to put this at the end of the video, but I do intend on covering each season in more depth in the future. Of course, I've been very brief. But the thing is that Prime Empire definitely has its highs, it definitely has its lows. I definitely take issue with a lot of different aspects of it. I also will say the animation in the season does feel a little bit weird. I do believe this was when a certain virus was happening across the world, but if you pay attention quite closely, you'll notice most shots just don't have any shadowing, and it does kind of throw me off. But overall, apart from that, it is honestly a decent season if you rewatch it. I think I will become a bit more of an advocate for this season, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have its issues. But that was Prime Empire, and let's get on to the next season, which is Master of the Mountain. Master of the Mountain, or Season 13, kicks off with the episode Shintaro, and we get to see the ninja in a bit of a somber state between their missions. They're all performing general maintenance tasks, apart from Cole, who's weirdly playing Prime Empire again, but the thing is that they end up getting an invitation to go to the Kingdom of Shintaro. And on the way there, they get attacked by some wild animals called the dire bats, and the wing guards of Shintaro save them and lead them to the actual city itself. It's a fine episode. I do like to see the ninja in a bit more of a general sense. The little conversations between them all is quite nice. My only main issue with this episode is Wu, because he has suddenly become very reluctant to act like a master as he believes his job is done, and how he acted throughout the entirety of the episode is very strange, especially towards Misako. It's a very strange feeling. Wu just doesn't really feel in character in this moment, because even though he is down, he just feels like he has given up, which is not the Wu that we are typically used to when it comes to the show. And honestly, it is just weird to see, and honestly why I'm making a video about Wu. But other than that, it is fine, but seeing Wu in this kind of state, I know it is part of his arc, but ultimately it does just feel very weird and out of nowhere. But I'll give the episode a 6. But like I said, the Wu stuff really does bring it down. Next episode was Into the Dark, where we actually get to see the ninja being greeted by King Vangelis and Princess Vanya, and Cole is very much enamored by her. But after their meeting, Cole and the rest of the ninja all proceed to go to bed. But during that, we get a really cool scene where we get to see Lloyd tell Cole about his suspicions of the princess, even though it is just a byproduct of Harumi. So it was a cool scene to see, very unexpected, but I can appreciate it. After that though, he does encounter a gecko wearing an amulet with Cole's mother and father, and it's an interesting little fight. Cole ultimately fails to get the amulet back, but after that he encounters Vanya, and Vanya takes him to a tunnel that shows a very interesting underground mining operation, where a bunch of creatures by the name of the Gecko and the Munts are being forced to work by an army of skeletons and the Skull Sorcerer. I like this episode. I think it's a cool little setup, of course, seeing the amulet. I think the Gecko did come a little out of nowhere, but I don't mind that. Of course, then setting up the Skull Sorcerer and the Reawakened is also nice. And like I said, just some cool scenes between the ninja as well. And honestly, it's a fun one. And it's probably still just a 7, but that's because this season, generally speaking, is really good, and I don't want to put everything a bit too high up. Episode 3 is the worst rescue ever, where Vanya returns to let King Vangelis and the ninja know that Cole has been captured, and Vangelis puts up his own plan to be able to get Cole back, but the ninja don't exactly listen and they go down themselves. Cue a really interesting scene where we actually get to see the ninja attempt to rescue Cole, and during this time, Cole has just been chained and, well, forced to mine in the mines for Vengestone. But it's a cool little thing, liking to see the ninja all come down and actually rescue him. I think it's a fun little action scene regardless. Seeing them establish who the Reawakened are, and obviously then losing to the Skull Sorcerer, is pretty interesting. It'd be cool to see how, specifically. I know obviously the Reawakened all body the ninja, but the ninja could have gone out of that. So it's interesting to see that they actually did get captured. But ultimately, I do still think it was a fun one. Some nice action scenes, some cool little combos with the ninja. We get to see Zane and Kai do a couple moves together. Jay and Nia also do. So yeah, it's solid. Another 7. Episode 4 is the Two Blades, where we get to see the ninja in captivity, and they get to learn more about the Geckos and the Munts, sharing the story of Gilly, or Millie, or who is in fact actually Lily, Cole's mother. They realize that the Munts and the Geckos simply don't like each other because they believe both factions stole the blade from the other, and both thinking the other faction has both of them. So of course the ninja realize some inconsistencies in their story. However, then we get to see the ninja perform their escape plan, and of course a very interesting sequence of events begins. Of course the Skull Sorcerer comes in to attempt to stop it, but ultimately speaking, we get to see Kai and Zane escape in one tunnel, Jay, Nia and Lloyd escape in another, and Cole in one on his own. And honestly, I really do enjoy this episode. It's really cool to see more established by the Munts and the Geckos. Honestly, it's really cool to see. They're two fairly interesting factions, I have to say. But the thing is that we do just get some cool scenes, and like I said, just more moments of the ninja, and obviously more of the Skull Sorcerer as well. And for that reason, it's a 7. Episode 5 is Queen of the Munts, and we get to see where Jay, Lloyd and Nia end up, because they did in fact go down the same tunnel with the actual Munts themselves, and more specifically, the Queen. The Queen of the Munts actually does attempt to take Jay for her husband, and of course realizing that in fact Jay is betrothed to Nia, she is not exactly happy by this, and actually challenges Nia for the love of Jay. Insert a really good fight between Nia and Murtessa. Honestly, I really enjoy it because initially speaking, Murtessa is actually winning, and until Nia actually decides to try, aka use Spinjitzu, it really does go then in her favour, and it ends with Nia becoming the Queen of the Months, and honestly, I really like this episode. I think it's interesting that Jay was almost entertaining Murtessa, but I think that was just Jay's naivety. But honestly, it's really cool to see Nia actually become somewhat protective over Jay. It's a big contrast to how she was very early in the series. But honestly, the fight between the two of them really does make this for a fun episode. And honestly, Queen of the Months is a very solid 8. Episode 6 is called Trial by Mino, where Kai and Zane are actually encountered by the Geckles, who believe they are humanoid versions of the reawakened skeletons, and thus thrown into a pit with an actual Mino beast, who actually does attempt to kill them. Zane and Kai ultimately do defeat the beast not by combat, but by actually relaxing it by disabling the armor on him. And honestly, I like that that was the solution, and the Geckles realize that they are in fact not reawakened skeletons. Kai is then elected Chancellor, which is an interesting thing, and it's established that because they have elemental power, that they will also help the ninja help find the other ninja because of their transgressions against them. And honestly, it's a decent little episode. It has some interesting parts. I do like Zane in particular in this episode. I do like that he uses logic to defeat the beast, and I think that's a very cool aspect when it comes to Zane, using his technical ability to his advantage. And Kai as well is pretty cool in this episode. He has some decent moments, but ultimately, I don't think this is better than the other one, and it's probably just a low 7 for it. Episode 7 is the Skull Sorcerer, where we get to see Cole attempting to escape the caves. Initially speaking, he doesn't and encounters more of the bats from the first episode, but ultimately, with the assistance of Princess Vanya, he does actually get out. Cole, Vanya, Wu, and the Dragon Chompy then proceed to tell Vangelis what has actually happened. And this is actually the episode where the whole thing of Cole is actually colorblind occurs, because he incorrectly identifies the skull as red, when in reality it is green, and they realize that because Vangelis reveals that he is in fact the Skull Sorcerer. He then reveals his plan. He reveals that they are all mining for him so he can pay off the city and also for his customer, and he ultimately sends Cole and Wu into the mine itself, or deep into the mountain regardless, and Vanya does proceed to follow even though Vangelis threatens to disown her. And I will say, I do really like this episode. I think it's really interesting. I do think it was a nice little reveal to actually have. I do think the whole thing of Cole being colorblind is fairly interesting to see, but ultimately I do think it's a fun little detail. I just wish it's something that has been brought up before, or something that would even get brought up after this fact. So honestly, it's a fun little detail, but it kind of goes forgotten from this point onwards. But regardless, for the reveal, I do think this episode is very solid. 7. Episode 8, or The Real Fall, in my opinion, is such a nothing episode, and I just don't really care about it. It's of course the episode where we get to see the outcome of the Vangelis reveal. Cole, Wu, and Vanya of course all falling down. Vanya saves the two, and they proceed to fight spiders. I just don't really care about this episode. I rewatched it for this review, and I even rewatched it just before I made this audio, because I truly don't remember anything about this episode. I would say the only significant thing really is the fact that this is where we're introduced to the Upply, but that's a bit about it. I don't know, it has some cool moments I guess, but it just feels like a very insignificant episode to me. It's not something that's major in the way of anything interesting happening. It doesn't have any sort of major breakthrough. Like I said, the most is seeing the Upply, but it's fine for what it is. It just feels a little filler, so for that reason it's probably just going to get a 5. Episode 9, or The Dungeon Party, shows the Upply actually given an explanation on how they got into the situation that they were in. This is actually the last instance of a 2D anime episode, so that's also quite significant to mention. But like I said, we get a general overview, we get to see how they came to be, how the team came together, and their quest to acquire the skull. And eventually, they do acquire it, and they bring it back to King Vangelis, where he proceeds to betray them and sends them down the exact same hole that Cole, Wu, and Vanya were sent down. It's fine for what it is. I don't actually mind this. This is probably the best of the anime episodes. I think it's an alright one, and of course it gives a bit of valid backstory. This is possibly the first instance of us not having an anime episode that was just kind of a what if kind of situation. But honestly, I think this episode is fine for what it is. Best of the anime episodes, but it's still probably just a 6. Episode 10 of the Dungeon Crawl actually shows us initially a flashback for Cole, showing us a scene where he walks into his mother Lily's bedroom, who is in fact very ill, and this is where we see the promise that Cole actually takes from his mother, which is to always promise to stand up for those who are cruel and unjust. Back in the present, however, we actually get to see Cole, the Upply, and Wu and Vanya all try to make their way out of rock bottom, and they're sent through a variety of different tasks where it is actually realised that Cole may actually be able to touch into his elemental power a bit more because he is in fact surrounded by it. Insert this really cool fight scene against this lava monster where Cole instructs the Upply, Wu and Vanya all on different ways to help defeat, and Cole with his upgraded elemental abilities does successfully win the day. And I have to say, I really enjoy this fight scene. Cole's upgraded elemental powers is really cool, the Upply have some cool moments, Vanya and Wu also gets to have some cool moments as well. It's a very solid episode and a very solid fight scene, and honestly one that I can really appreciate. It's just nice to see that Cole and Wu and also the Upply to an extent are all getting these really good moments. Of course, this is definitely where they were taking more of a priority during this point in the season, but I actually don't mind it because of episodes like these, and honestly, it's a very solid 8. Episode 11 is the episode Griefbringer, and we are brought back to the rest of the ninja, and we get to see the point where they are at. We get to see all the ninja coerce the Geckos and the Munts into actually attending a truce meeting, but the thing is that the Skull Sorcerer actually learns of the meeting taking place, and uses the skull to summon the legendary dragon Griefbringer, and of course asks the dragon to in fact hunt them down. And eventually, of course, all the ninja come together. We do get a bit of a weird line from Kai saying that Nia's actually not that ugly, but I'll look past that. But of course, with all the ninja reunited, we actually get to see Griefbringer attack. And we get to see all the ninja, of course, try to fight it back. And we get some really cool moments with some elemental powers, in particular, Zane and Lloyd. And honestly, again, just a solid episode. The season is definitely picking up at this point. Of course, the ninja are also now all in their hero outfits or their Shintaro outfits, which is another nice thing to see. It's a bit late into the season to get their new suits, but I'll accept it for what it is. But ultimately, like I said, it's another solid episode. I really enjoyed it. Let's see what the next one is. Oh, and also 7. Episode 12, or Masters Never Quit, is the episode where we go back to Cole, Wu, Vanya, and the Upply, where they find the heart of the mountain and the abandoned temple, which has a mural depicting Lily and also a mech. Which, of course, interesting to note that later on in Dragon's Rising we established that Cole's mother actually had another mech as well, so she just seems to have a bunch of mechs. So that's an interesting little fact, but there we go. But of course, in this temple we established that, of course, Lily used the Spinjitzu burst to in fact defeat Griefbringer, and this is where they realise that Cole needs to accomplish the same feat to actually do the exact same thing, but he actually initially fails at it, and Wu doesn't exactly do much to help. This is where Cole, in a fit of anger, says that he cannot do it and he leaves the temple, and after a talk with Vanya, Wu realises that he is in fact not done being a master, and he must continue to help his students, and it leads to a really nice scene where Wu admits that he neglected the role as the master, and promises that as his master, he will never quit the job, and honestly, I really like this episode. It's nice to see these interactions between Cole and Wu. I think it's really nice to see because, of course, it's really established that Cole and Wu are quite close. I don't like where they're initially at, of course, Cole giving up and so does Wu, but it's a part of the arc and I'm glad that they kind of get over it at this point. But apart from that, I do think it's just another really nice episode to see, and I'm not mad at the overall product of it. So, 7. Episode 13 is the Darkest Hour, where we are back with the rest of the ninja, and of course they are running away from Griefbringer himself, and of course the Geckos and the Munts eventually have to come to some sort of truce because they are officially holding together in the Gecko Strong Cave. It's cool to see that they do actually come to terms with each other and they actually start to be a bit more, well, friendly towards each other, to put it simply, but of course it doesn't last long because Griefbringer and the Reawakened get back to them, and it inserts a really cool fight with the ninja and all the Geckos and the Munts fighting against the army. It's interesting though because the Skull Sorcerer then actually offers a deal to the Munts and the Geckos, saying if they hand over the ninja, they will be able to walk free. And of course, we know exactly how this plays out, but there is that. But because they don't want to hand them over, they do eventually find a way to get out from the other side, and the Munt and the Geckos actually do work very well together. But unfortunately, it is not enough, because Griefbringer and the Skull Sorcerer does in fact get into the cave, and the ninja take the deal, saying, "We will hand ourselves over if you leave the Geckos and the Munt alone." But of course, the Skull Sorcerer doesn't do this, captures absolutely everyone, and that is where the episode ends. It's quite fun for what it is. I think it's a decent one. Of course, progresses things a little more, gets everyone into the position they need to be in for the finale, and I do think it has got that aspect to it. So for that reason, it's another 7. Episode 14, or The Ascent, is actually where we go back to Cole, Vanya, Wu, and the Upply, and they discover that the stone mech within the heart of the mountain is actually powered by the elemental power of Earth, which again, I believe is the exact same as the Dragon's Rising elemental mech, but we'll take that and run. Cole uses it then, of course, to power up the mech, and he in fact tries to get Wu, Vanya, and the Upply out by using the mech itself as a artificial rocket, or more of a primitive one, but there's that. But of course, the lava monster from a few episodes before does attempt to attack, and it does insert a really cool battle with them all fighting the lava monster once again, but on top of the minecart and the rail tracks. But they do end up getting back to the Kingdom of Shintaro, and more specifically the throne room, and of course they go to confront King Vangelis, but he is not there. But the army of Shintaro actually are, and they're instructed to arrest Cole because he is in fact a traitor. But the thing is that they don't listen when they say that it is actually incorrect, and the issue is Vangelis. But Cole does eventually escape, and he finds his way back to try and help out, or at least confront the Skull Sorcerer. And honestly, it's a very nice episode. I like it for what it is. But it's probably just between a bunch of really good ones, so it's probably like a low 7, maybe a high 6. Episode 15, or The Upply Strike Back, finds us back with the Geckos, the Munt, and the Ninja. Of course, the Geckos and the Munt are being forced to mine, and the Ninja have been officially captured. This is where King Vangelis, or the Skull Sorcerer, does reveal he in fact has both of the blades, and he used them both to actually turn the Geckos and the Munts against each other. This is where we discover that the Skull Sorcerer's plan is to use Griefbringer to destroy the ninja, but luckily it doesn't happen because Cole and the Upply have discovered a plan. Cole is to get the 2 blades, meanwhile the Upply go and release the ninja, and it actually succeeds. But the thing is that eventually Cole does confront the Skull Sorcerer himself, and says that he's got the blade, so he's officially going to win. But King Vangelis, or the Skull Sorcerer, does reveal that in fact the blades have no power, but Cole still has confidence, and they charge at each other. Really good episode. 8. The final episode, or The Son of Lily, is by far one of my favourite episodes, and a video that I want to make in of itself, because I think it's perfect. Of course, the ninja are freed, the Geckos and the Munts are also freed, and they all charge at the Reawakened in an attempt to defeat. All the while, Cole and the Skull Sorcerer are having their fight with each other. And it is beautifully choreographed. I love it. Every single swing matters. Every single moment matters. I think it's a very fierce fight that goes both ways the entire time. I think it's an amazing fight scene, and I love to rewatch it. Luckily, during this episode, Vanya and Wu actually do come to help, and the army of Shintaro also come down to assist with the ninja, because they officially realize that it wasn't them that was the problem. But the thing is that during this fight between Cole and the Skull Sorcerer, the blades in fact break, and Cole realizes that it was true. The weapons had no power. It was ultimately his mother, and he remembers the promise that he made to stand up to those who are cruel and unjust, and he unlocks Spinjitzu Burst and officially defeats the Skull Sorcerer. And the day is officially saved. King Vangelis is officially captured, Vanya takes place as the queen, the Geckos and the Munts are free, and the ninja are back up on the upside of the mountain. And of course, we get to see a lovely ceremony where Vanya is officially celebrated as the new queen, and takes Cole's promise to his mother and makes it official. Then the ninja leave Shintaro, and they go off, and then they ask Wu where next, and Wu with his mojo back says wherever the wind takes them, and they go off into the sunset for another adventure. 10 out of 10. But on an overall, Season 13 or Master of the Mountain is definitely, in my opinion, the best of the Wild Brain era, or the 11-minute era to be more specifically. I think it has a lot of amazing instances. I think the story is fantastic. Of course, I rated some episodes a little lower, but as an overall package, I think it's fantastic. And it's definitely a season I'm going to cover more in depth one day. But ultimately speaking, I think this is an amazing season, and if you haven't rewatched it in a while, or if you have a negative opinion on it, honestly give this season another go. I think you would be surprised by how good it actually is. But let's get to the next instance of Ninjago, which is not actually a season. It is in fact a special. So let's talk about the island. The island starts off with the episode Uncharted, where we get to see Wu, Masako and Clutch Powers on a mysterious island, and of course we get to see them being captured. We go back to Lloyd, where it's established where they realise that Wu is in fact missing, and they realise that the island they're on is in fact one that not many people have gone to or from, but there is one person by the name of Twitchy Tim, so they go on their journey to go and recruit him to go and find Wu and Masako. We get to see the ninja's island suits come in, which I love the island suits so much, and then we get to see a really cool scene where the ninja navigate the waters to get to the island, and they are successful, and then we get to see them go to a campsite and they realise that they are in fact missing, and of course it ends off on that cliffhanger of they don't know where they actually are. I will say, I really like this. I really enjoyed this episode. It felt action-packed. I think it had a lot of really cool moments, and I think it had a lot of really cool set pieces as well. It sets up the episode quite well, or the special quite well in general, and I think it's a really solid one to see. And also, the island suits, bonus points, 9 out of 10. Episode 2, or the Keepers of the Amulet, show the ninja making their way further into the island to actually find Wu and Masako, and of course we get to see them encounter different creatures, but they ultimately end up encountering the exact same golems that ended up catching Wu and Masako, and insert a very cool fight where the ninja tried to use their elemental powers against those golems and ultimately fails. We actually get to see them throw their own elemental abilities back at them and use the Amulet of Storm to actually fight against the ninja as well. It's a really cool fight scene, some really cool moments. Kai and Cole were definitely the standouts for this. Eventually the ninja do attempt to retreat and they end up all getting captured apart from Lloyd and Twitchy Tim. But then we get to see the ninja then before the actual keepers of the amulet themselves, where they then reveal that they are in fact keepers of one of the two of Wojira. And it's a really cool episode, a really fun one, an 8 I would say. Episode 3, The Gift of Jay, we get to see the ninja all put into a prison, where they're actually unintentionally reunited with Wu, Masako and Clutch Powers. However, Jay is taken elsewhere, and he is considered the Gift of Jay. All the while this is happening, we actually get to see Lloyd making his way back into the Keeper's village in an attempt to break everyone out. And he does get to the ninja, but as soon as he realizes that Jay is missing, he releases the rest of the ninja, and they all go and look for Jay. Meanwhile, Clutch Powers goes off to steal the Storm Amulet. And the ninja for the most part are successful, and they actually end up telling Clutch to put the Storm Amulet back. But because of this little bickering that they do, they end up getting recaptured, and Jay was officially put up to sacrifice to Wojira herself. And this is where it's established that the keepers were instructed to keep the amulet by the first Spinjitzu master themselves. And that is where they realize that they were trying to sacrifice Jay as well to actually keep Wojira happy or in a deep sleep. Honestly, it's a really solid episode. I like the fact that the keepers are linked back to the actual first Spinjitzu master himself. I do like all the moments with Lloyd. He feels like an actual ninja in this episode, which is nice to see. We get some cool moments with the rest of the ninja as well. It's probably the worst of the 4, but I do think it's still a really solid one. It's a 7. And then finally we have the episode The Tooth of Wojira, where it is established that of course the ninja and the keepers of the amulet are technically working for the same guy, aka the first Spinjitzu master. And this is also where we realize that the Wojira that they're sacrificing to is in fact a fake. And of course the keepers feel a bit offended and they realize that they have been taken advantage of. And they actually realize that the ninja aren't so bad after all. This is where the ninja track back the fake Wojira to a cave which was owned by a bunch of henchmen and Ronan, much to Lloyd's surprise. And they all fight it out. Twitchy Tim ends up being the one to disable the fake Wojira, which is cool, and ultimately the day was saved. Ronan and the inmates were captured. And then this was where it was re-revealed that Clutch Powers restole the Storm Amulet. But luckily, Nia actually, prevented this from happening, or so we thought, and luckily everything was settled from there. But then it ends off with Lloyd questioning whether or not Wojira is actually real, to which Rue replies that if she in fact is, hopefully she sleeps for another 1,000 years. But then it shows Wojira at the bottom of the ocean with one of the amulets in her head, setting up the next season. Honestly, on an overall, I really like the island. I think the island is a bit underrated, honestly. I know a lot of people aren't the biggest fans of it. I mean, it could have been a bigger season, maybe, but I think, honestly, for the most part, it's a nice little contained adventure. And again, similar to Season 13, if you haven't seen it, I would definitely consider giving it another go. But of course, it sets up the next season, which we actually got, which was Seabound. So, let's get into it. Season 14, or Seabound, kicks off with the episode A Big Splash, and we get to see the ninja foiling a new villain by the name of Mr. Mina, who is trying to sell a legal Vengestone. Of course, the ninja attempt to stop her, but as Nia tries to use her powers of water to prevent it, she actually loses control of it, and does cause a cyclone, and it officially begins the plot of Nia not having full control of her powers. We then also get to see the re-establishment when it comes to the powers of Wojira, of course being the elemental powers of water, and they realise that Wu probably won't be able to help Nia in this matter, so he recommends Maya, Nia's mother, and of course the whole thing is that Nia doesn't want to see her parents, but ultimately Kai does invite them in. It's a nice little opening, I can appreciate it for what it is. I also do remember this episode a lot because this episode is full of a lot of asset reuse, which is quite fun to see. But the thing is that it's still a nice opening regardless, and of course sets up things quite well. So honestly, it's gonna be an 8. Episode 2 is called The Call of the Deep, where we get to see Maya attempt to help Nia by essentially taking control of her life, controlling every single aspect, trying to make Nia more healthy, trying to make her wake up earlier, trying to make her do a whole lot of different aspects to put it in the right mindset. And of course, Nia's not all too happy with it, and we get to see that unfold. We also get to see Zane and Pixel responding to a distress signal, but because of some weird fluctuations with the ocean itself, Zane and Pixel actually find themselves compromised and potentially in danger. One of the mechs actually ends up going down to the bottom of the sea, but luckily they actually end up escaping, and they realise that this might be linked to Nia's powers. And I'm going to be honest, it is fine in the grand scheme of things, but at the same time, it does just feel like an extension of the first episode, just a little bit worse. The Zane and Pixel water rescue scene is fine, but honestly, it's not really too much to talk home about. I think it's just an average episode, nothing too much, mainly just to get us to where the plot needs us to be. And for that reason, it's going to be a 6. Episode 3, or Unsinkable, sees the ninja, well, most of the ninja, go off in the new Hydro bounty to investigate the source of the signal. But the thing is that at the same time, this unsinkable ship officially gets sunk. So we get to see the ninja go through the motions of having this new ship and then also having it sunk down to the bottom of the ocean, which is fine for what it is. Between that though, we do learn that Maya is also aboard this ship, which is an okay addition, I guess. Of course, I guess they just wanted to expand on the relationship between the two of them, because it's established that Nia just doesn't really want their help. But of course, that becomes more prevalent later down the line. My problem with this episode is that this is the episode where they just sideline Kai and Cole. I don't really care for the fact that they've just let them go for this, phase of the season. I think it's just a bit weird to see, honestly. I know, of course, the whole thing is that they're trying to protect Ninjago, but it's never stopped them all from going on the same adventure before. But honestly, apart from that, it's okay for what it is. It's going to be a 7. Episode 4 is 5,000 Fathoms Down, and this episode shows the fallout of the Hydro Bounty losing power. They're discussing options on how to get the vehicle back online, but ultimately, they're not really getting to many good options. Nia and Maya decide to take out some mechs to actually go investigate around and see if they can find a solution, because they do detect some sort of energy source, but they encounter a temple with Wojira and Prince Kalmar, and of course, they get attacked, there's a whole fight scene that breaks out, and Nia does eventually actually get captured. So it's an interesting episode, of course, setting up the next one. And I do think it's a decent one. It's a nice introduction to Kalmar. I think it's a fairly interesting thing regardless. Of course, seeing them experimenting on how to get Wojira back on without the Storm Amulet itself, I do think it's a fairly interesting concept. And I'll mention this here, but this is a season-wide thing. I will say, this is possibly some of the best looking water elemental effects for Nia that we've ever had. I still think the Oni trilogy is probably better, but this season really does do it. It's unfortunate this didn't stick around until Dragon's Rising. But yeah, I think this is a solid episode, but it's a 7. Episode 5 is the Wrath of Kalmar. We get to see Nia and Maya formulate a way of escape, and we actually get to see them bond a little bit. Of course, we get some cool interactions as well with Kalmar. It's a fairly interesting episode to get. Also being introduced to the whole brotherly system that we have, of course, between Kalmar and Benthramar. I do think it's an interesting dynamic, which of course expands a lot more later down the line. Meanwhile, the ninja is still trying to get the Hydro Bounty online, and in a moment of dire need, Jay, believing he's going to make a sacrifice play, actually ends up using his lightning powers underwater, and he actually does think he's sacrificing himself in that moment, but he does actually end up succeeding, and he does get the Hydro Bounty online, and I believe this is the point in time where he officially takes the role of captain of the ship. Again, another very fun episode. I think it's a lot of interesting aspects to it. We get to see a lot of nice bonding moments between Nia and Maya. Of course, Benthramar and Kalmar again set up as well, which is nice. Also, King Trimar was in this episode, which is nice to see as well. And of course, I do really like the scene with Jay. I do like that moment of his power, the I light up moment. I think it's a nice solid one to have. It's another 7. Episode 6, or Long Live the King, shows Nia, Maya and all the ninja reuniting in the city underwater, and of course we get to see them come before Trimar, who is actually quite friendly towards them. But the thing is that Kalmar is not exactly best pleased with this, and he ends up taking the throne for himself and killing his father. Of course, the ninja now being out on their own, they're now an enemy of this city. It's a fairly interesting one to see, and Trimar in the end actually tells Benthramar the truth and to help the ninja, and of course we get an amazing ending where Kalmar takes control of the city. It's good. I think this is a good episode. Killing off Trimar in this fashion I think was fascinating. It's a very big tonal shift, especially considering how light-hearted the Wildbrain era has been. But honestly, I like the escape, I like the betrayal itself, I like that Trimar was actually a friendly fish. I think it's a lot of interesting different aspects to it, and I think it's quite solid because of it. And honestly, for the fact that this tone is very different and much darker, I'm going to give it an 8. Episode 7, or Escape from Melopia, does continue on the ninja's escape scheme. Of course, now with the help of Benthramar, they are still attempting to get out of the city itself, and Kalmar is throwing absolutely everything at them to do so. We get some cool scenes. We get to see Lloyd utilize one of the underwater mechs, which is nice, and we get to see the ninja use the Hydro Bounty throughout the city itself. It makes for some interesting set pieces, and of course we get to see some cool aspects, also like the Woo bots. It's another solid episode. Unfortunately, it does just feel like the extension of the one previous, so I don't really have much in the way to say about it that's overly new. But like I said, some fun fight scenes, some fun moments, some fun everything all round, especially what you want for the season, which is cool underwater fight scenes. So it's another 7 for that very reason. Episode 8, or The Tale of Benthramar, is a flashback episode, where we get to see how Benthramar came to be under the custody of King Trimar. And we also get to see Benthramar try to bond with his adopted brother. And the thing is that he is just not really up for it. Kalmar is very much rooted that he is in fact the best, and he considers Benthramar by all accounts a stain. But Benthramar actually gets tricked by Kalmar into going into what is the Temple of Wojira. And of course, he is left alone, he is left, for himself, he's left essentially for dead. And the thing is that Kalmar is very unforgiving in the fact that he has done this. And of course it just sets up that ultimately Kalmar simply does not care about Benthramar, and Benthramar tries his best, but ultimately it fails. But we do end up coming back to present time, where we realise that Benthramar was telling the ninja this story, and Nia and Lloyd promise that he is no longer alone, and they make their way to the Island of the Keepers. It's a solid episode. I think overall it's a decent flashback. I don't really think I cared in the nicest way possible, but the thing is that it's still nice to understand where Benthramar comes from, and of course it does play into things ultimately, so I understand why it's there, but I think at the same time I just didn't really ask for a backstory. That feels a bit harsh. I'll give it a 6 though. Episode 9, or the Storm Amulet, shows the ninjas officially getting to the Islands of the Keeper, and they warn them that Kalmar is in fact after the Storm Amulet. But the thing is that they realize that the Storm Amulet was still a fake, like we saw, or at least we thought was debunked in the island. We then get to see the ninja attempt to rush back to the island of Ninjago itself to acquire it. But the thing is that Kalmar did in fact follow them, and even though the ninja tried to use the fake amulet to trick Kalmar into leaving, he ultimately never actually falls for it, and he ends up destroying the Hydro Bounty. But luckily, Pixel was able to inform Cole of what the situation was, and they were on their way to the Explorers Club to get the real one. It's another solid one. I like seeing the Islanders back. It's cool to see them, generally speaking. It's cool that the Hydro Bounty did get destroyed, even though, Destiny Bounty always gets blown up. But it's still a solid episode. I do like it. I do like the end as well, where the implication from Maya is that, Nia doesn't need help. She is the master of water, and a really good one at that, and she can find a way off the island without any assistance from her mother. I do like that. It's a nice moment. It's a 7 out of 10. Episode 10, or the Riddle of the Sphinx, shows the rest of the ninja on Ninjago Island actually going to get the Storm Amulet. And of course, it doesn't go well because this is the Explorers Club. We have to see them actually try to get through a trial to get their way to the actual Storm Amulet themselves. But the thing is that of course it's just a really long-winded thing just to get to the point that they need to be, also giving Kalmar the opportunity to actually get to the same place that the amulet is, and that's how it ends up, and that's actually how this ends on their side. Of course, Kalmar breaches the Explorers Club, and he asks Wu to hand over the Storm Amulet, and of course he says no, and a fight ensues. Although back on the island, we do get to see that the ninja have assessed that the Hydro Bounty is no longer functional, but this is where Nia discovers her true ability to be able to call upon the sea life or the sea animals to be able to help her in her journey, and she calls upon whales, and the whales help them get to Ninjago Island. I don't really care for this episode, even though I have recently rewatched Seabound. I don't remember this episode whatsoever. I know it for the most part, and I know generally speaking, but ultimately it's a very forgettable one, and I just don't really care for it. And of course it establishes Nia's new powers, which is fine, but other than that, it just doesn't really matter, I guess, in a really weird way. So it's gonna be a 5. Episode 11 is called Paper Girl, and we are reunited with the two paper people that we saw in Season 11, of course being Lil Nelson and Antonia. But in this episode, Antonia has kind of lost faith in her ability, and she has decided that she is going to quit. However, Nelson does not want this to happen, but the thing is, they're in the wrong place at the wrong time, as they come across Kalmar and the ninja fighting out for the Storm Amulet, and they actually end up acquiring the Storm Amulet, and it becomes their mission to keep it away from the fish himself. And it's okay for the most part. We do actually get to see a scene of Antonia and Nelson actually saving Kai's life, which is nice, and of course it teaches them that they can in fact make a difference. So I like this episode for the message, but ultimately I would have just rather have seen the actual fight scene. It's fine for what it is, but I just think it's a really weird one where they're focusing almost on the wrong thing. We want to see the combat, we want to see the story evolve. We don't need to see it from the lens of Nelson and Antonia, and I don't mind the characters, I just simply think they're a bit weird to place for this episode specifically, so I'll give it a 6. Episode 12 is Master of the Sea, and we get to see the backstory for Niad, and how she in fact defeated Wojira in the first instance. It is established that of course Niad did defeat the original instance of Wojira, and also unlocked a merged with the sea form to actually do so, and when she did, she gave an amulet to the Keepers and an amulet to the Melopians, and that is how everything was established. Meanwhile, we get to see Kalmar actually attempt to escape with the Storm Amulets. We do get some cool moments in this, we get to see Wu actually take effect, but ultimately it does end with a face-off actually off-screen and an explosion when it comes to Nia, but she emerges from the ocean with the Storm Amulets in hand, and they assume that the day is in fact won. We then get to see them all settling down, all the ninja, feeling the victory, getting a moment to relax, and it's nice to see, and of course, because the mission presumably is saved, Nia actually gets to say goodbye to her mother and father in this instance. But the thing is that Benthamar is wondering what they're going to do with the Storm Amulets, and they say that they have some friends in high places, and it cuts to Cole actually taking it to Shintaro. But the thing is that it's the fake, and that's where the episode ends off. This episode is cool conceptually. I'm not mad at the animation or the style that is used for the backstory. I think it's better than the 2D anime designs, honestly. I do like then the mini fight that we do get. We get some cool moments between all the ninja, between Wu as well, and of course then we get to see Nia using her powers as well. It's an interesting fight scene. It's got some really cool moments as well, Nia using animals to her advantage as well, and of course presumably securing the amulet. And then of course the ending of the little piece of it falling off is also fantastic. So I have to say, this is a really good episode. I do like this episode. It's an 8. Episode 13 is the calm before the storm, and we get to see the ninja actually feeling a little bit relaxed after their events of this season. But the thing is, Wojira has officially reawakened, and Kalmar has control of her. Of course, we get to see some cool scenes of Wojira and her powers, but the thing is, the fish by the name of Gluttonous actually emerges on Ninjago City to warn the ninja that the danger is very much real and it is very much coming. But the problem is that it's too little too late, and Wojira is officially attacking Ninjago City. Overall, this is honestly a really good episode and one that I have a lot of enjoyment watching. I do think it's ultimately just to set up the final battle, which does take place over the last 3 episodes. But honestly, this is a nice prelude to it because it does have a lot of fantastic moments. And for that reason, it's probably a 7. Episode 14, or Assault on Ninjago City, is the first of a 3-part finale for this season, and we get to see the attack of Wojira on Ninjago City in full effect. Ninjago City itself is completely flooded. We get to see all the ninja attempting to help the people in Ninjago City themselves, and we even get to see the attack from different angles, the main one being Gale Gossip. And honestly, it's interesting to see that Kalmar and Wojira has completely dominated everything in their fields. There was no sugarcoating it, they straight up took over. We also then get to see the ninja attempt to stop Wojira, and ultimately it just doesn't succeed. But it ends with Nia actually being the one to charge at Wojira, signifying the next episode. And this episode honestly is really good. I think it has a lot of really fun aspects to it. I like all the fight scenes. Again, I really like Nia in this episode, and I like the sheer threat of Wojira. It doesn't feel like Wojira is being dulled down, doesn't feel like she's being de-strengthened, anything like that. It feels like she's truly a force to be reckoned with, and I can really appreciate that. 8 out of 10. Episode 15, or Niads, is actually showing the continuation of this, and showing Nia and Wojira going at it, and eventually, unfortunately more specifically, Nia is in fact overpowered. However, all the ninja are continuing to do their thing, but the thing that happens in particular is the fact that Jay ends up actually getting stuck in his vehicle, and in an attempt to get out of the water, he unfortunately takes in a lot of water into his lungs. So the ninja end up having to regroup. They're all injured in some way, they all have something wrong, but the problem is that Jay is dying by all accounts, and Nia is unable to draw the water out of her. But then she remembers the story of Niad and how she became one with the ocean, and she does it herself in an attempt to save Jay and save the people of Ninjago. And she becomes the water form of Nia, and I love the design, I have to say that. And she officially goes off to challenge Kalmar once again, and of course that then sets up the final episode. But this one is absolutely fantastic. I really like this episode. I like the fact that they injured Jay, they gave Nia stakes, they gave Nia a reason to become, well, one with the sea. And I think honestly it's a really good setup to a really good last episode. And this one is gonna be a 9. And the final episode, like I said, is in fact the turn of the tide, where the merged Nia is officially going to attack Kalmar and Wojira once again. And the thing is that initially she actually fails, but because of her new aqueous state, she is able to do a lot more than originally intended. The rest of the ninja all do go to help, and we get to see some really cool scenes of the ninja taking on some of the Murray guards. And honestly, I really like these fight scenes. There's a really cool one-shot take where all the ninja are fighting in their own different way, and I really like it. All the while, Jay and Benthamar are actually taking on Kalmar as well. And Benthamar in particular ends up actually freeing Wojira of Kalmar's control, and it marks the end of Kalmar. This then, of course, culminates in Nia actually fighting Wojira instead, and she does actually succeed, but because Nia is merged with the ocean and the water itself, she is losing who she is, and the call of the sea cannot, stop her from staying away, and she leaves, and she becomes one with the ocean. And then, unfortunately, we do end off this season with a memorial for Nia, and in a lot of different ways, it's almost like a funeral for Nia. We get to honor her life, we see the ninja all upset over it, we get to, however, then see Nia out in the ocean, swimming with a bunch of animals, happy as she could be. But unfortunately, everyone else has to sit there and mourn her. And overall, this is an amazing end to an amazing season, and this episode is 10 out of 10. Overall, Seabound to me is a very interesting season. I honestly really enjoyed this season. I think there's a lot of amazing stuff to it, and it has some of the best episodes we have seen in the Wild Brain era. But the thing is that personally speaking, there's just a couple of filler bits that I just didn't really care for, and I think it's something to do with the fact that this is my least watched of the 11-minute era. I mean, this is my least watched. Prime Empire is probably after that, then Season 13, Master of the Mountain, then the Fire and the Ice chapter, and my most watched is probably Crystalised, and then the Island is somewhere in there. But honestly, this one needs to be appreciated more by me, I understand that. And like I said, this is a really good season. But what came after this is certainly a controversial one, so let's talk about Crystalised. Crystalised kicks off with the episode Farewell the Sea, and this is of course the result of the loss of Nia. It is a year on, and the ninjas have officially all gone their separate ways and are taking the moment of grief in a very different way. All of the ninja are representing the 5 stages of grief in a very different way, and all of them are specifically representing how they are feeling about Nia at the time. You have denial, which is Zane. Of course, he is turning off his emotions, he doesn't want to deal with it. You have got anger, which is Lloyd and Kai, both of them having a very aggressive approach when either mentioning it or just how they act in everyday life. They've got bargaining, which is going to be Wu, because he is desperately looking for an answer to be able to reverse it. You have got depression, which is Jay, because he is simply doesn't know what to do without Nia, and then you've got acceptance, which is Cole. It's interesting to see all the ninja in these different states, and I think it's a fairly interesting concept to tackle. I do wish they did a little bit more, but unfortunately they just simply didn't, because the ninja all find themselves again reunited because the new ninja are here, and they are taking down the exact same Vengestone buyer, and they realize they should probably be doing something about it because Nia would have wanted that. But honestly, it's a very solid opening to the season, and I know Crystalised is a very controversial season, so I'm going to try my best to be neutral. I do intend on talking about Crystalised in much bigger length at some point. You will hear my issues with Crystalised throughout, but honestly, I'm just trying to be positive. But like I said, on an overall, this episode is definitely a 9 out of 10 for me, because it does a lot of really cool things. I think it's a bit more of a throwing everyone in. It would have been cool to have seen them process things a little more. We get to see it a little bit after this fact, but not too much after the episode itself. So for that reason, 9 out of 10. Episode 2 is The Call of Home, and this is definitely a controversial one because it is re-establishing Nia very quickly on. It is showing Nia subtly starting to remember who she actually is, and she talks to Niad about it specifically, and it's really interesting to see because you can tell that she is attempting to break through, but Niad is just saying that it's just the way the sea works and to just keep things going the way they are. But Niad does actually encourage Nia to take a look around and see what's going on with it, and Nia discovers who she actually is. She regains her memory in this episode, and she is on the hunt for Jay for help, and I don't really know how I feel about this. Nia should have stayed in this aqueous form a lot longer, honestly, and maybe should have not even had her memories for a lot longer than this. It feels like a bit of a discount, especially when you're watching these seasons back to back, because obviously there was a year between Crystalised and Seabound, so it does feel a little longer in that regard, but when you're watching these episodes one after the other, it feels extremely short, and I think that is honestly kind of an issue with it. And I do think for the reason that even though the episode in of itself is good, I do just think it's very poorly placed, and I don't like the fact that it just re-establishes Nia very, very quickly on. So for that reason, I'm going to give it a 6 out of 10. Episode 3, or The Shape of Nia, shows the ninja establishing that they need to look into the Vengestone operation, and they track down Misdemeanor in an attempt to stop her, but ultimately they are out of sync and they are not able to do anything about it. They even get humiliated by the new ninja, so they return home a bit angry, a bit upset, a bit of everything, and they turn against each other in this instance. And I will say, the Kai vs Jay scene is fairly cool for what it is, but it doesn't feel long enough, and it also does just feel a little out of place. But then Nia does manifest herself, and she tells the ninja that she needs to be drained of her elemental powers so she can become whole again and come back to the ninja. And even though Zane then freezes her over to keep her in place, the ninja tries to figure out what to do, and they land on one option: a Sphera. It's a fairly nice episode. I don't really care for the ninja are out of shape and they need to get back into the groove of things kind of arc again, but ultimately it is what it is when it comes to it, and the rest of the episode is fine for what it is. It's just the fact that Nia got back to the ninja so quickly that I think is a bit of a weird one, but honestly, apart from that, it's mostly fine, but it's probably still just a 6. Episode 4, or A Mayor Problem, sees the ninja ask the mayor of Ninjago if he can release a Sphera to them along with her staff so they can rescue Nia. But the thing is, the mayor says no. So it is down to the ninja to get a Sphera out of prison and also her staff. So the ninja splits up into 2 groups in an attempt to get both tasks done at the same time, and asks Skylar for help with keeping Nia on ice. And then we just get to see both side by side. Cole and Jay are off to get the staff and they realise it is not there. The rest of the ninja, however, are in Cryptarium and they successfully get to a Sphera, which, nice little attention to detail, she's using the same cell that Garmadon used in Season 10. But they do have free a Sphera and they get her back to the monastery of Spinjitzu, which of course officially sets up the next episode. And I have to say, I do think this is a good one. It's nice to see the 2 ninja off in 2 different areas. It is interesting to see that they just didn't have the staff there. Of course, they wanted something for the next episode by the sounds of it, but ultimately, I do think it's a solid one for what it is. 7 out of 10. Episode 5 is Public Enemies 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, where a Sphera, now back in the Samurai X cave, has to deal with the fact that she is officially under the watch of Wu, but the rest of the ninja go out in an attempt to regain a Sphera's staff, of course intercepting it in a convoy. However, the new ninja are actually waiting for them. We get to see a cool fight between the 2 different ninja groups, and it's honestly interesting to see the dynamic between them. Ultimately speaking though, they do realise that the black suited ninja are in fact our team that we all know and love, and even though the ninja do get away with the staff, they do in fact relay that information to the mayor, and the mayor declares them public enemies 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. It's a cool little episode. It mainly expands on the episode beforehand, but I can appreciate that for what it is. And honestly, I think it's just a fun one. Conceptually speaking, it's interesting to actually see. And of course, we get to see a little bit more of a Sphera, for example, her mainly just taunting Wu, which is cool to see. But ultimately, it's another solid episode, another 7. Episode 6 is A Painful Promise. We get to see Wu and a Sphera mess around as they are waiting for the ninja to come back. A Sphera discovers the weapons of Spinjitzu in the cave itself, which of course does come up later, and the rest of the episode is just spent with a Sphera just proving that she is better than Wu in every way that she has conceived. It is a cool little dynamic. It's interesting to see the 2 just running at each other really, and a Sphera just trying to dominate Wu in every way because she can't stand the fact that Wu beat her. And honestly, it's a fun one. But of course we get to cut back to seeing Nia continue to be frozen over, but the ninja do get back and give a Sphera her staff. But initially she turns on them, but because of the arrival of the Ninjago police, she does in fact drain Nia of her powers. Of course then, the ninja and the new ninja refight, they're going at it, but they only need to go long enough for a Sphera to be done. And the thing is, she is. And Nia is officially back in human form. Lloyd gets a Sphera out as he promised, and the ninja go quietly. And the episode ends with a Sphera being consulted by a Crystal Council, asking if she wants to join the Crystal Council and take revenge on those who betrayed her. And she says yes. And that's where the episode ends, and honestly overall, it's a very, very fun one. And like I said, I don't really like how quickly they brought Nia back, but seeing Nia come back and seeing the reaction of them all is fantastic. And of course it's setting up the rest of Crystalised Part 1, so I can appreciate it for what it is. It's an 8. Episode 7 is Ninjago City versus the Ninja, where the ninja get their due diligence in a court of law. But not really, they get sent to Cryptarium prison. In there, we get to see the ninja interact with a bunch of their previous enemies. Of course, we get to see some Skullkin, some Serpentine, we get to see Ronin as well, which is also nice to see. It's honestly a really cool bit of stuff to see. And honestly, it's quite nice. But if you go back to the monastery, of course, you have the residual of all the other of the team realizing that they're in a very poor situation, and Nia just kind of giving up. But whilst the ninja are actually in prison, Lloyd actually has a sit down and a conversation with a masked kabuki warrior, and of course telling Lloyd that there's nothing they can do, telling him that the Crystal Council's back, and Lloyd does attempt to stop this person, but ultimately fails and gets themselves arrested even worse. But then the episode actually ends off with the Crystal Council officially recruiting its next owner of a seat, which is King Vangelis, who is going to become a not Skull Sorcerer, but also technically Skull Sorcerer. But yeah, it was a cool ending, cool villain to bring back. And honestly, this is a fairly solid episode. I like a lot of the scenes, I like a lot of the interactions. I think it's a fairly good one. It's going to get a high 7. Episode 8 is Kryptarian Prison Blues, where we get to see the Dareth lawyer and Skylar actually visit the ninja and say they're trying their best to actually get them out. But ultimately, it's not doing too well, and all they really want to know is how Nia is doing. And like I said, like in the previous episode, she's kind of just given up, but she rediscovers the Samurai X plans, and she has a new idea. This is also the episode that gives us the return of Pythor, and honestly, it's really cool to see him after so long. They made him a lot more British, I will say that, and you notice it a lot in Crystalised, but it was really cool to see them interact with him again. He's just been in Cryptarium though for a while now, but also not, because I think he does remark saying that he was actually captured by the new ninja, which was fairly interesting to see, because it means Pythor has just been released this entire time, but it was a cool interaction regardless. But the thing is that we get to see Nia actually develop a Samurai X plan. But the main bulk of the rest of the episode was actually the Crystal Council recruiting Pythor for the next seat. And we get to see the ninja attempt to stop. But the police actually think that it's them who's actually trying to escape, where in reality they're not. But all they do is get them in more trouble. And that's where the episode ends. Another solid one. I think it's a fun one. Pythor has some really cool moments. I will say Pythor, generally speaking, does just have some really good moments regardless. I think it's difficult to have Pythor and not have a good time, but honestly, it's another 7 out of 10 for that reason, and just another solid one from the season. Episode 9 is Hound Dog McBrag, and this episode shows the ninja being taken out of Kryptarian prison on a bus for duties, I believe just work related, but during that time they encountered Dareth and Nia, who actually helped bust them out, and also Fugitive, and insert the mayor finding this out and calling the character Hound Dog McBrag to go and track them down. The ninja are then just in the desert, and they realize if they split up, they're less likely to be captured. So they split off into 2 groups in their fugitive suits, which are amazing suits, may I add. But yeah, their plan is to meet up at Twitchy Tim's and re-establish baseline. It's just another really fun episode, and I do think it's nice to see that they gave at least the prison arc a little more time. For example, the other main prison arc we got was in season 6, and that only lasted like half an episode, if that, whereas this one lasted, I think it was about 3, so I can appreciate that for what it is, and I do like this episode, and it sets up the next couple, so it's gonna have another 7. Episode 10 is The Benefit of Grief, and this episode seems to be fairly controversial, but personally speaking, I really like this one. This one follows Kai, Dareth, and Zane all traveling through the desert, and they encounter a lady by the name of Sally, who is a singer trying to go to Ninjago City. But the police catch up to them, and she thinks it's actually her that's being chased because she ran away from her parents, when obviously in reality it was the ninja themselves. Insert this interesting story about the whole concept of leaving, coming back, having emotions, for example, and of course this focuses in a lot on Zane, because at this point he still doesn't even have his own emotions, and honestly the whole roller coaster that they go through is fairly interesting to see. And this is where Zane feels like he relearns the value of emotion and actually turns his emotion meter back on, as he sees the value in grief. And I know this has a lot of issues for a lot of people, because of course, for example, the ninja had Nia back and he still didn't have his emotions back on, so that feels a little weird in that respect, but at the same time I can understand the message they're trying to go for. But I will say, I do actually really like the song. that is used in this episode, the one of course that is from Sally herself, I think is a fun little song, honestly, and I do appreciate the fact that it was used again. But honestly, I think this episode is solid for what it is. I see the complaints with this episode. I want to dissect this episode individually for its own video, to be honest. But yeah, for now, I'll give it another 7. Episode 11 is called The Fifth Villain, where all the ninja have reunited at Twitchy Tim's gas station, and they begin to discuss who the 5th member of the Crystal Council will be. They throw out a lot of different names. The Time Twins were one, Nodicon, Garmadon, a lot of different ideas were thrown around, and ultimately they couldn't figure out who it was going to be. But the thing is that Hound Dog McBride does eventually catch up, and Fugitive of all people actually gives them the escape opportunity, and they actually land on the idea that the person it may end up being is actually the mechanic, and they were in fact right. So they go and track him down to his old arcade headquarters, and they end up actually having to fight him, and they do end up actually overthrowing him and having him hostage essentially. But the thing is that one of them needs to go undercover now as the mechanic, and it's chosen to be Lloyd, and a crystal spider does appear and brings the mechanic to the underground headquarters. It's a fun little episode. There's nothing too much happening of significance. Of course, finding out who's going to be the 5th villain is always cool to see, but ultimately speaking, it felt like another one of a forgettable episode. Like I said, all the names that they mentioned, the Garmadon scare was interesting to see. But yeah, it's just a solid one. 7 out of 10. Episode 12 is the Council of the Crystal King, and we get to see Lloyd dressed as the mechanic actually in the Crystal Council itself, and we get to see them all discuss different aspects, and we get to see them learn more about who and what they actually are. But the person in the kabuki mask does reveal that they know that there's an imposter among them. But the thing is that they've revealed the fact that it is in fact the mechanic, and self-insert then the mechanic, or Lloyd more specifically, of course, trying to get away with it. But then the episode ends off with Lloyd being overpowered by all of the villains combined, and the person in the kabuki mask decides to reveal who they are. It is Harumi. Yeah. This episode is by far one of the most controversial ones because it reintroduces Harumi as a character, and of course that leads to a whole load of different issues. I will say her reveal was quite cool, but I don't know how I feel about the character reveal in of itself. It's definitely caused one of the biggest controversies in Ninjago to date, because by all accounts Harumi was dead. So having her back, I think it's just a very weird one to actually see. But I'll still give this one 5. I'll give it a 5 purely just down to the fact that this is by far one of the most controversial episodes we've ever had. And I'm going to put it in the middle, purely just because I don't really want to give an opinion on this episode as of yet, or just as Harumi at this point in the show, because I do still have a part 2 for that video about to come out. So I'm just going to leave it there for now, and just ignore it happened. Episode 13, or A Sinister Shadow, reveals how Harumi ended up surviving the events of Hunted. Of course, being summoned by all accounts the Overlord and being resurrected to serve his will is certainly an interesting way to bring her back. We then get to see her journey, figuring out where she needs to be, where to resurrect the Overlord, and then where to go to actually get different bits and pieces. Of course, we get to see that she was there when the ninja went to Shintaro. We get to see that she was there when the ninja initially attacked Mr. Mina in Seabound. She was there the whole time, but she blames Lloyd and says it was ultimately Lloyd's fault. But Lloyd does in fact reveal the fact that he was actually trying to figure out what happened to her during the event of Hunted. And ultimately it just ends in him being once again overpowered between Harumi and Mr. F. But yeah, it's a weird one. It's difficult to determine this season because of obviously the presence of Harumi. And honestly, it's weird to see. And the way they kind of bring her back feels a little bit cheap. But honestly, it's the only other way I could have seen her essentially defy death. But I don't really care for it regardless. But because of it, I will give it a 6. Episode 14 is The Spider's Design. We get to see Hound Dog McBride attempt to ask Sensei Wu where actually the ninja were. Of course, he feigns ignorance, and he doesn't really believe him, but that's just a whole nother thing. Meanwhile, the ninja aren't actually there and they are attempting to get to Lloyd. Of course, trying to figure things out along the way, not really getting too far into it, but ultimately speaking, they're doing their best. But of course, you go back to Lloyd and Harumi is attempting to almost rage bait him by the looks of it, but Lloyd actually kind of succumbs to this and ends up unlocking a bit of a different form, aka Oni form. This is because Harumi does actually attempt to kill the ninja, and by all account Lloyd thinks that they are actually dead. So Lloyd, in this newly discovered Oni form, absolutely hands it to Mr. F and Harumi, and you can see to an extent that she does actually worry about the amount of power that there actually is. But Lloyd stops himself because he doesn't want to be a part of the Oni form. But Harumi takes advantage of that and then also re-disables him. I will say, this is actually a good episode. I like to see the ability of Lloyd. I like to see that the anger can naturally come out, and Lloyd definitely does have a lot of pent-up anger. Harumi just kind of trying to kill off the ninja with no second thoughts is kind of interesting to see. Very dark, I will give it that. That definitely does feel within Harumi's character. But ultimately, it's a decent episode. It gets a 7. Episode 15 is The Fall of the Monastery, and I will say, I really like this episode. For the most part, the ninja themselves are just sat there trying to get out of the train cart tunnel and just trying to re-free themselves after being blown up. But the real thing comes from the fact that the Crystal Council, minus Harumi, has all gone to the temple or the monastery of Spinjitzu to attempt to get the golden weapons of Spinjitzu. Insert this amazing fight with all of Wu, Nia, Pixel, and Skylar. It's really cool to see all the villains fighting them, and all of them to an extent definitely lose in a lot of ways, but Wu gets in an amazing fight scene during this episode, and we get to see him take on every single one of them, and honestly, it really shows the skill of Wu. But unfortunately, they do end up failing. They secure the golden weapons, and they rig the monastery itself to blow, but not before saying to Nia that Harumi sends her regards, and this is when Nia realizes that Harumi's in fact back. Luckily though, most of the team was saved by a mini pix apart from Nia, and they do a little bit of a fake out death scene for her, which is a bit meh, but ultimately she uses the Samurai X-Mech to escape, and they get a hold of the ninja, and Nia goes off to try and save the ninja themselves. It's a decent little episode, and it's honestly one that I can have fun with. I like all the fight scenes. I don't like the potential Nia fake out death. But apart from that, I do like all the little interactions between all the villains. I like the Harumi reveal. I do like all these aspects about this episode, and it's actually one of the ones I definitely rewatch. I'll give it a 9. Darkness Within is episode 16, and now with the weapons of Spinjitzu, they are going to corrupt those very weapons and have Lloyd watch. Meanwhile, the ninjas successfully make their way out of the underground, and Nia with the Samurai X-Mech does go to help them. But she has to tell them about everything that has happened, including the loss of the monastery, Harumi returning, all those different aspects, and you can see the annoyance on their face when they realize what they are in for. But of course they need to escape and they need someone to hide, so they go back to the old Samurai X cave, and honestly, it's really cool seeing this place again, even though it doesn't look anywhere near the same. But then we actually get to see the golden weapons of Spinjitzu officially being corrupted, and a ceremony to also bring back the Lord of Darkness himself, the Overlord. And with these new weapons and the Overlord return, Lloyd looks up to see the figure that he defeated once before, and the Overlord himself says, "What is it that you said?" "Oh, it ends now." I like this episode. I actually really do like this one. I think it's a really cool one, and I think it has a lot of really fun aspects. It's cool to see the Overlord. He feels menacing in this episode. I think he has a lot of cool moments in this episode, and I think everything overall does make for a decent one. I'll give it an 8. Episode 17 is the Coming of the King, and we get to see the Overlord officially back. He powers up all of the Crystal Council to this new dark crystallized form, which is really cool to see. And Lloyd becomes very sarcastic in this episode, I will say that, which feels a little weird, but I can't really explain that away. But after the Overlord actually raises up the Oni temple and makes the floating island, Lloyd takes the opportunity and does actually manage to escape. Of course, evading all the Crystal Council members and also taking Harumi while he is at it. But all the while, the Overlord resurrects his Vengestone army and they're ready to go. But luckily, with Lloyd escaping the temple like that, the ninja were officially able to get a hold on where they actually were, so they also make their way out to Hiroshi's labyrinth, and everything is going to culminate in the next episode. But this is a really fun one. I think it's a nice little episode. I think it has some really cool Lloyd moments. It's difficult to not mention Harumi in episodes like this, because Harumi in this episode is weirdly sympathetic towards Lloyd and wants Lloyd to be next to her, whereas in another episode she doesn't. But again, that's going to be saved for the Harumi video. But apart from that, I think it's a solid one. It's a 7. After that is Return to Prime Evil's Eye. We get to see the ninja in their golden crystallized outfits go and retrieve all their passive vehicles in an attempt to go and get Lloyd. Meanwhile, Lloyd and Harumi are making their way through Prime Evil's Eye, very similar in vein to Season 8. Whereas in this one, Harumi's back to not liking Lloyd, and they're fighting throughout and they're having their moments together. It's a weird one. But luckily, Lloyd is rescued just in time by the ninja, and they're all there in their vehicles attempting to help, and all the Crystal Council has to face up against the ninja once again. And ultimately, they get away, Lloyd gets away, and there's a really interesting look between Lloyd and Harumi at the end. Harumi with a smug look and Lloyd with an angry expression. It's interesting to see, and it was interesting to see what came next. It's a 7. After that came the episode Christophy, or however you pronounce it. I'm not telling you how many takes I took. But we get to see the ninja continue to engage the Overlord's new Vengestone army with all of their vehicles. And for the most part, the ninja are kind of just relegated to helping out where they can, doing their moments where they have to just do what they can. Of course, they can't actually touch the Crystal Warriors because they would be corrupted. But we get to see the ninja just generally speaking doing what they need to do. Meanwhile, Wu realizes that the Overlord's return has been hinted at, and someone has been telling him that it's been hinted at, so they attempt to go and track down who it actually was. And this is where they realize that the person who was trying to warn Wu and the ninja was in fact Garmadon. And I will say, I do like the reveal. I do think it's an interesting one. Lloyd's face when the reveal happens is very interesting to see, and I think it's fairly fascinating to see how things go with the two of them. And honestly, for that reason alone, I do think this is a very solid episode. I'll give it an 8. Then came the episode Christopher, where we get to see Garmadon explain to Lloyd and Wu what he has been doing this entire time, where he acknowledges he felt a little confused after the event of March of the Oni, so he went back to the one person who gave him an answer before, which was Vinny, and Vinny helped him learn and helped him try to figure out what things meant, what he should do, trying to be better, all those different aspects, and he eventually was given a plant called Christopher to be able to try and develop his own skill at being more caring. And honestly, it's fairly interesting to see Garmadon try to be a better person, but once this is all happening, his apartment building gets blown up by the Crystal Army, and Garmadon unveils Oni form, and that is when Wu realizes that that is the key to all of their questions. Oni form. It's a fun one, and I think it's some cool little aspects, getting to see how Garmadon is trying to develop himself, trying to see Garmadon become a better person. I think it's a very interesting concept to see, and honestly, I will take that and enjoy it for what it actually is. I'll give this episode an 8. Next up, or episode 21, is A Lesson in Anger, and this is where we get to see the ninja try to establish what they're going to do next in an attempt to stop the Overlord, and of course, Garmadon is there to help, much to the ninja's surprise. Now, initially speaking, they believe that Oni form is the only answer to the question, and we get to see Lloyd attempt to try and use it, much to the failure. But the thing is that we realize that there is an equivalent to Oni form, being dragon form, and that is where the ninja realize that they could potentially do it themselves. And just in the meantime, of course, because they don't have an Oni or a dragon form, Pixel decides to update the ninja's vehicles so they can actually defeat the Crystal Warriors a bit easier than they have been. It's honestly a fun one. It's interesting to see the dynamic of absolutely everyone, and of course seeing the ninja's eagerness to actually get back out and try to do what they can in terms of helping the people of Ninjago. And obviously seeing Garmadon quite grumpy about the fact that Lloyd can't do Oni form immediately is fairly interesting to see. So honestly, this is a fun little episode. We do get some other cool scenes. I mean, for example, the new ninja all get corrupted as well. So it's a fun one. I'll give it that. It's a 7. Episode 22 is the episode Brave But Foolish, and honestly, I absolutely adore this episode if it wasn't this early in the season. The ninja assault the Crystal Army in an all-out war. We get to see them all absolutely going at the Crystal Army themselves in an attempt to win. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, Lloyd, Garmadon, Nia, for example, are all up on the bounty preparing for their own aspect of the assault. And Wu wearing the dragon armor is a cool touch. We get to see the ninja attempt to actually take the island away from Ninjago City. It's a fairly interesting one to see, and honestly, seeing the Overlord be quite smug about the fact that the ninja couldn't do anything, just for them to actually do something, was really cool to see. Insert a really cool fight with all the Dragonites and all the different warriors. It was really cool to see. And for the most part, it felt like the ninja were winning. Until they weren't. We get to see Kai and Cole crash with each other, Zane falls out the sky, Jay actually relatively gets away with it, but also the bounty splits in two. Meanwhile, we get a really good fight between Wu and the Overlord, and honestly, it might be one of the best fights in the entire show. The fight with Wu and the Overlord is fantastic from start to end, and honestly, it's a fantastic one and I absolutely love to watch that fight. It's quite universally accepted as one of the better fights we've ever seen in the show, but it ends with Wu falling off the island, and ultimately people thought this is where Wu was meant to die. It's up to you whether or not you believe he should have or not, but that is how it went, and honestly, I really did enjoy it. But like I said, everyone now was in some sort of injured way, the vehicles were destroyed, it wasn't looking too good. And honestly, I'm going to give this episode a 10 out of 10 because it's a fantastic episode, but it kind of sucks to think that we still had 8 episodes past this point. Episode 23 is the first of a very interesting batch of episodes that should not exist. This is the fallout for Jay, Nia and Wu. We get to see Wu flying down from his battle where he is hurt, but he has taken refuge with the Paper Kids. Meanwhile, Jay is rescuing Nia from the wreckage of the Destiny's Bounty, and they fight off some Crystal Warriors, and interestingly, Nia's power seems to subtly reawaken when this happens, so they think of a new plan, and they've used Nia's powers to call for some reinforcements. Meanwhile, Wu is getting back into his groove, and he is messaging out for the ninja in hope that they hear it. Honestly, it's just a shame, because these episodes feels like they shouldn't exist. Brave but Foolish was a fantastic episode, and it feels like it's really slowed down. Doesn't mean there's not good things in this episode. I really like Wu realizing what he has to do, realizing people who are brave in the moment, a ninja in their own right, and like he says to his broadcast signal, the news never sleeps, and anyone who is listening is an honorary ninja, so don't quit. I like it, it's some cool messages, the stuff with Jay and Nia is alright, it just feels weird where it is. 6. Episode 24 is the episode Return of the Ice Emperor. It's not the only person we follow in this episode, we also follow Lloyd and Garmadon, which is, a thing. We get to see a very interesting confrontation between Hound Dog and Lloyd, which felt a little out of place, but there is that. We do actually get a couple of scenes of Wu again in this episode, restudying Dragon Form, trying to figure out what's going on with Dragon Form, trying to find a new way to stop the Overlord, but that's the most part what we get with him for this episode. But let's talk about the bad thing here. We do follow Pixel and Zane. We get to see Zane, dismantled, fallen apart, is holographic, is out of Fritz. But the thing is, in his bits and pieces, he takes on the persona of the Ice Emperor. And I really don't like this one. It implies the idea that the Ice Emperor is a part of Zane, a fundamental aspect of Zane, not just a product of influence and Vex and not having his memory. It's in fact a fundamental aspect of Zane that is actually a part of him, and I really don't like that fact. So Pixel attempts to get him to Borg Tower to repair him, and they have this whole scene of Pixel accepting that he may be gone forever. I really don't like this. Yeah, I don't like this episode. At best, it's a 4 out of 10 for me. Like I said, I have fundamental issues with the whole thing of the Ice Emperor. I really don't like how they're handling the whole thing of the Ice Emperor. I don't really want to acknowledge it. I don't like it. I'll give it a 4 out of 10. It's not the absolute worst level of bad, but it's certainly second worst for me. The next episode is Safe Haven, and for the most part we follow Kai, Cole and Skylar in an attempt to get to where the news never sleeps, and they mainly face off against Pythor in this episode. Cole, for the most part, is incapacitated. He's kind of a bit gone at this point. He's kind of just delirious. Skylar is really taking the forefront here, and Kai is kind of just along for the ride. Skylar is great in this episode, I will give her that. And of course, we just get to see them travel through the land of Ninjago, like I said, in an attempt to get back to where the news never sleeps. They're making their way through, picking up people along the way to help them out as well, and during all of this, we do cut to Lloyd and Garmadon as they've gone down to find the Serpentine in an attempt to help. And the thing is, we get a really weird scene between the two of them here. We have Lloyd really snapping at Garmadon because, well, Garmadon wants Lloyd to embrace his Oni form. But the thing is that we see Lloyd kind of lose it. He mentions how his biggest fear is becoming Garmadon, which having an Oni form, I guess, is. And when Garmadon says that he cares about Christopher, Lloyd kind of just refutes it and says it doesn't really count. And honestly, this just feels really out of character for Lloyd, and I don't really like it. But luckily in the end, we get to see Kai, Cole and Skylar make their way back to the news place where the news never sleeps. And of course, we get to see the reuniting of Jake and his parents. We get to see the ninja feel a little happy because they're still helping where they can. And honestly, this episode, the Kai, Cole and Skylar stuff is fine. I like that stuff. But the Lloyd stuff, I really do not like. It's going to be a 6. After that is Compatible, where we get to see all the ninja develop their own plots in their own small ways. We get to see Kai and Skylar discuss a relationship, which is really weird timing. I agree with Skylar on that one. We get to see Wu continue to try and figure out dragon form, which is not really going too well. We get to see Lloyd and Garmadon continue to be very cold towards each other, and we get to see Zane destroyed. We also do get to see Cole and Nia trying to call out their own respective armies to get some help. Of course, the army of Shintaro for Cole and the Melopians for Nia, and we don't really get an answer on where it's going for them in this episode because it ends up coming back to this whole scene between Pixel and Zane. And like I said before, it's the whole thing of Pixel saying goodbye, saying I don't know if there's anything else after this, saying a whole lot of different things, a whole goodbye to Zane. Zane is going to die, oh no, oh wait, he's alive. Zane fake out deaths are kind of common practice at this point. It takes away from an episode in my opinion, it really does. I really don't like when they do it, but unfortunately, we can't get away with it. But overall, this episode mostly has decent stuff, has a lot of decent bits overall, but I'm still gonna have to give it a 6. Episode 27, Distress Calls, of course, sees the overall finish of the trying to call out their allies arc, and ultimately, Wu tries to bring the ninja all back together to attempt a different plan. Whilst this is happening though, and this is going to be my main thing with this episode, is this is possibly one of the biggest instances where Lloyd just feels completely out of character, because initially in the episode, we get to see Lloyd talk about the Oni, and how he believes Oni fundamentally do not care and have absolutely no compassion, even though he very much knew Mistake, an Oni that completely counters his point. And then after this fact, we also get to see Lloyd beating up Serpentine Crystal Warriors and him remarking how good it feels to beat them up. This feels completely out of character for Lloyd and honestly feels really weird to see. To the point where I question who even was thinking this in this moment. I want to know what they were trying to do with Lloyd in this instance. Of course, they do dial it back during this episode, but the thing is that this is just a really weird instance, and I really do not like it because of it. This is possibly one of the strangest episodes to me, and like I said, I really don't like the fact that they have Lloyd just completely out of whack in this episode, and to the point where I'm considering this a 4 out of 10 amongst one of the worst episodes, because ultimately, I really don't think this episode demonstrates Lloyd's character or anything like that good whatsoever. Episode 28 is an issue of trust. All the ninja are back together in the warehouse and they are discussing a plan. Of course, trying to figure out dragon form in of itself. And ultimately, they're disagreeing on whether or not it's actually going to be valid or not. Meanwhile, the Crystal Council do in fact figure out where they are, and they are now officially mobilizing to go and get the ninja themselves. But the ninja, during this time, are attempting dragon form, but unfortunately, they are actually failing. They keep trying, and they realize they don't really have the time to try and figure it out, so instead, they fortify, they weaponize, and they find a way to actually try and defeat the Overlord without dragon form itself. So the ninja take the brunt of the force, while Garmadon and Lloyd go behind in an attempt to get back at the Overlord. Insert the beginning of a really cool looking fight. All of the allies that they had there at the time, all the ninja with baseball bats and different weapons, officially charging at the Crystal Army in an attempt to stop them. Meanwhile, at the top of the island, Lloyd and Garmadon crash down in an attempt to start the fight with the Overlord, and that's where this episode ends. It's a decent episode. I honestly think there's some decent bits to it. Attempting to learn dragon form is alright. The interactions between Garmadon and Lloyd are interesting, because Garmadon is just trying to figure out himself in the grand scheme of things, and Lloyd's kind of just giving him nothing, which again contributes to the Lloyd has no weird out of character moments here. But it's still a decent episode. I'll give it that. A 7. Episode 29 is Dragon Form. We get to see Lloyd and Garmadon face off against the Overlord, and we get to see the rest of the ninja face off against the Crystal Army. But unfortunately, both sides are very much struggling to actually get it done. On the ninja side, they're definitely finding themselves struggling, but all of their allies do hear their call, and they all come out in an attempt to help. And now all the allies have united, Dragon Form was unlocked, and they were officially able to take back their weapons, and officially able to push back the army. Meanwhile, Lloyd and Garmadon are trying their best to actually defeat the Overlord, and it's kind of going back and forth. The Overlord unlocks his new Minotaur looking outfit, which is fair enough. I will say then, this is also where Harumi realizes that she's in fact on the wrong side, and she also attacks the Overlord. The army feels a lot more weakened, and it feels like it's going their way, whereas unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be doing that, and that's where the episode ended. This episode is fine. I think honestly it's action-packed front to back. I think it's got some really cool moments. I think overall it's a very solid episode that I don't really have much in the way of a complaint with. And like I said, just decent. I feel like Harumi switched over very quickly. It's weird to think that Harumi didn't think the Overlord has something to do with the Great Devourer, but there is that. But like I said, all the stuff on the ninja side is really good. 8 out of 10. And then finally, we have Roots. We get to see the fight continue with Lloyd and Garmadon against the Overlord, but Lloyd thinks Garmadon was officially killed by the Overlord, and he fully unlocks his Oni form, and he could have defeated the Overlord in that moment. But he didn't want to do it that way, and he didn't want to succumb to the anger. And we do find out after the fact by the writers, if Lloyd stayed in that form for a little longer, he would have been lost. But that's an interesting thing to think about. Meanwhile, on the ninja side, they realized that in fact the Overlord wasn't trying to destroy them, they were in fact trying to take the powers of creation and corrupt the ninja. So the ninja give up their elemental power and they send it towards Lloyd so they could be able to help in a very different way. And even though everyone became crystallized, zing, Lloyd unlocked a 4-headed golden dragon to be able to defeat the Overlord, and he officially did. The Overlord was defeated, Garmadon was alive, they went down, and they all celebrated. They all saved the day, and the ninja went home to repair their monastery, where every single ally that they accumulated over all this time went and helped. And as Wu put it, it was remarkable. Truly remarkable. And that is where the original show of Ninjago ended. And I was very brief with this episode because I tried to keep this a little more brief, like I said. And honestly, this episode was really good. I actually really like Roots. I think it had a lot of fantastic moments. I know obviously the whole thing with Harumi is just another thing, but I will say I will give this episode a 10 out of 10. But overall, Crystalised is a very, very interesting season. It has a lot of ups, it has a lot of downs, it has some of my favourite episodes, it has some of my least favourite episodes. There is a lot of interesting things about it that I truly think is fascinating to see. And honestly, I can't wait to do a full-on video completely dissecting this season, because I have definitely got a lot to say about this season that I didn't get to say in this video. But honestly, it was fine for what it is. I'm not a Crystalised lover, but I'm also not a Crystalised hater. I'm very much in the middle. You could say I'm fence riding. I don't consider myself one, but I don't really feel either way towards Crystalised. But yeah, this was also the official ending of Ninjago itself, and I do think that's interesting to note. But luckily, the show never actually ended, and we got a technical and a spiritual sequel by the name of Dragon's Rising. So let's start to talk about that. Dragon's Rising opens up with the episode The Merge, where we get to see the ninja facing off against a cataclysmic event where each and every single one of the 16 realms were coming together to form one. And the ninja, by all accounts, disappeared after the events of the merge, and it has been a very long time since anyone has actually seen them, because they went missing after that point in time. But we started to follow a new set of characters by the name of Aaron and Sora. Aaron, an inventor and also a cake or pie making enthusiast, is also accompanied by his best friend Sora, a tech wizard, who later we realize also has elemental powers of technology, and they both live in a crossroads, which is a blended community of every realm put together. They are just roaming about, they're living their lives, and they're trying to enter their mech into a competition. However, that competition was interrupted by a young dragon by the name of Ryu, as he was being pursued by dragon hunters from the realm of Imperium. They attempt to help out the dragon, and with the dragon's help, Sora realizes that she does have a latent elemental power effect. Of course, like I said, being technology. And of course, Aaron, as a super fan of the ninja, was very much enamored by this fact. And Aaron himself also had an ability of self-made Spinjitzu, a very wonky version, but a very interesting version nonetheless. However, because of all of this, Aaron and Sora, in an attempt to fix and help Ryu, actually end up getting to capture themselves, and were boarded a train where a guard was disabled by someone from the shadow, and out comes the Green Ninja Lloyd himself, coming to help them out. This was a fantastic opening to Dragon's Rising, and I think honestly a very interesting thing to see when it comes down to it. I think it's a really cool setup, the world looks fantastic, Aaron and Sora are fairly fascinating characters. I think it has everything you want for the opening to a new phase of Ninjago itself, and of course the Lloyd reveal at the start of the first episode was always fantastic, and for that reason the merge gets a 10 out of 10. The second episode was the Merge Part 2, where we get to see Lloyd actually free Aaron and Sora, and honestly, seeing Lloyd re-return in this new style was really cool to see, because Lloyd definitely feels a lot more mature and much more ninja-like in this. But he does successfully help free Ryu, Aaron and Sora, and they make it their objective to get Ryu back to his home and to his matriarch dragon. So they use all of the scrolls and all the research of woos in the ninja cave to be able to do that, and they travel away to the Three Peaks and reunite him. However, Imperium does follow up and attempt to capture Ryu's matriarch dragon, but the matriarch does give Lloyd a power up so Lloyd could be able to fight them all back. And after all of this and the day is saved, Ryu does stay with Aaron, Sora and Lloyd, and it's definitely really nice to see. However, Imperium, as we realize Raz, Beatrix and all of them, they do realize that they have an opportunity here, and they reveal that they do in fact own a Source Dragon. Again, a really nice episode, not as good as the first part, but definitely a cool follow-up for it. I will say, going back to 22 minutes was very interesting at this point, but it is nice to have it back. But honestly, it's a very solid episode, a very fun episode, and definitely one that I can appreciate because it definitely gave us some new cool aspects. 9 out of 10. Episode 3 was the Crossroad Carnival, so we get to see Lloyd attempt to train up Aaron and Sora, and they seem fairly reluctant because they want to go and attend the Crossroad Carnival like they do every single year, but Lloyd tells them that they should in fact be training instead. However, they do end up just sneaking off to be able to go and be able to be a part of the festivities. However, what they don't realize is that a villain by the name of Dorama is actually using the Whack Rat and his own mechanical puppet to be able to do his own nefarious plans. We learn that Dorama is attempting to kidnap people to be able to use them for his performances, and Aaron and Sora do believe they can actually stop him, but of course they don't do too good, but ultimately they have some help afterwards. And that is from Lloyd, who does realize they've in fact snuck off, so he goes down to the Crossroad Carnival in an attempt to find them. He does also then have this really cool scene where he finds a ninja memorial, which I will say, there's no image of Lloyd in that memorial, which I always found very weird, but I really like that scene. But he eventually does find Aaron and Sora, and he does help defeat the Dorama puppet. It does then lead to Lloyd apologizing for being a bit too hard on them, and they do end up being able to do some of the celebration of the festivities. And honestly, I really do like this episode, and it is interesting to see because Raz does make an appearance in this episode and gives Dorama an actual business proposition, but ultimately it's a very fun one. Dorama was I wish it was a cool one-off villain, but he ends up not being that, but it was a nice one, a very fun little episode to enjoy, definitely a nice one for the season. An 8. Episode 4 is Beyond Madness, where Lloyd, Aaron and Sora are all at the monastery attempting to continue on with their training. However, the bounty flies in as it has crashed, and there is no Kai in sight. This is where they learn of the adventures of Kai and where his last known location was, which was the Kingdom of Madness, formerly the Realm of Madness, and they make their way over to make sure he is okay. But when they do get to the Kingdom of Madness, instead of encountering Kai, they actually encounter Nia, which is an interesting one, but it's nice to see her back as well, and they get dragged into this whole battle between the Kraglins and the dragons. So the ninja decide to help out the Kraglins in their issue, and ultimately it is Ryu as the one who ends up bringing away the dragons and saving the Kraglin village because the dragons were trying to take away their life source. It's interesting to see. It's also interesting because Lloyd now has some of the old ninja to actually bounce off of again. And of course, Lloyd mentions the lack of Wu, and he feels like he cannot train Aaron and Sora correctly because of it. But Nia and Kai point out they seem to be doing fairly well so far under his lead. So, it's time to see whether or not Lloyd is actually capable of being their master. However, this is where we realise that Sora herself is in fact doubting whether or not she can be actually a ninja, because she feels like she has put Nia in harm's way during this episode. But honestly, at an overall, this episode again was fairly good, a fairly solid one, a decent watch overall. Another 8. Episode 5 is Writers of Destiny, where we get to see Aaron, Sora, Ryu, Kai, Nia and Lloyd all making their way to help with more of the Mergequakes, and they end up in the Cloud Kingdom. They are attempting to stop Mergequakes, but of course the Mergequakes in question keeps coming back and a tentacle beast keeps attempting to come out. But what they don't realise is that the new Master of Wind is in fact one of the scribes in the Cloud Kingdom by the name of Euphrasia, so they ask why she is hiding herself away when she has an elemental gift. Luckily, she doesn't hold that gift away for long because, like I said, those quakes do keep coming back. And she uses her power of wind to be able to save the ninja. And luckily, they actually end up closing the Mergequake because of the assisted help. And they think the day is solved, when in reality, the Claws of Imperium were just using that Mergequake to distract the ninja so they can capture more dragons. This is a fun episode again, and honestly I think it's a really fun one to actually see. Of course, Euphrasia being the Master of Wind is fairly interesting. We do get a cool line of Lloyd acknowledging the fact that he of course knew the previous Master quite well, and obviously that does come into play in a lot of different reasons. But ultimately, this is another very solid episode that I have a good time rewatching, and definitely if you haven't recently either, 8 out of 10. Episode 6 is the episode Return to Imperium, where we get to see Sora establish that she believes her technology is being used to the advantage of Imperium. We get some flashbacks that shows the original version of the Protac, which is actually quite fascinating to see, and we also discovered that Sora's name is actually Anna. And I do think it's a fun little concept, a lot of interesting aspects to it, but ultimately that wasn't the main point of the episode. We get to see the ninja form a plan to go into Imperium to actually see what's going on and trying to figure out what actually happens, and we get to see a couple different things happen from this. Main one being that Lloyd faces off against a mysterious prisoner with flame abilities, obviously believing it was Kai, but we actually instead got introduced to something very different. And meanwhile, Sora was actually reunited with the original doctor or scientist that she originally tried to impress. It's a fun episode. It's starting to set things up for the rest of the season itself, and I do think it's a fairly fun concept to actually see. So honestly, I think this is a fun one. This is definitely the start to where you have to understand for the finale, and I think it's a solid episode overall. 8 out of 10. Episode 7 is Mindless Beasts, and this is of course the continuation. We get to see who Lloyd discovered as the prisoner. It was not Kai, it was in fact a different elemental master by the name of Wildfire, and they agree to help each other because she needs help to free her family of dragons. Meanwhile, while all of this is happening, we get to see Sora try to figure out a way to essentially leave. Of course, she is being told to help fully activate her Protacs, otherwise it's not really going to go well for her. And unfortunately, she does actually do that for them. And Aaron at this time has also fallen into a group of do-gooders when it comes to the Imperial Army. So I do think it's interesting to see Aaron have to deal with people who are very much brainwashed by this point in time. It honestly leads for some interesting interactions. The only other thing from this episode really is the fact that we actually get to see Nia in this episode. She's still in Cloud Kingdom, she's still researching the Mergequakes, and she actually finds the location of a very strange looking temple that she has never actually seen before, and of course it's later revealed to be the one of the Dragon Cores. Again, it's a fun episode. It's setting things up, it's setting up what needs to be happening from here on this point, and honestly, I think it's really good for that, and I can't believe I'm saying this, it's another 8. Episode 8 is I Will Be the Danger, and this is actually where we get to see an initial flashback to where Wildfire actually met her dragon friend Heatwave. This is where Wildfire discovers she in fact has powers, she has different types of abilities, she has all these interesting aspects to her that all get discovered through her time with the dragons, and then ultimately the merge happens, and then I think she was very confused on what was happening from then onwards. Meanwhile, Aaron continues on with the group he was with before. They said they're just trying to do good, and Aaron is just trying to get by and not let them know that he's got a dragon with him. I think it's interesting to see Aaron just try his best to kind of hide away. It's definitely interesting ninja training for him. The next thing that happens is us seeing Kai being guided by this mysterious spirit with a golden glow. And of course, it leads him down to a deep level of the monastery itself, where he has discovered a very interesting looking door, and he has stood there looking at it, and he's telling him to go inside, and once he does, he finds Nia, and they realize that it's all linked together. The only other thing for this episode is the fact that Lloyd and Wildfire have released all of the dragons, but because Sora has also activated all the Protacs, they have also now got that issue to deal with. Lloyd's not the best pleased about the fact that Sora's done that, but now unfortunately it is officially dragons versus Protacs, and Sora claims that it's an easy fix because of Ryu, but she doesn't have access to Ryu, so insert fight. Overall, it was just another decent episode. I don't really have anything bad to say about it. It was probably the least strongest of all of them so far, but that's not exactly saying anything bad, because honestly, it's just a very solid season, generally speaking. So I can appreciate it for what it is. I've had a lot of fun with it. I think it's just time to see what is coming up next. But that one's a 7. Episode 9 is The Calm Inside, and we get to see the evolution of the dragons and the Photacs all fighting in the streets of Imperium. But the thing is that Lloyd and Wildfire's efforts to free all the escaped dragons is slowly starting to be stopped, and Sora and Aaron have to try and find Ryu in an attempt to get everything back in their favour. But unfortunately, the team protection force that Aaron was with have successfully caught Ryu and are trying to take it back for the Empress. And honestly, it's kind of a shame to see, because you just kind of want to see them succeed at this point. Meanwhile, with Lloyd, we actually get to see some flashbacks and some visions of him with Wu, and it's the whole thing established that as long as Lloyd stays calm, chaos cannot affect him. And of course, it's very important for this episode, everything considered. And the last people for this episode is of course Kai and Nia, and they are continuing to explore the mysterious area where they are, and they find this strange looking capsule, and they eventually get to open it, and that is where they find Zane. And Zane comes out and he says they're going to help, and they find their way to a Imperium monastery, and they come out screaming "Ninja never quit," and they join the battle. This was definitely a really good setup to the final episode, and again, just a really solid episode generally speaking. I think it was a lot of fun, I think it has a lot of interesting aspects to it, I think it's a very solid episode that I definitely recommend you rewatch. It's another 8 out of 10. And the final episode for Season 1, Part 1, is the Battle of the Second Monastery. We get to see, of course, the continuance of the fight, we get to see more flashbacks when it comes to Sora, and we get to see some cool moments with Lloyd using the powered up version of his abilities because of the Source Dragon. I would say the big thing that comes from this episode is the fact that we get to see Lloyd again in that powered up state, and he gets to see some interesting visions which to this day we still haven't had answered, and it'll be interesting to see what goes on when it comes to that. Luckily, Aaron and Sora do find their way back out and to the rest of the team because they were previously captured, and ultimately the whole ninja team were reunited. Lloyd, like I said, used his power to cut off the fight and successfully get all the dragons out, and the ninja celebrate the very small win that they did actually get, because luckily Sora in this moment was also able to disable all of those Photacs. But other than that, we get to see the ninja celebrate the small win that they have. Aaron is a bit upset because he feels like he won't be able to find his family, but Lloyd reassures him that he is now their family as well, so he is officially not alone. But to say the least, the Empress is not happy by her loss, so she's armoring up for an all-out war, and she realizes she needs to be able to get her advantage again, so she needs more Source Dragon power, and what else to do than to use the cores for that. But overall, it's just another really good episode and a good finale to the first part of the season. It's a very solid 9 out of 10, has, like I said, a lot of fun fights, it has a lot of fun flashbacks, has some cool character moments, and it has a lot of stuff that we haven't even had answered yet as of the time of this video. But it's another 9 out of 10. But overall, Dragon's Rising Season 1 Part 1 is a very solid beginning to the sequel for Ninjago. I think it has a lot of ups, it definitely has a couple of lower points, but I think this was a very consistent first batch of 10 episodes. And honestly, I do really believe it continues on from here onwards. So, let's not waste any time and let's talk about Part 2. The Part 2 section of Season 1 kicks off with the episode The Temple of the Dragon Cores. We get to see the ninja continue to attempt to close all the merge quakes, and we get to see all the ninja attempting their own individual tasks. Lloyd mainly is the one here with their own mission, being the fact that they're trying to balance being a ninja, a master, and the keeper of the monastery of Spinjitzu, and it leads to a very small arc of him feeling a bit overwhelmed. However, Nia has discovered information regarding the Dragon Cores and the Temple of the Dragon's Core itself, so the ninja team go out in an attempt to figure out what's going on with them, and they are greeted by a guardian who informs that they will only tell that information to a descendant of the first Spinjitzu master. Of course, Lloyd grants access to the information, and we learn about the Dragon Cores and what they are. And we also establish the fact that the first Spinjitzu master not only just created Ninjago, but many of the other realms, which is very interesting to learn this late on in the series. But they realize that the Dragon Cores are the key to maintaining and keeping secure the new merged lands, so they set out with a newly found mission with their new knowledge, being they need to retrieve the Dragon Cores and stabilize and stop the merge quakes. But the thing is, we actually realize that the Dragon's Core information has also now been obtained by Rapton, as he was spying on the ninja this whole time. So now Beatrix, who is attempting to keep things quiet over in Imperium, now has a new objective. It's a nice opening, it's nice to reset up the stakes, it's nice to keep Imperium around, and it's nice to see the ninja continuing on with their mission. I do appreciate it for what it is. Also, this is the episode that gives us Frohiki, so it gets points in my regard for that. But honestly, it was a solid re-opener to Part 2 of the season, so for that reason, it'll get an 8. Episode 2 is Gangs of the Sea, or technically Episode 12, I will refer to both, but we get to see all the ninja establish their new plan to get all the Dragon Cores. They're going to split into 3 teams. We're going to see Nia and Sora, Kai and Wildfire, and Lloyd and Aaron, and they're all tasked with their own individual one. This episode follows us actually seeing Lloyd and Aaron on their way to their Dragon Core, but during that adventure they end up on this floating settlement where it's actually being attacked by this giant crab. The bounty gets damaged and a large battle ensues, and the ninja realize that the answer to defeating this crab is in fact taking away its magic tooth. And I will bring up this tooth later because it comes into play, but I'm going to ignore it for now. But yes, eventually the crab is defeated, the ninja's bounty gets repaired, and they are setting off hoping that the other teams are having better luck, when in reality, Kai and Wildfire are shown being caught in a trap. It's a fun episode. We get some cool scenes with Lloyd and Aaron in this. We get to see them actually fight against this giant crab. I have a couple issues when it comes to this crab, and that's mainly just come from a later season, so we will get to that eventually. But this episode is actually quite fine for what it is. I don't mind it, but it's probably a little weaker than the rest because we don't really get to do too much for this. This felt like an 11-minute era filler episode, but I'll still give it a 7 because I can appreciate it for what it is. Episode 3 or 13 of Season 1 is wildly inappropriate, and we get to see Kai and Wildfire on their own individual tasks to get their Dragon Core, but because of their initial personality clashes, it does become a bit of an interesting time for the two. However, to get the Dragon Core that they needed to go to the Wilderness, which was Wildfire's original home, and the Lava Tide to possess said Lava Core wanted them to be able to clean up the mess that Wildfire had made when she was actually living there. Whilst this is happening, we get to see Zane attempting to figure out what is going on with all of these new rifts, teleportation gates that they have all across the merged lands. But the thing is, they require a part to be able to do it. So they go to the crossroads, where they realize that Zane Day is happening, and Zane uses it to his advantage, even though it doesn't go too good for him. In the end though, Kai and Wildfire do end up getting the core because they cleaned up his messes, but it ends up being Dorama that actually takes the core from them, and Kai wishes, or hopes, that Nia and Sora are having a better time with theirs. It does cut to them, and it shows that where their core was meant to be is not there, so it's hold off on that. Overall, it's another decent episode. I think there's some fun parts in it. It's interesting to see the initial personality clashes of Kai and Wildfire, and of course we get to see how close they do become, so it's interesting to relive the initial stages of the two. I will say, the Zane stuff is fine for what it is. Bringing back his detective outfit was fairly cool, but ultimately speaking, I didn't really care. I did like the pixel mention though, I will give it that. So I'll give this one another 7. It's not doing as well as part 1 for me, but it's definitely doing its bit. Episode 4 or 14 is The Last Djinn, where Nia and Sora are on their way to be able to get their Dragon Core, and they are trying anything they can to be able to get to it. They end up going through a cave with the Seeker Stones, and it does unveil these howlers that are officially chasing after them. But the thing is that they end up in a vault or a burial area where they encounter the last of the Djinn, being Aracor. They use Aracor to help them get rid of the actual Howlers themselves, and Aracor realizes that with the power of wish magic, he should be able to reconstruct his home, being Ninjago, which is really cool. Fun fact, I don't know if this is out before or after, but I have got a video about wish magic, so there is that. But I've either just spoiled a video that's coming up or just referenced a video that's either just come out. But ultimately speaking, with the assistance of Aracor, they do find more information regarding the Dragon Core that they do require. And luckily, they also fight off the Howlers that were going after them. And it's a solid episode for that reason. I really like Aracor. I don't like the implications of Djinn magic, but there is that. Oh, and also during this episode, we get to see more of Zane pondering the implications of all these portal gates. We get to see Zane as well speaking to a fictitious version of Pixel, which, of course, he's just clearly missing his partner, but there is that. But overall, it's another solid episode, but probably one of the weaker ones for a lot of different reasons. I really like the Aracor stuff, but it's still just a 7 to me. Episode 5 or 15 is They Call It Doom, and each of the ninja are coming towards the end of their journey to get one of their Dragon Cores. Of course, all of them either just having it within reach or just trying their best to be able to get to it, and we get to see all their journeys occur at the exact same time. Kai and Wildfire are with Dorama, and they are essentially playing a big game of keep away. Everyone is after the Dragon Core for their own reason, but eventually Kai and Wildfire do secure it, and they get away with their Dragon Core. Lloyd and Aaron are within the Mother Garden, and they are going through a trial to be able to get their Dragon Core for themselves, but towards the end, they're also trying to keep it away from Rapton. But neither of them actually end up getting the Dragon Core, as something called the Administration takes it away. And then finally, you've got Nia and Sora, who, with the help of Aracor's new magical compass, find their way to the Land of Lost Things, where they fight this big rock monster that's in the way of their Dragon Core. But it turns out that rock monster is in fact Cole. I really like this episode. I think seeing everything happen all at once is a lot better. Having the ninja on their own specific episodes was good and all, but the thing is that it felt a little bit dragged out for each of them. This one feels very clean, concise, it feels like it's very much packed in. It's a very, very solid episode. And of course, showing that Cole has returned and also showing off the Administration is also really good. For that reason, it's going to be an 8. Episode 6 or 16 is The Land of Lost Things, where we get to see that Cole is officially reunited with Nia, and he is going to help her retrieve the Dragon Core from this land. Turns out the Dragon Core is being used to power a machine that Cole and his new gang are actually using to keep themselves safe from a being called the Hoarder. But Sora is actually able to help study the machine and figure out an alternative way so they can use the core while also keeping their machine powered. They do actually eventually defeat the Hoarder, however, so the use for the machine is no longer valid. But the thing is that the Dragon Core that they were using to power it has been stolen by Dr. LaRoe from Imperium, and has officially captured the core for the Empress. So it leaves off on this moment of they've saved the day, they've helped out, but at what cost? I do like this episode. I like the stuff with the Hoarders and I like the stuff with the Finders. Seeing Cole again is also really nice. I also do like Cole's relationship with Geo, whatever that entails. I'm not getting into it. But I do like the whole thing with the Finders. It's a shame that Cole does not go off with the ninja at the end, but of course the whole thing is that Cole realizes that the Earth itself is crying, which of course comes into play later on. But the thing is that ultimately speaking, it was a very solid episode, and I think it's a very fun one to get nonetheless. And like I said, having Cole back was really nice. 8. Episode 7 or 17 is called The Administration, where Lloyd and Aaron are following through those two agents from the Mother Garden in an attempt to get back their Dragon Core, and they end up in the building of the Administration, a very confusing place of bureaucracy, but ultimately they need to navigate it. They do try to make their way through the administration to track down the Dragon Core, and they are trying not to lose the agents that actually took it. Although, along the way, they weirdly encounter Zane, because turns out Zane's tinkering with the actual portal gates caused the administration to come through and arrest him, and they just assigned him on a task. So, also Zane is now there. They do acquire a couple of mechs and different vehicles to be able to escape, and they do end up taking the Dragon Core. And funnily enough, the way they do actually get out is because Zane just fills in some forms, and they use it to punch out and actually leave. So, they successfully get away with leaving with the actual Dragon Core. But during this, we can't not mention this, Aaron ends up in an area where he discovers more about what could have happened to his parents. But two of the agents notice, and they call in their manager. And who is it other than our boy Jay himself? So we know officially where all the ninja are, and of course, during this time when this was the only instance of Jay, this was very weird to see, but we will take it and run. But in the end, the ninja go back to the monastery, they secure their Dragon Core there, and they end up going to Imperium to see what's going on. But a big blast wave opens up in Imperium, and it knocks the ninja down. And for the most part, that is the ending of this episode. The only other thing really is that we get to see some cool scenes with Kai and Wildfire, where Kai's teaching her patience through the lessons from Wu, which Kai learned after the loss of Nia, which I do think is fairly interesting. But the thing is, they realize their core is fake. So Imperium actually do have two of them. They don't know where the last one is yet, but the thing is that they're definitely gonna be worried now. But yeah, I like this episode a lot. I think it's got some cool moments, and also the J reveal is everything, so 8. Episode 8 or 18 is Absolute Power, and this is the episode where we get to see the continued attempts from the Empress to be able to get a rise of her power, and we actually get to see a flashback of how that happened. We see how she usurped her own throne and actually took it off of her parents, which is honestly very dark to put it simply, but we will take what we can get and we can run. But all the while, they are continuing to try and develop a way to get the dragon weapon online that they are developing without the last Dragon Core. And of course, ultimately, the ninja are trying not to make this happen, so they all reunite and they attempt to sneak into Imperium to attempt to steal it back. But whilst this is happening, unfortunately the Empress is starting to get a bit impatient because she realizes that one of the Dragon Cores that she was given by Raptor was actually fake. So they come with a new plan to get the weapon online, which is drain the Source Dragon of Energy that they have captured. LaRoe actually refuses, but Jordana is actually the one that says that she can do it, and Beatrix allows her to do so. It's a fun episode, honestly. I think it's got some cool stuff. I like the flashback scenes, and I do think it's a really interesting implication, especially considering Raz was the one who helped out with it. I think it's some really good stuff, and then of course all the stuff with the ninja trying to get back into Imperium I think was also really cool to see. And now trying to weaponize the Source Dragon of Energy to be able to get this weapon online, I think is a very big aspect. And of course, LaRoe refusing, but Jordana doing it herself, I think is a really cool setup to actually see. But overall, it's another solid one, another one that has some really cool beats. I will give it a 8. Episode 9 or 19 is the episode We Are All Dragons, and we get to see the ninja battle with the Empress in the streets of Imperium as Jordana is trying to use a new modified version of the Dragon Core to get the Merge Quake weapon online. We get to see Kai and Wildfire attempt to take down the Imperium armory, so there's nothing more to use against them. We then get to see as well Sora and Aaron join the resistance within Imperium on a mission to expose Beatrix for what she is actually doing. And the thing is, they're actually quite successful at it. But it's a bit too late, as the Merge Quake weapon is officially created, and Beatrix has got it online and she is officially using it. It's a really good setup. I think there's some really cool moments in this episode. I get to really enjoy that scene of Kai and Wildfire walking away from the big fire explosion. It feels very much within their character. And the setup of Beatrix essentially creating merge quakes with this new weapon, I think is also really good. So overall, it's a really good setup. I think it's quite good for what it is. I honestly am going to give this a low 9. And then finally, it is episode 10 or 20, which is the Power Within. And this is the culmination of everything in season 1. Beatrix is using her new weapon, and she is opening merge quakes and causing the merge to become more and more unstable. And the ninja, with a lot of help from different civilians, allies, and resistance, is on their way to defeat the Empress. But unfortunately, they are a little bit too late, as the merge quake has officially gone beyond the point of being able to be stable. Sora throughout all of this does unlock her true potential, and because of it, Beatrix is sent into one of the merge quakes, and they do eventually get all of the Dragon Cores back together. But they are now on their way to the crossroads to be able to save as much as they can, but also get the Dragon's Core back together so Lloyd can stop it all. And the day is officially saved. Lloyd and then goes down to the Source Dragon of Energy in Imperium and frees him, and that Source Dragon is eternally grateful, and the ninja just get to celebrate. This is also where we realize Kai and Wildfire are actually both different elemental masters, because their fire effect actually has a different finish on the metal. And we get to further discuss the implications of Wu himself, and we get to see that golden orb actually take on the form of Wu. And it could have ended there, but it didn't. We did actually get one more teaser, which is we get to see a scene of Raz going off to recruit Jordana, citing that there is much bigger things at work, and he can have her help if she so chooses. It's a good episode. It's a really good ending. I like a lot of the different scenes. I like all the stuff with Lloyd. The fight is really good, animated beautifully. I should have a scene, like a shot. I'm thinking of a certain shot. It'll be on screen now. I love this shot so much. So overall, I really like this episode. I'm actually going to give it a 10. But overall, Season 1 Part 2 is honestly a very solid part of the season. It is something that I really do enjoy, and I think even though it's not as good as Part 1, it definitely has got some really big highs. And even though there's a couple episodes I'm not too much of a fan of, I do think this is a very solid one. And honestly, Dragon's Rising has just continued to show how good it actually is. And I have to say, if you haven't watched the start of Dragon's Rising in a while, I would definitely recommend you do so. But it didn't end here, so let's get into Season 2. Season 2 kicks off with the episode The Blood Moon, and we get to see the ninja back in the general swing of things. They are taking on daily threats, whether that's Ninjago City or the Crossroads. But during all of this, they encounter a new elemental master with a familiar elemental ability. This is Cinder, the new master of smoke, and he has emerged alongside a new villainous army known as the Wolf Mask Warriors. But the thing that comes from this is the fact that these Wolf Mask Warriors are a part of the new visions that Lloyd is having of the future, and this fills him with complete dread, because we get to see a large handful of different things that are occurring in these visions, and all of them eventually do get explained away. However, we also do get to see some scenes between Raz and Jordana, as they are attempting to unlock more secrets and also new threats to the land itself, and they have come across the Shadow Dojo. The episode ends off with Raz and this big army of the Wolf Mask Warriors, because him and Cinder are in league with each other. And honestly, this was an amazing opening to the season. I like all the experiences with Lloyd, I like Raz as a new big threat, I like the whole concept of Cinder himself. I think it's a very, very interesting opening to a season, and ultimately I think it was very solid because of it. And I will say, it's a 9 out of 10. Episode 2 is Shattered Dreams, where after that encounter with Cinder, they attempt to find more information regarding the item that he in fact stole, which was a mallet. However, during all of this, the Wolf clan all arrive at the Cloud Kingdom, and even though Euphrasia tries, unfortunately she is not able to stop them, so she goes off and warns the ninja. The ninja hastily make their way to the actual Cloud Kingdom itself, and when they are there and they encounter Raz, they realize that he has got the mallet in question, and also something by the name of the Gong of Shattering. And once they are combined, and also because of those blue masks, we realize that that in fact powers them up, and also any person who is wearing the mask. In this case it was Cinder, and we get to see something new by the name of Shattered Spin, and he absolutely bodies the ninja because of it. The episode ends with the ninja all injured and making their way, trying to get away from the issue that is happening. And they don't want to retreat because ninja never quit, but unfortunately in this instance, they have to. They have secured the Cloud Kingdom, and their new mission for the Blood Moon does continue. I really do like this episode as well. I like the setup of the threat. I like the fact that Shatterspin is truly a force to be reckoned with. There is no room for any of the ninja to actually do anything in the fight. None of them stood a chance, and I really like that. It doesn't make the ninja just overpowered in the face of a new threat. It shows there is something that will overpower them, and honestly, this episode is another 9 because of it. Episode 3 is Beyond the Phantasm Cave, and this is where we get to see the ninja a bit down because of their defeat in the last episode, but Lloyd wants answers, so he speaks to the Source Dragons about it, and they learn of a new master that is hidden away, and can also counteract Shatterspin, so they set off on a journey to get to that new master. Meanwhile, we get to see Raz turning the Cloud Kingdom itself into his own new personal fortress and his own base for his new scheme, and he is officially now seeking out the final component in the ritual that he wants to get the Forbidden 5 out. I do like this episode because we do get a lot of different interesting aspects to it. Of course, in this cave we get to see all the ninjas' main fear, apart from Kai, but apparently that's going to be expanded on one day. But we get to see Aaron with his parents, Sora failing, Wu and Raz taunting Lloyd, and Nia seeing Jay has forgotten her. It's a lot of interesting aspects, but the thing is, the episode itself ends with a dragon by the name of Egot appearing. And again, just another great episode. The cave aspect is so interesting to actually see. I think it's a really cool aspect that we didn't really need to get, but since we got it, it's actually really cool. And seeing all the ninjas' fear, it was very interesting to also see. So I can appreciate it for what it is. I think it's another very solid one. I'll give it an 8. Episode 4 is The Force from the East, where the ninja go and battle this dragon that has appeared before them, not realizing it is in fact the master himself, Egot. The ninja do speak with the dragon masters, and they reluctantly agree to help train the ninja, and of course they will teach them in a very different technique, being something by the name of Rising Dragon. But of course it does take a bit of convincing, but ultimately it does come to be. Meanwhile, we get to see Cole returning to the Land of Lost Things, and of course going to reunite with the Finders, but he finds out that they are actually being attacked by Wolf Mask Warriors. They end up actually being able to escape because of the portal gate that was left in the Land of Lost Things, and they make their way back to the monastery and ask for help, and luckily Zane is in fact there, but the Wolf Mask Warriors do go through the gate as well, and that is where the episode ends. And I will say, I do really like this episode. I think there's a lot of cool aspects. Rontu and Egot are really cool characters, and of course seeing the Finders coming back into play is really nice as well, and also getting Cole back. And of course the ninja fighting the dragons as well was also a fun thing to actually see, and it's just a very, very solid episode because of it. I will give it an 8. Episode 5 is The Spell of the Waterfall, and we get to see the continuation of the ninja attempting to learn Dragon Rising technique. Meanwhile, Sora and Ryu are actually attempting to just learn Spinjitzu, and unfortunately Wildfire is just to the side. We do just get a bunch of scenes of the ninja learning and also using the teachings. It's not too much for the ninja in this episode, but the main thing is obviously the continuation of Cole and Zane and the Finders being attacked by Wolf Mask Warriors, and they do fend them off. But then when they are questioned why they are trying to come after the Finders, Bonzo reveals the fact that she is not truly a skeleton, and she is actually a very mega powerful spell capable of dispelling evil, and she actually interacted with Wu before, and we got that really cool flashback, and then it finishes off with Cole and Gio reassuring Bonzel that they still treat her like family. The episode then ends off with Raz speaking to his master, and they realize they need 5 of the Cloud Monks to sacrifice on the Blood Moon to get the Forbidden 5 back. And honestly, again, this was a very cool episode. It was cool to get some Wu scenes, it's cool to see the ninja training again, there's a lot of really cool interactions during this episode, and I think honestly speaking, it's just very solid for a lot of different reasons. I will give it an 8. Episode 6 is To Mysterium, where Cole, Zane, and Bonzel are on their way to the realm of Mysterium, as they're attempting to meet the creator of Bonzel herself. Whilst they are doing this, they do actually end up encountering Dorama and his puppet, and they are tasked with taking him down, even though the puppet has been upgraded, and Dorama is actually using Imperium technology. But the thing is that they of course eventually do defeat him, and they continue on their journey, eventually ending up in Mysterium to a monastery that looks suspiciously like their own. Whilst this is happening, we get to cut back to the ninja all performing their training. None of them are really close to getting to Rising Dragon technique, but they're all trying their best, and there is potential shown in each of them. Although somewhat apart from Aaron, because even though he possibly has some of the biggest potential, he is the one having his frustrations that deliver the biggest setback. It's cool to see the progression of things. It's cool to see that Egot is established to have wasting sickness, which is a very interesting aspect to introduce to the character, and it's just interesting to see all the ninja performing their own duties, their own training, and their own fights. Even though there's two completely separate plots going on, they're both very compelling, and I definitely want to see where both of them go next. For that reason, it's going to be an 8. Episode 7 is Fugitives from Madness, where we get to see Bonzel reunite with her creator, the Sorceress, and it's a very emotional reunion, but unfortunately it is not be able to last long because agents of the administration has come and get Zane, as they believe they are a product of theirs. Meanwhile, the ninja are continuing to fail at learning Rising Dragon technique, but in this episode, between Nia's help and Kai being the furthest along, Kai in fact unlocks Rising Dragon, and the scene where he does is amazing. The flashback is really nice to see. It's a very, very cool scene and definitely a very rewatchable moment, but unfortunately, at this point, the blood moon has officially risen. However, that's where the episode ends off for the ninja side, but for the Cole, Zane, and Bonzel side, it ends with, of course, the administration attempting to take Zane back. Of course, they are refusing, and it takes on a battle of its own. And when Bonzel is told to go and hide, she encounters someone else, Agent J. Walker. And this episode is honestly fantastic. Seeing Jay return again, I love the music that's associated with him. I like the administration. I can't wait for them to expand on them. I like also then, of course, all the stuff with Rising Dragon. Like I said, the scene with Kai is absolutely amazing. I love it so much, and I can't wait to see how much further this season goes. So, for that reason, it's a 9. Episode 8 is Secrets of the Wildness, where we get to see the battle take place between Cole, Zane, and the administration. And of course, we get more of Agent Walker. This is where it's revealed he doesn't have any memories, and he's also shown a vision of him actually being a ninja and how he can control lightning. So it's very interesting, but unfortunately that's all we get of Jay from this season. Meanwhile, Lloyd's visions are returning, and he leads them all to the wilderness as well to get ahead of the Ra's plan. And of course, they're making their way over, but during all of this, the bounty, like usual, ends up getting destroyed. This splits all of the ninja apart. They're all in separate groups now, and they're all converging on the same place, luckily. But they're all in this separate instance, and they're all taking on their own individual tasks. Unfortunately though, Bonzel is taken away from Zane and Cole, and she is officially captured and taken to the ritual, as she's the final aspect of it. And again, really cool episode. It feels a little bit fillery, but it just feels like an extension of the episode beforehand. I can appreciate it for what it is. I think it has some cool moments, like of course the bounty crashing again. All the scenes with Zane and Jay is also really good. I do think there's a lot of great aspects to it, and I do think it's a really solid episode setting up the finale of this part. So for that reason, I'll give it an 8. Episode 9 is the Forest of Spirits, where all of the ninja are on their own separate mission to be able to get to where the ritual is taking place. Meanwhile, Raz has ordered the destruction of the Cloud Kingdom and prepares for his ritual. This episode also does give us a flashback with Raz, and we see him meeting his master. When he was young, he was afraid, he was weak, and ultimately this was what brought him to be able to become a stronger person and be able to present himself as a bigger threat. Kai, Wildfire, and Sora all defeat Wolf Mask Warriors and infiltrates the Shadow Dojo using their disguise. Cole, Zane, and the Sorceress have experimented to get out of the predicament that they're in, and they're also rushing to Cloud Kingdom because that's actually where they believe that they actually were and not the Wildness. But then Aaron and Ryu, the last group that we're tracking, has crossed paths with Raz, and of course, a battle ensues. Raz does end up defeating Aaron and remarks that Aaron does remind him a lot of himself, but leaves him eventually unconscious, but Aaron regains consciousness and spots Lloyd and Nia approaching, but he actually believes it's his parents. And to be honest, it was a very sad way to show the end of Raz, or Aaron more specifically, sorry, in this episode. Overall, just another amazing episode. I think The Forest of the Spirits had a lot of good aspects for it, and honestly, I think again it's another 9 out of 10 because it set up another really good finale. So let's get into that one and give this one a 9 out of 10. Episode 10 is Rising Ninja, and the ritual has officially began. Of course, Kai, Sora, Wildfire, Aaron, Lloyd, Nia, they all converge on this ritual, and they do attempt to stop it. However, using Bonzel, of course, as the spell that she was before, they do successfully open up a gate, but they need pure, uncorrupted souls to do so, and initially they were going to use the Cloud Kingdom monks, but the ninja actually freed them. So, Raz took the next best thing, Kai. And Kai, of course, was absorbed into the actual portal itself. But before this, he does get a really cool scene of using Dragon's Rising technique. And of course, it's really cool to see him finally counter Cinder, as this was the first time the two truly faced off against each other. Of course, the rest of the ninja all take on their own battles. We get a really cool shot of Lloyd and Raz battling, which is also nice to see. But like I said, unfortunately, it does culminate in Kai getting trapped in the nether space and Noct coming through and defeating the ninja. But the ninja in reaction, or more specifically Lloyd and Nia, also unlock Rising Dragon technique because of it. And a spirit of a second Forbidden 5 warrior does manage to come out as well, but takes the form of Jordana instead. But in the end, they all retreat, and the ninja haven't really saved the day, but at the very least, the Cloud Kingdom was saved because of Cole and Zane. And honestly, the end, a very somber ending, knowing that Kai was officially missing, is a bit sad to see. And honestly, even though it was quite a sad ending, it was a very good end regardless. The only other thing we do really get is, of course, the scene of Kai in the nether space, and we get to see him actually meet and interact with Bonzel. And he is telling Bonzel that they're not going to give up and they will find a way out. And that, for the most part, is this season. And I'm going to be honest, this again was a very, very good ending to Season 2 Part 1. I think there was a lot of fantastic aspects to it, a lot of really cool moments, and honestly, some really cool fight scenes. There's nothing really wrong with, in my opinion, when it comes to this episode. I think all the ninja are solid, the Kai moment is really good. I think everything about it sets up a fantastic opportunity for the next season, which was referenced in this, being the Tournament of the Sources. So, let's get into it. Season 2 Part 2 kicks off with the episode The Shape of Motion, and this one sees Aaron and Sora in the administration attempting to learn more about their parents, but upon their escape of this mission, they find a crashed out matriarch dragon of the mountains, and they call the ninja over to help investigate what is happening, and this is where they realize that these source dragons are in danger. And also, her horns are actually missing, so the ninja have now got a new mystery to solve, which is what has happened and who is murdering the matriarch dragons. And the source dragon of motion actually appears and helps them go on their new mission, which is to enter the Tournament of Sources, as that is where she believes the answers will lie. I do really like this episode. It's interesting to see, of course, the ninja having to respond to these issues, having a new mystery to solve, and the source dragons opening the line of communication. There's also more that happens in this episode. We do get to see Rapton, which is fine, and we also do get to see Noct train against Cinder, which is also a nice thing to see. But ultimately, it is setting up what is going to be the Tournament of Sources. So, let's get into what happens next. But this opening is an 8 out of 10. Episode 2 or 12 is Enter the City of Temples, where the ninja have made their way to the gateway for the Tournament of Sources, but they realise they actually haven't been invited. So they decide to actually just break into the City of Temples, and they ascend the plateau, scaling the impossible heights, and they realise they actually have to battle the security force of the temple itself, but they do end up getting themselves to the top. And then they get to actually see the opening ceremony. But all while this is happening, Kai and Bonzel are evading the remaining of the Forbidden 5 in their attempt to try and figure out what's going on in terms of their escape situation. It's another really solid episode and a lot of different aspects that I really like. We also do get some other bits like Zane performing Dragon Rising, we get to see all the ninja training under Lloyd. Of course, Lloyd does try to have their master be Egalt, but ultimately Lloyd takes on the mantle himself. And like I said, the whole scene with them getting to the tournament is also pretty good. And of course then, we get to see the tournament itself at the very end. It's a very solid episode, I will give it an 8. Episode 13 is They Gather for a Feast, and this is where we get to see a bunch of the Elemental Masters, as they have now officially entered the Tournament of the Sources. They attend a banquet for all of these Masters, and they get to reunite with some old familiar faces, such as Tox, we got Neuro, we got a bunch of different people. But of course, we actually get to see Raz and his gang also all there. Although later in this night, when the ninja are all asleep, an assassination attempt occurs by a robot. Of course, Ryu wakes up all the ninja, and it inserts this really cool scene of the ninja all tracking him down, and Lloyd eventually fighting him. And when everyone else is alerted of what happens, we realise that Zur and also Raz has also presumably been attacked. So it adds to the old question of who actually was the one who did all of this. But the weapon in question that the assassin tried to use linked back to Xanth. So they do initially believe it's him, but of course it wasn't really him. Although this episode then actually ends with Nia looking into the crowd and spotting a familiar face being Jay, and that is where the episode ends. And I have to say, this again is a very good episode. I like seeing all the familiar faces. We also get to see Aaron reunite with his old friend Frack, which is also cool, and just some cool moments such as Jay being in the same space. Also Zeatrix was there, and the whole thing with the assassination attempt and the fight scene with it was also really good. I will give this episode an 8 out of 10 because of it. Episode 14 is Inside the Maze, which is the start of the tournament itself. We get to see the ninja preparing for it, we get to see Aaron continue his investigation into the missing horns as well, but he also does make some time for his friend Frack. But Sora is actually suspicious of him, and she's actually quite true with it. But Nia is officially the first person in this fight, and her first opponent is Jay, who, after being manipulated by Raz, believes that he was a warrior with him in the wilderness, and he now hates the ninja because of it. So Nia has to decide whether or not she's going to fight him or not. But regardless, she still does win the fight itself, just without actually attacking Jay. But Jay remarks that she will always be someone that he hates because he also used the Wolf Mask Warrior. The other thing that happens in this episode is more of Kai and Bonzel. We get to see that they discover a connection because one of Ryu's scales was also sucked in with Kai into the nether space, which you can see in Season 2 Episode 10. I do appreciate that aspect. So we get to see that continue on as well. And honestly, at an overall, another fantastic episode. All of the stuff with Jay is really good. I like all the stuff with Kai and Bonzel. I like all these little moments that we got and Aaron's investigation. So overall, I do think this is another great one, and I'm actually going to give it a 9. Episode 5 or 15 is United We Fall. The episode actually opens up with the merge, and we get to see Wu remark that unity is the only way that will stop it all now. But we go back to the present day, and we realize that, well, it's not really going well. Cinder and Wildfire have their fight, and Wildfire ultimately loses, and after the fact, Cinder frames Wildfire for attacking him after the fact. So the ninja invoke an ancient rule to partake in an event that will keep them within the actual games themselves. And this is a race, and all the ninja, or most of the ninja at the very least, do actually take part in this, and we get to see some really cool scenes because of it. But whilst this is all happening, we actually get to see a confrontation between Raz and Aaron. Raz tries to tell Aaron that he wants to reverse the merge, and also Sora was the one that made it look like he did object-powered Spinjitzu. So even though he initially refuses it, he starts to feel a little bit coerced by Raz's words, and of course it is setting up what's going to happen between the two of them. And this is where things ultimately end off with the fact that Raz reveals that not only does he want to reverse the merge, he's surprised that Aaron will side with the ninja because of the merge, because the reason it was caused was because of Wu. And I do like this episode, but ultimately I don't really care. I don't think the race is overly valid. I understand the ninja needed to be out for the plan that they had, but the thing is that ultimately speaking, it's weird that Wildfire, a eliminated contestant, could get someone else out anyways, but Yeah, there's plenty of reasons why. It's interesting because there's also other fight scenes that we did get in this, like Sora and Kizzy, but it's still just a fine episode. I don't really have too much to say in regards to it. I will give it a 7. Episode 6 or 16 is the episode Truth or Lies, and we get to see the continuance of some of the reveals that we got in the previous one, mainly the fact that we get to see Aaron grapple with the information of Wu being the one that caused the merge. But the ninja ultimately finish the race in this episode and they succeed, and they're officially back in the tournament itself. And thus, the next round of games continues, and Raz and the ninja keep in pace with one another. No team getting outright eliminated, so it all continues on. But the main two things that come from this episode is one, Aaron does confront Sora about the secrets before her match with Cinder, and he learns of course the truth, and it does cause some turmoil between the two. And the other being that Cole has been found with that same ghostly glowing orb again, and that orb has revealed a monastery to him. Again, another really solid episode. I think a lot of interesting things happen, mainly between Sora and Aaron. Watching their relationship become a bit more rocky, and Aaron become a lot more susceptible to Raz, I think is fairly interesting to see. Of course, we get some cool stuff with Lloyd and the rest of the ninja, all the training, and of course getting to see Cole discover more about that temple is also really cool to see. It is a very solid episode with a lot of decent moments, so I will give it an 8. Episode 7 or 17 is The Sword Shatters, and we get to see Aaron following up on his investigation into the missing horns. And by all this definition, when he is in the Temple City Museum, he finds out more that they never knew before. However, the games do get more intense, and we have to see Lloyd face off against Zeatrix. But the problem with that is that Lloyd has been very worried about this fight, because this is the one from his visions where he falls to her blade. So he's doing anything he can to prevent this from happening. And ultimately he does actually win the fight against Zeatrix, and it's a fairly good fight at that. But interestingly, after he defeats her, she runs back up, flies at him, and strikes him down with the very sword that he was worried about, and it knocked him unconscious. It's interesting to see that no matter what he could have done, it was not going to be able to be prevented regardless, because even though he was the better combatant, she was ultimately the dirtier fighter, and because of it, he still did end up having the same fate that he was very much worried about. But ultimately, he wasn't out of the games yet. Again though, it was just ultimately another good episode. There was more stuff in this episode again, such as Kai communicating with Nia and him discovering about Jay, but the thing is that it was not too much of happening in this episode, so it wasn't really worth its own segment. But of course the plot is progressed in a lot of different ways. Lloyd is now unconscious, and ultimately just a lot of really interesting fights, a lot of really cool moments, a lot of really cool instances that is ultimately setting up what is to come. So I will give this episode a 7. Episode 8 or 18 is Clues and Suspects, where we get to see the fallout of what Zeatrix did. She attempts actually to re-attack the ninja, even though she was the one who did wrong and she had her powers taken away from her. The fights though continue, and we see Sora versus Frack, and the interesting thing about this fight is the fact that Frack, even though losing, was told to use the Mask of the Wolf. And the thing is, he doesn't, and it ends with him actually losing the fight and Raz ousting him for the fact he denied, and Sora did continue in her fight. All the while this is happening, Aaron in his investigation does actually link back at Black to the investigation to do with the dragon horns, and officially suspects he has something to do with it because they also realize that he absolutely detests Roby. Meanwhile, the fight with Lloyd's next opponent being knocked is actually meant to be coming up, but he's still unconscious. But the Source Dragon emotion wakes him up to say that he needs to fight and he needs to win. Even though he's seeing visions with Aaron actually against him, it's very interesting to witness. But he wakes back up, fights knocked, but unfortunately, the actual rules of the game dictates that because Lloyd was injured, he was actually going to be disqualified, which is unfortunate to see, but Noct ended up continuing and Lloyd was out of the games. But luckily, there was still Sora left. And then this ends with Cole and Aaron actually trying to go to the temple in question, and Cole using an elemental earth mech of his mother's, that's right, the second one, to get over. And I really like the scene of him using the mech to use some form of earth to be able to raise the bridge. And the episode ends with the glowing orb of Wu reappearing. Again, I really did enjoy this episode, and it was a really good ending to it. The Lloyd and Noct fight was really cool to see. It's interesting to note that Lloyd was winning by all accounts, even when completely injured. And of course, Noct needing help to be able to get through for the plan, I think was really interesting to see. And then, like I said, the ending as well, it was really good as well. And the frack stuff was good as well. So, 9. Episode 9 or 19 is the final game. We initially start off with a flashback of the Forbidden Five and how they took over the wilderness and took away all of Raz's inhabitants, and honestly it was quite depressing to see. But we go back to the present where Aaron learns the devastating secrets about the merge and also tries to confront Lloyd regarding it because Wu has confirmed himself that he did start the merge. But Lloyd almost kind of brushes it off because Sora is officially facing off against Noct, and unfortunately Wildfire was too late to stop all of this and stop the fact that Noct was manipulating everything to be able to get a hold of all of the elemental powers. But unfortunately, like I said, it was too little too late. Noct had all of the power, and him and Rox revealed their true intention to the surprise of everyone, including Noct. And even though the Tournament of the Sources was done and it was actually all real in the end, the fact is that it no longer mattered, and the return of the Forbidden Five was about to happen. Again, I really like this episode. I think it's interesting to see Lloyd almost palming off Aaron like how he did. It's really cool to see the flashback with Raz as well and the Forbidden Five, and the fight between Sora and Noct was really cool as well. We actually get to even see Sora try to use Spinjitzu during this fight, which I do think was really cool to see. But like I said, the ending of everyone being surprised, Rox and Noct revealing everything and betraying Raz by all accounts was really cool, and unfortunately, well, it's time to see the Forbidden Five, or fortunately, depending on how you feel about it. But yeah, it's cool to see. Let's take a look at the final episode, but this one's a 9. Episode 10 is Element of Betrayal. We get to see Noct and Rox with all of the elemental abilities, and they are fighting off all of the depowered ninja and elemental masters with the wolf mask warriors as well. We get to see them all fly off then and go to the temple where they're going to bring back their other allies. And we get to see the rest of the ninja, Zane, Nia, Ryu and Cole, also try to prevent them from being able to do so, but they also do fail. But Raz tries to get Roby in an attempt to stop them. But it ultimately fails because even with all the ninja, they all don't really stand a chance against all of those elemental abilities, and Noct does successfully summon all of the Forbidden Five back into the realm of the Merged Lands. Insert then just some really cool fight scenes with everyone trying to face off against Noct. We get to see Aaron as well kind of discounting Lloyd and officially standing with Raz. It was some really cool scenes, but in the end, Ryu and Nia realize that they're also linked to the Dragon Horns, and they open the portal one last time, bringing back the Master of Fire. And then Noct and Kai get to fight, and it's an amazing fight scene. I love everything about Kai in this episode, and even though Kai by all accounts doesn't win the fight, it's enough for Roby to get a shot and remove all the powers. And he does. Everyone gets their power back, the Wolf Mask Warriors are defeated, but the Forbidden Five get away with Raz, and Aaron chases after them because he needs Raz for his own plan of getting his parents back. But the Forbidden Five are gone, Aaron is gone, and the Wolf Mask Warriors are defeated like I said. Kai is also back, which is also nice to see, and Sora is crowned the official winner of the Tournament of Sources, and they get to leave. That is where they realize they're going to have to start to find Aaron, Nia and Kai are going to have to try and find Jay, and everything that comes from it. And Lloyd actually gets a Source Dragon icon from the Source Dragon emotion because, by all accounts, he completed her task. But the episode ends off then with Aaron saying he's going to help Raz get healed, and that is where the season ends. But overall, I really do like this episode. I like this episode front to back. It's action-packed, non-stop. I love all the scenes. I love all of Noct's powers. Kai's return is amazing. All the stuff with the tournament as well. And the ending is also absolutely fantastic. I honestly consider this episode to be near enough perfect. So for that reason, it's getting a 10 out of 10. Overall though, Season 2 Part 2 I know is a little bit of a controversial one because a lot of people don't like it for a lot of different ways. I know there are some issues with the season, but personally speaking, I do like a lot of it. I like where Aaron is going, I like everything with Sora, all the Elemental Masters, and the Forbidden Five were set up really well. I think there was a lot of interesting things to come from all of this, and I do think it's fascinating to see where things were gonna go from here. But ultimately, Season 2 as a whole of Dragon's Rising, it was absolutely stellar. Part 1 and Part 2 were both fantastic in my opinion in very different ways, and honestly was some of the best content that we ever got for Ninjago as a whole. And Season 3 Part 1 does the same thing, right? Season 3 Part 1 opens up with the episode The Missing, where we start off in the first realm, where Thunderfang, the Dragon of Chaos, is facing off against the Archdragon of Focus, and we get to see how things culminate with that. But back in present time, we see Lloyd consoling in Cole over the fact that the team has been splintered for so long. Of course, now Aaron is gone, Jay is still missing, there's still a lot of unanswered questions when it comes down to it. But ultimately, they actually end up finding a clue to do with where Aaron could potentially be, and they look to follow it. Meanwhile, Kai and Nia and Wildfire are all on their own search to be able to find Jay, and they're bickering between each other. They encounter the Lightning Tides, where they've been imprisoned and they're subject to trial, and ultimately they have to break themselves out because of it. And the only other thing we really get in this episode is the Forbidden Five landing in front of a random truck. Zark blasts it, Kerr decays the people, Drick sends a swarm out, and Rox commands the rest of the five to loot the truck for the supplies so they can go back to the first land and get Thunderfang released. It's a nice little startup. I do like this episode for what it is, all the ninja in their own different places doing their own different objectives. It's really cool to see, and ultimately speaking, I do think it was a fun opening to the season itself, and it's cool seeing everyone bickering, everyone in their own emotional state. It's a fairly fascinating one regardless, so for that reason, as an opening, I'll give it an 8. Episode 2 is the ultimate object of admiration. We see Aaron going around looking for food, we see him confront a family and they're actually quite nice to him, but he goes back to Raz and Raz tells him off for that, but that he continues his training using his anger to have Spinjitzu. Meanwhile, Kai and Nia and Wildfire are continuing on their task to find Jay. We don't really get too far in regards to this mission, but ultimately they are still continuing on it. It's just nothing really progresses with the two of them throughout this instance. Meanwhile, Lloyd, Zane, Sora, Frack and Ryu are all on their mission to find Aaron, and they have to take separate instances to be able to continue on their journey. And, well, Zane goes off on his own and the rest go together. They actually find themselves in a village with Dragonians, which is interesting to see, and they realize they're actually in the first land. But the Dragonians admit that there is a person out in the woods that they don't know what to do about, and that is the ultimate object of admiration, so they go off and fight him. But during this, they're actually getting stalked by Jay because Jay realizes what is going on. Of course, Jay is actually Rogue in this instance, but you know what I mean. But Rogue was only actually there to get an object because he had a contract to go and get it. But for the most part, that was the episode. This episode for me is fine for what it is. I do enjoy all the interactions that Aaron has with that family. I do think it's interesting to see, and it's interesting to see that Raz does not want Aaron to be doing that. Meanwhile, on the ninja side, Kai, Nia and Wildfire feel a little bit useless, which is just a bit of a shame, but the stuff with Zane, Lloyd, Sora, Frack and Ryu is actually quite good, even though Zane just goes off by himself, but of course that comes into play later, and the fight with the object of admiration is also a really cool one to get as well. It's weird to place this episode though because it does also feel like not too much has happened, but still little bits are still happening, but the overall plots that we are aware of has not actually happened in this episode. I will still give it a 7 though because it was enjoyable for what it is. Episode 3 is the Spectral Lands, and we get to see Aaron continue with his training, but Raz needs a fix and he needs it now. So they go off to the Spectral Lands, where Raz gives Aaron one of the Spectral Blades to be able to go in and navigate the area. But Aaron actually confronts Morrow in all of this, and Morrow agrees to help him. Insert some cool moments of the two fighting through the Spectral Lands, learning what it is and how it's a culmination of Cursed and Departed Realm. It's cool to see the enemies as well, and ultimately they do get the elixir and get out of there. But luckily speaking, we get to see Morrow actually reference Wu and confirm that he never actually passed through these lands, so he has to be alive in some capacity. Nia and Kai have this new plan to be able to flush out Jay, which is beating his score on a game, and they do it. Jay beats the score, but we don't see it, and this plot goes absolutely nowhere. So, there's that. And the Forbidden Five are speaking to Thunderfang regarding more power to be able to get him free. He says to get the Spectral Blades, like the one that Aaron has, and also here's some additional power, and they corrupt the Dragonians into Dragonian warriors, and because of it, they now have a new plan, a new objective, and a new army. This episode is fairly good for what it is. I do like all the stuff with Moro and Aaron. I do like all the setups and stuff that will be called back to later down the line. This is what carries the episode for me. The Kai and the Nia stuff goes absolutely nowhere and I don't really like it, and the Forbidden Five is only really to set up the future episodes. So for that reason, I'll give it a 7, and that is purely off of the back of all the Moro stuff. I just wish there was a bit more to do with it. Episode 4 is the Great Zane Robbery, and this is a controversial one to say the least, but Zane continues to search for Aaron on his own, but comes across a vehicle containing Rapton and his goons, and he goes in there to take a look through all of his stuff. This is where he actually finds a same capsule that he was found in, and in that capsule was in fact Pixel, and of course they are finally reunited, but not long after this they actually get interrupted by Noct and a couple Dragonian warriors, and they're looking for a prismatic blade, so Zane, realizing it's important, fights them for that blade. And we do get some cool stuff. We get to see Zane really doing his thing in this episode. He does fight against Noct quite well. Pixel also has some really cool moments as well, which is nice to see. She's definitely a force to be reckoned with during this episode. But ultimately speaking, they do end up getting away with the prismatic blade. But Zane has to try and stop this train, and loads himself into it, overloads himself, fritzes out, another Zane fake out death. And ultimately it ends with Pixel saying that she needs help trying to reconstruct him. Although after all this happens, we get to see some other scenes, the main one being the island that we saw in season 1 part 2, and the tooth of that crab will actually had a prismatic blade in it. I really don't know how I feel about this. This is a very big, weird, interesting thing. Overall, I definitely see the issues with this episode. I do understand the whole thing of another Zane fake out being a bit nah, but ultimately, I do like all the stuff between them fighting the Dragonian warriors and Noct. I do like the stuff with Rapton weirdly. All the small scenes with Lloyd is also nice. It's a bit weird, the whole thing with the crab, but it's another prismatic blade at the end of the day, I guess. So this episode definitely has got its ups and downs. I don't agree with the notion of it's one of the worst episodes that's ever happened, but I definitely do see the issues with it, but I'm still going to give it a 7. Episode 5 is I Alone Can Save Them, and this is where the ninja learn about the task that the Forbidden Five actually have with the prismatic blades, and Raz is also finally leading Aaron to where his parents are. This is where Aaron realizes that his parents are dead, by all accounts. To him, they are officially gone, and we get to see a scene of him realize what has happened, and Raz manipulates him by saying, I can reverse this all, I can bring back your parents, I can do all that. He is buying Aaron's loyalty. Meanwhile, the rest of the ninja are all now after the different prismatic blades. The ninja do find one, including Lloyd, of course being the one that was in the Dorama puppet head from the first episode. That's a whole nother thing, but there we go. And we get to see Zarkt try and get it. Heavy emphasis on the try, oh my god. But another one of the prismatic blades were found separately from all of this, and of course it's in the City of Temples. It is the broken one that Zeatrix used. It looks completely different. Prismatic steel is also presumed indestructible, so this was also just really weird. But Zer actually ends up decaying Roby because of it, and it leads to that whole other aspect. But another blade has been secured, albeit damaged. This episode is really interesting to me. I think this whole stuff with Aaron is really emotional. It's very raw, to be honest with you. I think all the Aaron stuff is really cool. The weird broken blade from season 2 part 2 being a prismatic one, I really don't like that whole thing, but it's there, I guess, you know. And obviously the stuff with Roby being decayed is also quite cool to see. Zer, by all accounts, should have been one of the biggest things that we got, or Kerr, sorry, but ultimately that's just how it went down. This is another 7 episode. Episode 6 is Fallen Wishes, where this actually opens up with Jay or Rogue meeting up with Zeatrix, and her bounty is Raz, and he sets out on it on his own journey to get him. Meanwhile, we actually go to Ninjago, where Aracor is granting wishes. We also get to see Dareth in this episode, which is another thing. And of course, Rox turns up and asks him to fix the blade. And through her own stupidity, which I'm not going to get into, she actually ends up bringing the ninja through a wish. Although Rock somehow does succeed in all of this, Nia does put up a really good fight, and it's interesting to see the fight between the two, but ultimately speaking, she does capture Aracor, and she forces Aracor to fix the blades, and the broken rocky blade turns into the prismatic one. Honestly, I really do wish the prismatic blade itself was just in the previous season, or they just made those big rocky ones the prismatic blades. Honestly, anything to have some consistency at this point. But it's a mixed bag, because the ninja do help Aracor remain free, but they do get away with the prismatic blades. And of course, Nia then discovers more about the plans. She goes back to Kai and tells him all of this, which is interesting to see. And overall, this is a very solid episode, but it's also really there. I do like a lot of things about it. It's cool that Aracor, the wish to get the ninja there, he doesn't just bring all the ninja, he only brings the ninja that he actually met, which I do think is a really good bit of attention to detail. It's just Rox's stupidity in this episode really bothers me, and I think that is the main thing. But the stuff with Rogue as well is really cool. I'll actually give this episode an 8 because of it. Nah, 7. Episode 7 is Their Draconic Majesty's Request, and we get to see, of course, the Forbidden Five continuing to free the Thunderfang dragon, but the ninja have one of the blades, so they do attempt to destroy it, but they realize they cannot. Meanwhile, Aaron and Raz have made their way over to the World Tree, although they have been chased down by Rogue, and insert a really cool scene on top of a jet, which I do think is quite cool, but we get to see them navigate the whole world forest area in an attempt to find more answers to their questions. We get to see Raj just demonstrate his brutality, and we get to see Aaron take advantage of the dragon's niceness, because they thought he was there for the right purposes, but eventually they realize who he is actually with, and it ends up in a big chase scene between the lot of them. But ultimately, the ninja actually end up using the prismatic blade they have to be able to rig it up to be able to track other prismatic blades, and they track Aaron and Raz down to the World Tree area, and the confrontation between them all begins. The only other thing in this episode that really happens is the fact that Wildfire realizes that Roby is actually sick, and she stays behind to be able to help him and tries to make the soup that he used for Eagles, but ultimately it doesn't really work, so she's continuing to try and find her answers. It's another fairly solid episode. I do think there's some decent parts. I really like all the stuff with Rogue. Rogue is really good in this season, I have to say. Having the ninja track down the prismatic blades is a really good way to get them to Raz and Aaron as well. And of course, all the stuff with Roby is fairly interesting to see. So honestly, I think this one is a more solid episode, but it's probably still just a 7. Episode 8 is Crashing Together, and we get to see a flashback with a young Sora and a young Aaron attempting to navigate the streets as they are freshly new to these new merged lands. But in the present day, we get to see the ninja, Aaron, and Raz all attempt to fight off the Forbidden Five, and we get to see the powers of some of the other members, mainly Drix, and how cool he actually is, and Drix actually does end up getting the prismatic blades for himself. But it's a big fight between all the Draconic warriors. Rogue is in there at one point as well, and of course all the ninja are just trying their best to fight. But in my opinion, it's not the main thing from this episode for me. In this episode, we actually get to see Aaron end up falling off of one of the world trees, and as he's falling down, Sora makes it her objective to actually go and save him, and with the flashbacks as well of the two of them from when they were younger, it was really cool to actually see, and in the end, she used Aaron's grappling hook to be able to save him. She apologized to him, he also apologizes to her as well, and she does attempt to say, "We will help you," but he then reveals the fact that he believes his parents are dead. It's a fairly solid episode, and like I said, it has some really cool moments in there. All the flashback stuff is really cool to see, and like I said, all the stuff between Aaron and Sora, generally speaking, is really good as well. And also, obviously, Drix is really cool in this episode. He really does show off his powers and really gives a ninja the run for their money as well. So I can't not acknowledge how good he actually is and all these different aspects in this episode. So for that reason, I will give it an 8. And then episode 9 is Crashing Together, where we realize that not only in the previous episode was Raz taken, we also realize that Aaron needs help to be able to get him back. But the ninja accept them in and also apologizes for what they have done towards him. So they go back to the monastery and they prepare a way to get to the first land before Drix gets back with the remaining blades. But then a big confrontation between the five and the ninja all begin with all their new vehicles and everything in the first land. And a really cool fight ensues with all of them. We get some cool moments like Noctum Raz, we get some cool moments like all the ninjas fighting in their own regards, different moves, different combinations, everything like that is really cool to see. But because Aaron was trying to save Raz, the Forbidden Five do get all of the blades and does free Thunderfang. But as soon as he is free, he takes the souls of the Forbidden Five, releases himself, and he's officially back. The other thing that really happens in this episode is Wildfire realizes a way that she should be able to help Roby, and she uses her elemental power of heat to be able to heal him, and he is officially back and tells her to go off and help with the ninja in their fight. And overall, I do actually like this episode. There's some really cool fight scenes, all the ninja get their own individual moments, the Forbidden Five also get their moments, which is nice to see, and of course the change of Thunderfang taking the Forbidden Five souls and him being free, it was really cool to see as well. And honestly, I do think this was a cool setup to the final episode. I will give it an 8. And this leaves off with the final episode, the Shatter Dragon. Thunderfang is unleashed, the realms are really feeling it because we get to see other perspectives, we get to see Roby witness it, we get to see Cole helping the finders, and we get to see the ninja realize that the situation just got a whole lot worse. Thunderfang is unleashed and he is trying to get his way to the Source Dragons, and realizing that the ninja actually have a conduit amongst them, he sets his sights on Lloyd and eventually does absorb his soul. And the ninja can't do anything about it, they're all trying their best to do as they can. Rogue turns up during all of this and is also fighting Dragonian warriors. There's a lot of really good action pieces, but of course once Thunderfang has absorbed Lloyd, he is at a whole new level of power, but not for long. Because Aaron realizes that he is comprised of souls, and of course he has that same elixir, and he uses his good memories over his anger to be able to throw that elixir at Thunderfang, and it releases all the souls connected to him apart from the 5. And Thunderfang is, by all accounts as they believe it, has officially been defeated because of it. And we get to see the reactions of everyone realizing they're safe, and it's a really nice moment to see. But it's not for long, as Aaron is told by Raz to continue on as they need to leave. But Sora decides to go with them as well. So the ninja are feeling a bit down, even though they did, by all accounts, have a wing. But there's still Rogue to deal with throughout all of this. And of course they realize it's Jay, and they take him back because he's in fact injured. And they all have a small celebration because they saved, but then they realize through Jay that Aaron's parents are actually alive. But the season itself ends off with a scene with Morrow, and he sees Thunderfang come through in his spectral form, and he says to help him pass on, but Thunderfang remarks that he can fend for himself and ends up absorbing Morrow as well. But that doesn't really matter now because he's in the spectral land and he officially has a whole new plan, and that is where this episode ends off. I do like this episode. I like the fact that even though Thunderfang was defeated physically, spiritually he is very much still there. He has absorbed the Forbidden Five because of it, and there's a whole lot of issues regarding the Forbidden Five, but I've done another video on that separately. That's a whole other thing. But ultimately, it was still a fun episode. A lot of fun action scenes, a lot of fun moments with every single one of the ninja, how they use their powers and everything like that, and of course a really cool ending with Aaron. And of course, it is now officially set up the part 2. And I'm going to be honest, I do really like this final episode. I do just think there's a lot of really cool moments because of it. I will give it a 9 out of 10. But overall, Season 3 Part 1, in my opinion, is a little more middle of the road in comparison to the other seasons. It has a lot of different episodes that are just kind of in the middle for me, and ultimately I do consider it one of the weaker parts of Dragon's Rising. But I don't think it's bad, I do think there's a lot of redeemable aspects to it. I just really hope that Part 2 does pick up where it left off. But that actually does it. That is every single episode of Ninjago that has been released as of the time of me doing this video. And that is every single one. This has taken so long. I'll wonder if you can notice where I stop recording and start a new session, because obviously this has been done in multiple different takes. If you think this has all been done in one day, you've got another thing coming. But yeah, Ninjago as a whole has gone for a very long time, and as you can tell, there is a lot in this show that I truly love. I think there's very little in the way of bad episodes, and I think every season to an extent is good. But the thing is, I do plan on covering every season in their own unique video down the line in a lot more depth than I have here. But that is another thing for another time, and as of now, I can celebrate the fact that I have officially reviewed and ranked every single episode of Ninjago. And here is the ranking on screen. I did attempt to do where I list off every single episode in order, but that took 20 minutes, so I thought I wouldn't waste any more of your time. So here it is on screen. This is the list I've been doing as I have been recording this episode. Of course, everything is subject to change. Now everything is in there. I may have a different opinion here and there, but ultimately speaking, this is the general guideline that I did have. But I will list off my favorites and least favorites for you quickly now. The 10 worst episodes, in my opinion, like I said, purely down to me this is, it goes like this. Number 10, or the least worst, is The Real Fall. Number 9, The Kaiju Protocol. Number 8, Darkness Shall Rise. Number 7, Ninja Bull Run. Number 6, The Explorers Club. Number 5, Under Siege. Number 4, The News Never Sleeps. Number 3, Distress Calls. Number 2, Return of the Ice Emperor. And number 1, The Absolute Worst. And in my opinion, the 10 best episodes. Number 10, Curse World Part 2. Number 9, The Son of Lily. Number 8, The Corridor of Elders. Number 7, The Green Ninja. Number 6, Big Trouble Little Ninjago. Number 5, True Potential. Number 4, Rise of the Spinjitzu Master. Number 3, Endings. Number 2, Green Destiny. Number 1, The Titanium Ninja. But that about does it for today, you guys, and thank you for watching if you've gone all the way through this video with me. This has been a massive undertaking, months in the making, and I won't be surprised if I'm still working on this video hours before you guys have gotten it for yourselves. But that about does it for today, you guys, and thank you all for 5,000 subscribers. But yeah, take care, guys. Okay,